An internal police review says 13 women went missing from Vancouver's downtown east side after the city's police force first forwarded information about Robert Pickton to the RCMP in Coquitlam, including 11 later linked to Pickton's Port Coquitlam farm.
There were errors made in a number of different places.
The 450-page document prepared by the Deputy Chief of Vancouver Police blames both forces for errors that prevented either from arresting Pickton until 2002, years after officers first started looking at Pickton as they investigated reports of missing.
On February 5th, 2002, police drove onto a pig farm in Port Coquitlam, British Columbia, with a warrant that had nothing to do with murder. They were there because of illegal firearms. A former worker had told police that. Robert William Pickton, a local pig farmer known to some people as Willie, had guns in his trailer, and that was enough to get officers through the gate of a property that had been whispered about for years. So they entered the farm, walked toward the trailer, and began searching the cluttered rooms where Pickton had lived for years. At first, the search gave them what they expected. They found weapons. They found items that matched the warrant. But then, inside that same trailer, among the ordinary mess of a farm property, officers noticed an asthma inhaler. And when they looked closer, they saw a name attached to it. Serena Abbotsway. That name changed everything. Serena was not supposed to be there. She was one of the women who had disappeared from Vancouver's downtown east side, a neighborhood where families had spent years asking why their daughters, sisters, mothers, and friends were vanishing without answers. For years, women on the streets had warned each other to be careful. For years, families had told police their loved ones would not simply disappear. For years, names had been added to lists, posters had been printed, tips had been given, and rumors had moved through the downtown east side that someone was taking women and no one in power was moving fast enough. And now, one of those names had appeared inside Robert Pickton's trailer. At that moment, the search stopped being about guns. It became about the women, almost 50 women who had vanished from Vancouver's downtown east side through the 1990s and early 2000s. And what police found after that would turn Robert Pickton's farm into one of the largest crime scenes in Canadian history. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. Robert Pickton's story started far away from the courtroom, far away from the headlines, and far away from the farm search that would later make his name known across Canada. It started in Port Coquitlam, British Columbia in 1949. Robert William Pickton was born on October 24th of that year to Leonard Francis Pickton and Louise Helene Arnold Pickton. His family owned a pig farm, and that farm became the center of almost everything in his early life. It was where he grew up, where he worked, where he learned how animals were raised, sold, and processed, and where the line between childhood and labor seemed to disappear very early. Robert had an older sister named Linda and a younger brother named David. But Linda did not grow up on the farm in the same way the boys did. She was sent away to live with relatives because the family believed a pig farm was not the right place for a young girl to be raised. So Robert and David stayed behind, and from a young age, their lives were shaped by the same routine almost every day. There was school, but before school there was farm work. Then after school there was more farm work. They fed animals, cleaned, helped with chores, and spent long hours around the smell and mess of livestock. And Robert did not fit easily anywhere else. At school, he struggled. He had trouble learning at the same pace as other children, and according to later accounts, he was placed in special education classes after falling behind. He was quiet, socially awkward, and often isolated. He did not have many friends, and his appearance made things worse. Because he worked on the farm before and after school, he often arrived dirty, smelling strongly of the animals and the property, and other children noticed. So they mocked him and called him Stinky Piggy. There was also a family claim that Robert's birth may have involved a lack of oxygen because the umbilical cord had been wrapped around his neck. But that should be understood only as something the family reportedly believed, not as a medical explanation for what he later became. Then came one of the childhood stories that appeared again and again in accounts of his early life. When Robert was around 11 or 12, he had a pet calf. He loved that animal, and the calf became something he cared about deeply. He would come home and look for it, he fed it, and it was one of the few attachments that seemed to matter to him. But one day he came home and could not find it. He asked where the calf was, and he was told to check the barn. So Robert went to the barn, and there he found the calf had been slaughtered. It was a moment that people would later point to as painful and formative. But the farm was only one half of the story. The other half was waiting 27 kilometers away, in Vancouver. So, one of the earliest stories people pointed to did not begin with Robert at all. It began with his younger brother, David. David had just started driving, and like many teenagers with a new license, he wanted to take the family vehicle out. He drove near the farm in Port Coquitlam, close to the same roads the family had used for years. But during that drive, something went wrong. David struck a young boy named Tim Barrett near the edge of the road. For David, the moment seemed to turn into panic almost immediately. Instead of staying there, calling for help, or bringing an adult to the scene in a proper way, he drove back to the farm. He went to his mother, Louise, and told her what had happened. But Louise did not react like a mother hearing that a child outside the family might be badly hurt. She reacted like someone whose first concern was keeping the problem inside the family. Then she told David what to do with the vehicle, and then she went back toward the road herself. Tim Barrett was still there and had not died at the moment David hit him. But Louise moved him away from the road and into a water-filled ditch where he later died. Afterward, the death was treated as an accident, and David faced juvenile proceedings. But Louise was never charged in connection to what she had done, and Robert grew up with a lesson that would have been hard to miss. One could easily get away with murder. By 1963, Robert Pickton had left school behind. He was only a teenager, but school had never worked for him, so he found work as a butcher's apprentice. He understood the practical side of raising livestock and preparing meat, and he learned the trade in a way that matched the only skills he seemed comfortable with. And after several years, he left the apprenticeship and returned full-time to the family farm. So, Robert's life stayed tied to pens, barns, trailers, machinery, and livestock. And because it was a working pig farm, there was always waste to deal with. The parts of animals that could not be sold or used had to be removed from the property, so Robert would load the waste into barrels and drive toward Vancouver to dispose of it at a rendering facility called West Coast Reduction. But those trips gave him something he did not have on the farm. It gave him a reason to leave Port Coquitlam, a reason to enter Vancouver without anyone questioning why he was there. So Robert would drive from the pig farm toward the city, drop off the animal waste, and then drift toward the downtown east side, where the streets were different from the quiet, muddy land he came from. And in Vancouver, he could become someone else for a few hours. He started spending time around the Low Track, a stretch of the downtown east side known for poverty, addiction, and street-based sex work. It was a place where people were struggling, and where many women were trying to survive one night at a time. And Robert had something that gave him attention. He had cash, and in that part of the city, cash could open doors that his personality never could. He could offer money, he could offer drugs, he could offer a ride, a place to go, or a promise of more once they got away from the street. Some women saw him as odd, but not necessarily dangerous at first. He was dirty from the farm, and awkward in the way he spoke, but he was also known to pay. And for women living under pressure, a man who paid could look safer than a man who threatened. So his routine began to take shape. By day, Robert worked the farm, then he drove toward Vancouver. And it was becoming the path that brought vulnerable women closer to a property most of them did not truly know, owned by a man police would not fully understand until years too late. By the late 1970s, the Pickton farm changed again because the people who had controlled it were gone. Robert's father, Leonard Francis Pickton, died first. Then his mother, Louise Helene Arnall Pickton, also died. For Robert, David, and Linda, the farm was no longer simply the place where they had grown up under their parents' rules. It was now an inheritance, a business, and a large piece of land sitting in a growing part of British Columbia. Robert stayed close to it because that was what he knew. David moved in and out of the same world, but he also had his own business interests, including work connected to demolition and salvage. But Port Coquitlam was changing. Land that had once been useful mainly for farming had become attractive to developers, and by the 1990s, the Picton property that was about 30 acres had become valuable. So the siblings began selling pieces of it. Parts of the family land were sold to developers for more than 5 million Canadian dollars, and that money changed everything. The farm became smaller, but the Pictons became wealthier. Then in 1996, Robert Picton and his brother David gave the farm a new name. They registered something called Piggy's Palace Good Time Society. It was supposed to organize, coordinate, manage, and operate special events, dances, shows, exhibitions, and functions for service organizations, sports groups, and other worthy causes. In simple words, it was presented as a community-style event society, the kind of thing that could host gatherings, raise money, and give the farm a public-facing purpose beyond pigs and livestock. But that was the version on paper. It became a party spot. People came out to Port Coquitlam in large numbers, sometimes by the hundreds, and as high as 1,700 to 2,000 people on busy nights. There were live bands, drinking, drugs, and bikers. Hell's Angels members, local business people, and city officials, and even policemen were regulars. So, women from the downtown east side could be brought out to the farm under the cover of a party, a good time, free drinks, money, drugs, or a ride away from the street for a few hours. Robert could blend his private life with the public chaos around him. Then one woman came to that farm with Robert Picton, but she made it back out alive. In March 1997, a woman named Wendy Lynn Eistetter got into Robert Picton's vehicle and went with him to the farm in Port Coquitlam. Wendy was a sex worker, and Picton had offered her money and drugs. They drove away from Vancouver and headed toward the Picton property. Then Wendy went into his trailer. Inside, the space was small, dirty, and uncomfortable, but she had dealt with strange men and strange rooms before. At first, the night seemed like another paid encounter, the kind of situation she had entered many times while trying to survive on the street. Then Picton's behavior changed. He brought out handcuffs and tried to restrain her. Wendy understood quickly that this was no longer just an encounter she could finish and leave. She fought back immediately. She kicked, pushed, and tried to get away from him, and the struggle moved through the trailer as both of them grabbed for anything they could use to protect themselves or gain control. It became chaotic. Wendy managed to get to the kitchen area and picked a knife, while Picton had a butcher's knife. And during the struggle, both she and Picton were injured. She later had serious wounds, and Picton was also badly hurt, but Wendy kept fighting because she knew stopping was not an option. The trailer was isolated enough that nobody was standing outside ready to help her. If she did not get herself out, she might not leave that farm at all. So she kept moving. She got away from him and made it out of the trailer. Then she ran. She made it from the property to the road, injured, shaken, and still trying to survive what had just happened. An older couple saw her and helped her. They took her to hospital, and when she arrived, medical staff could see that she had come from something serious. She was hurt, frightened, and still connected to the scene in one detail police could not ignore: the handcuffs. Wendy told police that Picton had the keys, and then the case took an almost unbelievable turn because Picton also ended up at a hospital that same night. He had gone for treatment after the struggle, and when hospital staff checked him, a key was found in his pocket. That key fit the handcuffs on Wendy. At that moment, the police had more than a rumor. They had a survivor. They had a direct link between Wendy and Robert Picton's trailer. Picton was arrested and charged with attempted murder, unlawful confinement, and aggravated assault. For the first time, the system had a clear chance to stop him.
I don't smoke, I don't use drugs, and then everybody says, how come your eyes are so bloodshot? I says, I turned around, I didn't take the knife away from her. I did not take the knife away from her. I aimed it to her and I knifed her twice. I did that. I admit I did that. That's one thing I shouldn't have done.
You've never taken any of the prostitutes back to your trailer?
Not since this incident, no. Hey.
But before that incident?
No.
But the case did not hold. Wendy was afraid, unstable, and dealing with addiction. Prosecutors believed she would not be strong enough as a witness to secure a conviction, and when the case moved toward court in January 1998, she did not testify. Without her, the prosecution weakened and the charges were stayed. Pickton walked away from that case. He went back to the farm. And the part that became even harder to accept later was that police kept the clothing and rubber boots he had worn during that 1997 incident. Those items sat in evidence storage for years. Then, after the farm search in 2002, testing would connect those same items to DNA from 2 other missing women. So the warning had been there long before the big search. And although Wendy survived, other women kept disappearing. By August 1997, Robert Pickton had already returned to the low track enough times to understand how the nights worked. That was where Marnie Frey came into the story. Marnie was 24 years old. People who knew her described her as kind, selfless, and loyal, the kind of person who could still show warmth even while her own life was falling apart. But she had been exposed to drugs early, and over time, addiction pulled her deeper into the same streets where so many women were already at risk. Before she disappeared, Marnie spoke with her stepmother on the phone. They talked about her birthday and about sending her a care package, and before the call ended, they exchanged, "I love you." After that, her family never heard from her again. That night, Marnie was around the low track, looking for heroin and trying to get through the hours ahead. Pickton came through like he had done before, and when he promised to give her heroin if she came with him, Marnie agreed, so she got into his vehicle. But once they were inside the trailer, everything changed. Marnie asked for what he had promised, and then she saw the look on his face. The promise had been a lie. Then the night turned against her. Pickton shoved Marnie onto the bed and used a rope to take control before she could break away. She fought him, but he tightened the rope and kept his grip until Marnie could no longer fight back. Then he did what made this case different from an ordinary disappearance. He dragged her from the trailer to the slaughterhouse area. Then he cut her remains down and moved them through the farm's disposal system. Some experts believed he placed them in animal waste barrels and took them to West Coast Reduction, the same rendering facility he already visited as part of his farm work. Others believed he fed her to the pigs on the property. Whichever version was true, the outcome was the same. Her stepmother contacted police several times, trying to report that something was wrong, but the response moved slowly. A proper missing person report was not filed quickly enough, and for months, Marnie's disappearance sat inside the same delay that had already affected other women from the downtown east side. Between 1995 and 1997, 21 women disappeared from the low track, and Pickton kept returning to the same streets like it had become part of his routine. Once they were on his farm, the act changed. He used lies and manipulation to get control, and then he turned that control into violence. Afterward, he used the same butcher's skills and farm disposal systems he had known for years to cut the victims apart and hide what was left. To Pickton, it was not just about killing, it was about power. He had spent most of his life feeling awkward, weak, and rejected, but on that farm, with vulnerable women trapped inside his world, he finally felt in control. And once he found that feeling, he kept going back to the low track for more. Then in April 1998, the fear around the downtown east side was literally eating everybody up. And that was when Sarah DeVries disappeared. Sarah was around the Crack Shack, a known pickup spot in the downtown east side where women met clients, friends crossed paths, and people moved in and out through the night. It was not a safe place, but it was familiar to the women who worked around it. That night, Sarah was there with a friend. They were both out in the area, and at some point, Sarah's friend left with a client. In that world, nobody immediately panicked when someone left for a date, because women came and went all night. A friend could disappear for a short while, return later, move to another corner, or show up at a nearby room. So at first, Sarah being out of sight did not automatically mean the worst had happened. But when her friend came back, Sarah was still gone. Then she noticed the purse. Sarah's purse had been left behind. And for people who did not understand life on those streets, that detail might have sounded small. But for the women who lived that life, it said a lot. A purse was not just something you carried because it matched your outfit. It held what a woman needed to get through the night. It could hold money, ID, cigarettes, makeup, numbers, small personal things, and anything else that helped her move, work, and return. It was not something Sarah would normally leave behind if she had simply walked away by choice. So, the waiting began. Maybe Sarah had gone around the corner. Maybe she had taken a quick date and would come back for it. Maybe she had left in a rush. But time passed, and Sarah did not return. The worry moved quickly from the street to the people who cared about her. Her ex-boyfriend and friends started asking where she was. Her family wanted answers. Her sister, Maggie DeVries, refused to accept that Sarah had simply disappeared into the background. Maggie knew Sarah had struggles, but she also knew Sarah had people who loved her and people she stayed connected to. A hard life did not mean a person stopped mattering. Wayne Ling, Sarah's friend and former client, also pushed for attention, so when she vanished, he did not treat it like a normal absence, and they reported it to the police. But the response they received was not the response they believed Sarah deserved. The same explanations came up again. Maybe Sarah had left town, maybe she was avoiding contact, maybe she was caught up in drugs, maybe she would come back when she was ready. Those explanations had been used before with other missing women from the downtown east side, but Sarah did not come back. So for a long time, the women had been warning each other in the ways they knew how. They talked about bad dates, they repeated descriptions of men who made them uncomfortable, they watched cars that came through too often, they noticed when a woman did not come back, and they remembered the places where she had last been seen. But outside that world, the story was still not landing with enough force. Then Sarah's disappearance reached a journalist named Lindsay Kyness. Sarah's loved ones were frustrated because they felt the missing women were not being treated with the urgency they deserved. So when the story reached Lindsay, it gave the case something it badly needed: public attention. He began writing about the women who had disappeared from Vancouver's downtown east side, and the articles did what private warnings had not been able to do on their own. They pushed the disappearances into the open. Now people outside the low track were reading about it. They were seeing names, numbers, and families asking why their daughters, sisters, mothers, and friends could disappear from the same part of the city without a clear answer. And once those stories were printed, the pressure started to grow. The push for a reward also gained strength, as high as $100,000. But by 1998, 9 more women had disappeared from the streets of Vancouver, and the response still did not match the fear spreading through the downtown east side. When friends and families tried to report the missing, they were often met with the same dismissive explanation. Women like them sometimes got on a bus, left town, and came back when they wanted. By July 1998, the missing women case had reached the desk of Detective Constable Lori Shenher. She was with the Vancouver Police Department, and she was assigned to focus on the women who had disappeared from the downtown east side. So Lori started doing what the system should have done earlier. She looked closely at the women. Then she put that concern into words with a line that should have changed the temperature of the investigation. These cases are related and should be treated as such. Then there was Detective Inspector Kim Rossmo. Rossmo was a geographic profiler, and his work pointed in the same direction Lori was already seeing. He looked at the disappearances, the locations, the numbers, and the pattern, and his analysis suggested that a serial offender was likely active. But senior police leadership did not fully accept the serial killer theory quickly enough. There were no bodies in many of the cases, and without bodies, some decision-makers hesitated to call the disappearances murders. And there was another problem. The case did not sit neatly inside one police department. The women were disappearing from Vancouver, so the Vancouver Police Department carried the pressure from families, advocates, and the downtown east side. But Robert Pickton's farm was in Port Coquitlam, where the RCMP had jurisdiction. So even when Pickton's name entered the conversation, Vancouver police could not simply march onto the farm and search it. They needed cooperation, warrants, direct evidence, and a clear investigative bridge between the city where women vanished and the property where suspicion was starting to point. And that gap slowed everything down. Then, one night in 1999, Lynn Ellingson, his friend, was inside Robert Pickton's trailer. Lynn knew Pickton. She had spent time around the farm, and for a while, she had been close enough to see the way people moved in and out of his property. She was also struggling with addiction. Earlier that night, Lynn and Picton had gone into Vancouver. Picton picked up a woman that night. Her name was Georgina Faith Papine, a mother of 7 children. They drove back to Port Coquitlam, and when they reached the farm, Picton took Georgina into one part of the trailer while Lynn stayed in another area. Lynn got high, settled onto the couch, and eventually fell asleep. Then later that night, something woke her, and she realized that Picton was not inside. Lynn looked around, trying to understand what had pulled her out of sleep, and then she noticed light coming from the slaughterhouse area. It was late, the farm was still, and yet one of the buildings was lit up like someone was working. She got up and stepped outside, and as she crossed the field toward the slaughterhouse, she began hearing a sound from inside. It sounded like metal hitting wood again and again. Then she reached the building and looked inside. Picton was there. He was working near one of the tables, moving with the focus of a man doing something he knew how to do. At first glance, it could have looked like ordinary farm work, the kind of late-night butchering that might happen on a pig farm. But then Lynn saw enough to understand that this was not an animal. The woman from earlier that night was there, Georgina. For a moment, Lynn could not process what she was seeing. Then he saw Lynn at the doorway. Picton came toward her, grabbed her by the wrist, and pulled her closer before she could back away. Lynn tried not to look. She tried to shut out what was in front of her, but Picton forced her attention back to the scene, as if he wanted her to understand exactly what he had done and exactly what he was capable of doing. Then he leaned in and whispered the line Lynn would later repeat. He compared Georgina to a pig. And at that moment, Lynn believed she was next. But he did not kill her. Instead, he let her leave. He paid for a cab and sent her back to Vancouver, and as Lynn got into that cab, she carried more than fear with her. Now she knew that he was the reason some of them never came back. When Lynn returned to Vancouver, she thought about going to the police, but fear took over. So instead of walking into a police station and telling everything clearly, she hid. She stayed away from him. She tried to survive with what she knew, but secrets like that do not stay buried forever. The story began moving through other people. Lynn told pieces of it. Others heard about it. Eventually, the information reached investigators, but by then the lead had already become difficult. When police questioned Lynn, she did not give them the steady, direct statement they needed. Some investigators believed her denial weakened the lead. Others believed the first version was too serious to dismiss, especially because other people had heard Lynn talk about what she saw before police ever got involved. So once again, the investigation came close to the farm, and once again, it did not break through. By February 1999, Brenda Ann Wolfe entered his path. Brenda was a young Indigenous woman, and she was known in the downtown East Side for more than her struggles. She had fought addiction, and her family believed she may have been living with mental health challenges, but people around the low track also knew her as someone with a strong presence. She worked in a local eatery, and on the street she had a reputation as someone who could stand up for others when trouble came. If someone had a problem with dangerous people in the neighborhood, Brenda was the kind of person who might step in and help sort it out. She was not mainly known as a sex worker, but when she relapsed, money and drugs became pressure points, and Picton knew how to press on those exact needs. That night, he pulled up in his pickup truck and found Brenda looking for drugs. He told her what he had told other women before her. He said he could get her what she needed if she came back to his trailer. To Brenda, the offer may have looked ugly, but useful. She needed a fix, and he was offering a way to get it. So she went with him. The drive took them out of Vancouver and back to the farm, back to the dirty trailer where Picton had brought other women before her. Inside, the place looked and smelled like the rest of his life. Mud clung to the floor. Dirty dishes sat piled in the sink. The air carried the smell of animals, sweat, and old farms. It was not welcoming, but Brenda was not there for comfort. She was there because Picton had made a promise. When the encounter was over, Brenda expected him to keep his word. But Picton's mood had changed. She looked at him and realized the promise had never been the point. The drugs had only been the bait. He wanted control, and now that she was inside his trailer, the strange farmer from the street was no longer acting harmless. Brenda started gathering her clothes, trying to move toward the end of the night, but Picton moved first. He forced her back onto the bed and restrained her before she could get free. Brenda tried to fight him off, but he used his weight and the space around him to keep control. The trailer became a trap, and the woman who had been known for standing up to dangerous people was suddenly trapped with a man who had built his whole routine around catching women when they were alone. He held her down until she could no longer fight. Then he moved her from the trailer toward the farm buildings, where the full danger of his world became clear. Picton was not just a man hiding a crime in a room. After Brenda was gone, he used the farm the way he knew how to use it. He moved her through the same private system that had helped him hide what happened to other women. The slaughterhouse area, the disposal routines, and the ordinary mess of the property all became part of how he covered his tracks. By the time anyone outside the farm understood what had happened, Brenda had vanished from the streets of Vancouver like so many before her. As the disappearances spread through the downtown east side, the fear began changing the way women moved. The shelters were talking, the streets were talking. Women were becoming more careful about which cars they entered and which men they trusted. The old routine was no longer working as easily for Picton, because by then, too many women had disappeared, and too many people were asking why. So he adjusted. If women were becoming more cautious around men, then he needed someone who could make the invitation feel safer. That was where Dinah Taylor entered the story. Dinah was known around the east side as the Witch of Endor, and she became one of the women in Picton's circle. She knew the low track, she knew the shelters, she knew how to speak to women who were tired, desperate, suspicious, or looking for a way to get through the next few hours. And because she was a woman from that same world, she could get close in a way Picton could not. Some women might take money from him, but others were beginning to hesitate. Dinah helped soften that hesitation. She would go into shelters and talk to vulnerable women. She would tell them about Picton as if he was harmless, almost generous. And to a woman who was already tired from the street, that kind of invitation could sound different coming from Dinah. A man making the offer might feel dangerous. A woman making the offer could feel like a bridge. And once women reached the property, the mask could fall. Picton began using a different kind of manipulation. Instead of always turning violent without warning, he would sometimes accuse the women of stealing from him. It gave him an excuse to build anger. It made the scene feel like an argument instead of a trap. The women would deny it, explain themselves, plead with him, or try to calm him down. But by then, they were already on his land, inside his space, and surrounded by a farm he controlled completely. The accusation was never really about stolen money or missing items. It was a way to start the violence on his terms. And while all of this was happening, the missing women numbers kept climbing. So in 2001, the Vancouver Police Department and the RCMP finally moved into a joint effort known as Project Even-Handed, the task force built to investigate the missing women. They offered rewards for information that could lead to an arrest. Then the phone lines started filling. Thousands of tips came in from locals, friends, street workers, people around the downtown east side, and people who had heard things they were no longer willing to keep quiet. Some tips were weak, some were rumors, some pointed in the wrong direction, but a handful of callers gave the same kind of name: Willie Picton, the pig farmer east of Vancouver. His name was added to the suspect list, partly because of his past assault charge, and partly because too many pieces around him were beginning to line up. But the investigation was still fighting itself. Police had thousands of tips, but the records were messy. They had names, but not enough direct evidence. On another night in the low track, a woman known as Lenore stumbled through the street, drunk, unsteady, and trying to make her way through a part of Vancouver where danger could appear as a friendly voice from a rolled-down window. Lenore was Indigenous and had come from Cowichan Valley on Vancouver Island. Her childhood had been unstable, and by the time she was older, alcohol had become one of the ways she carried what had happened to her. So that night, when a white van pulled up beside her and a man offered her a ride, she was not thinking with the sharpness she might have had on a clearer night. The driver wore a baseball cap. and in the dark, she could not see his face properly. His voice sounded calm enough. He seemed friendly enough. He said he could take her where she needed to go, and because she was tired, drunk, and alone, she got in. But as soon as she entered the van, something felt wrong. The back seats had been removed. The inside smelled strange, like bleach and something metallic underneath it. Lenore sat there, trying to make sense of the feeling rising in her stomach, and then she looked over at the man behind the wheel. His face was still partly hidden, but now she could see enough to know she did not want to be in that van anymore. She told him to drop her off, but he did not stop. She tried again, telling him she wanted to go home, but he kept driving like he had not heard her. Then he said he would take her to a park, and that was when the fear became clear. Lenore knew better than to give him her real address, so she told him to let her out near Commercial Drive and said she would walk the rest of the way. But the van kept moving. At that point, Lenore stopped waiting for him to make the right decision and made one for herself. She reached for the door handle while the vehicle was still moving, pulled the door open, and threw herself out onto the road. She hit the ground hard, but she got up fast. Behind her, the van slowed down. Then it turned. The driver was coming back. Lenore ran. She cut away from the street, ducked into an alley, moved between buildings, and kept going until she found people. Then she blended into the group and stayed there long enough to make sure the van was gone. A week later, when she saw reports about more missing women on the news, she understood how close she had come. She could have become another name on the list. And while women like Lenore were escaping by instinct, Picton's usual methods were becoming harder to use. By June 2001, Dinah brought 22-year-old Andrea Joesbury from the Roosevelt Hotel, where Andrea was living at the time. Andrea went to the farm, and once she was there, the night turned in a different way from some of the earlier cases. Picton did not follow the same pattern. Andrea was killed by a gunshot, and because Dinah had been tied to how Andrea reached the property, questions later followed her role in what happened that night. A few months later, Serena Abbotsway was brought to the farm. Serena was 29 years old, and her name would later become one of the most important names in the entire investigation, because when police finally entered Picton's trailer in February 2002, they found her asthma inhaler. But before that discovery, before the search warrant, before the farm was sealed, Serena was another woman taken into Picton's world and never returned to the people who knew her. Andrea and Serena marked a dangerous change in Picton's behavior. He was no longer cleaning up as quickly or as carefully as before. Parts of evidence connected to the women were kept on the property, including in containers stored in a freezer. Whether he kept them because he felt untouchable, careless, or in control, the effect was the same. And while that evidence sat there, Picton went hunting again. By November 2001, he was back in Vancouver, this time near Main Street and West Hastings Street, where he encountered 26-year-old Mona Wilson. He promised her drugs and alcohol if she came with him, and Mona got into his van. But he did not take her to the trailer. He took her to a camper van parked behind a barn on the farm. The camper was not much better than the trailer. It carried the same dirty farm atmosphere, the same sense of isolation, and the same control Picton seemed to need. But it had what he wanted: a bed and enough privacy to act without interruption. After Mona realized the situation was turning against her, she fought back. She was stronger than he expected. When he tried to restrain her, she resisted. He pinned her down, but she would not give in easily, and for a moment, the control he depended on began to slip. So Picton reached for a gun. Mona was shot inside the camper, but the breakthrough did not come the way the families expected. It did not come because police finally built a perfect missing women case against Picton. It came through something smaller, simpler, and easier to act on: guns. In early February 2002, a man named Scott Chubb stepped into the story. He was not a grieving family member. He was not a journalist. He had worked around the Picton family as a truck driver, and he gave police the kind of direct information they had been missing for years. He told the Coquitlam RCMP that he had personally seen illegal weapons inside Robert Picton's trailer. So the police prepared the warrant. On February 5, 2002, police finally drove onto Robert Picton's farm, and the search that began that day did not begin as a murder investigation. They were there for illegal weapons, so they entered the property and started searching for guns. At first, they found exactly what the warrant allowed them to look for. Weapons were inside the trailer. That alone gave police a reason to arrest Pickton, and for a moment, the search still looked like a weapons case. Then an officer saw something on the floor. It was an inhaler. By itself, it did not look like the kind of object that would stop a search cold. It was small, ordinary, and easy to miss in the clutter of a filthy trailer. But when police checked the name attached to it, everything changed. The name was Serena Abotsway. Serena was one of the missing women from the downtown east side. At that moment, the officers were no longer standing inside a trailer with illegal firearms. They were standing inside the trailer of a man whose name had been tied to the missing women investigation for years, and now an item belonging to one of those women was right there in front of them. The search had to stop. They could not keep moving through the property under a weapons warrant while the evidence in front of them was now pointing towards something much larger. So police arrested Pickton, halted the firearm search, and began the process of securing the property for a new warrant. Pickton spent that first night in custody while the farm became the center of a case that was about to explode across Canada. By morning, news crews were gathering near the edge of the property. Police cars and trucks rolled through the mud. Officers moved around barns, trailers, vehicles, and farm buildings. And across Vancouver, people who had watched the missing women's story grow for years were now seeing Robert Pickton's face on television. For Lenore, the woman who had escaped from the white van, that face was not just another suspect on the news. It was the man she recognized. The man in the baseball cap. The man who had offered her a ride. The man who kept driving after she told him to stop. As she watched the reports, the weight of what had almost happened to her became clear. She had not simply escaped a bad ride. She had escaped a man police now believed was connected to the women disappearing from the same streets she had walked. Back at the farm, the search expanded. Investigators were no longer looking at one trailer. They were looking at a full property. Barns, vehicles, storage areas, animal pens, equipment, mud, waste, and buildings that had been part of Pickton's private world for years. The farm was no longer just a place police had heard about in tips. It was now the crime scene, and the items they began finding made the case darker with every step. They found handcuffs, a revolver, and items connected to sexual violence. They found a syringe containing a blue liquid. They found a Spanish fly, an aphrodisiac. And then investigators moved toward the camper van behind the barn. That camper became one of the key places tied to Mona Wilson. Inside, police found signs of a violent struggle and evidence that connected Mona to the vehicle. The walls, bedding, and carpet told investigators that whatever happened inside that camper had not been minor, and it had not been cleaned away well enough to hide it forever. Outside the camper, they found more evidence connected to her. The details were difficult even for experienced investigators to process, but the basic truth was clear. Mona Wilson had not simply vanished from Vancouver. Evidence of what happened to her was sitting on Pickton's farm. But that was only the beginning. And within days, Robert Pickton's property was no longer just a pig farm in Port Coquitlam. It became one of the largest crime scenes Canada had ever seen. The problem was the size of it. This was not one room, one vehicle, or one small area that could be taped off and processed in a few hours. It was a working farm with trailers, barns, vehicles, freezers, equipment, outbuildings, mud, animals, waste areas, and years of activity spread across the land. So the farm was sealed and the work began. Then they moved outside and began breaking the property into sections because the land itself had to be searched carefully. Soil had to be examined, areas had to be marked, evidence had to be logged, protected, tested, and connected back to names that families had been saying for years. And because the farm environment made everything harder, police brought in specialists. Forensic experts came in, archaeologists and DNA specialists came in. The investigation would eventually cost tens of millions of dollars, and the number of exhibits became massive. Some of that evidence connected directly to the 6 women who would later be named at trial: Serena Abotsway, Mona Wilson, Andrea Josbury, Brenda Ann Wolfe, Georgina Faith Papin, and Marnie Frey. But inside the investigation, there was another problem. Finding evidence was one thing. Proving exactly what happened, to whom, and when was another. The farm had too many people moving through it over the years. Piggy's Palace had brought crowds onto the property. Workers, guests, friends, partygoers, and associates had all been there at different times. That meant investigators were not only collecting evidence, they were trying to separate years of ordinary activity from evidence that could support murder charges in court. So the search became slow, and the case became bigger. And the more names appeared, the clearer it became that the story could not be contained by the first warrant, the first arrest, or even the first charges. By then, police already had enough to move against Robert Pickton again. He had been arrested during the weapons search, released on bail, and kept away from the farm while officers continued working the property. So, on February 22, 2002, police arrested him again. He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of Serena Abotsway and Mona Wilson. However, even with the arrest, police still needed to know what Pickton would say when he thought no one official was asking. In a formal interview, a suspect could deny everything. He could stay quiet. He could give short answers. And Pickton, by then, had already shown that he was not going to sit across from investigators and simply explain what had happened. So the police tried another strategy. They placed him in a cell with an undercover RCMP officer who posed as another detainee. To Pickton, the man was supposed to look like someone in the same situation, someone he could talk to without the pressure of a police interview room. But the conversation was being recorded, and every word mattered. At first, the exchange moved like ordinary jail talk. The undercover officer had to gain his trust, keep him speaking, and let the conversation unfold naturally. But then Pickton began saying things that changed the weight of the case. He allegedly told the undercover officer that he had killed 49 women, and he said he had wanted to make it an even 50. It seemed to confirm what many people had feared for years. The case was much bigger than the first 2 charges, much bigger than 1 search warrant, and much bigger than the 6 convictions that would eventually come. 49.
Really? I was doing my work, maybe 50. That's what I was stopping people for. Yeah. I was doing more, make a big battle. Make a big 5 cents. That's fuck. You gotta get 40 people to list. And now all the list is I'm gonna have people. The other half is going, I love it. So the other was DNA. They can't even put a name to it. How the fuck does that help you? That helps you? Yeah. Right? Looks good on you. You can feel the surge with antifreeze, and you inject yourself, and you're dead better than 10 minutes. Why did we get even? Bigger than bigger than the ones in the States. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But even then, police still had to prove each case in court. They could not build a prosecution on fear alone. They could not charge every disappearance just because Pickton had said something in a cell. They needed evidence, names, timelines, forensic links, witness statements, and legal proof strong enough to survive a trial. So while that recording became one of the most chilling pieces of the investigation, it did not end the work. The farm search continued. The forensic testing continued. More names were reviewed. More charges were prepared. And as the case moved forward, investigators were no longer asking whether Robert Pickton's farm mattered. They were asking how many women it could explain. By 2005, the case had grown into one of the largest criminal prosecutions Canada had ever seen, and Pickton was facing dozens of murder charges connected to women who had disappeared from Vancouver's downtown east side. So, by the time the court process began, it was already clear that this was not going to be a simple trial. In 2006, Justice James Williams, the British Columbia Supreme Court judge, had to decide how the case would be heard. Pickton had been charged with many counts of first-degree murder, But if all of those counts went before one jury at the same time, the trial could stretch for years. The evidence could become overwhelming. The jury could struggle to keep each count separate, and if the process became too heavy, there was a real risk of a mistrial. So Justice Williams made a major decision. He severed the charges. The first trial would deal with 6 women, and the remaining charges would be left for a possible second trial later. And that first part began in January 2007. The 6 women at the center of the trial were Marnie Frey, Serena Abbotsway, Georgina Faith Papin, Andrea Josbury, Brenda Wolfe, and Mona Wilson. Prosecutors argued that Pickton was responsible for the deaths of these women, and they built their case around the evidence found on the farm, the forensic links, witness testimony, and his own recorded statements. But the defense fought back by attacking the certainty of that story. They argued that the farm had not been a quiet, private space where only Pickton moved around. It has been busy. People came and went. Piggy's Palace had brought crowds to the property. Workers, friends, partygoers, and associates had been there over the years. So the defense tried to create doubt by saying the evidence did not prove Pickton acted alone, or even that he was the only person responsible. They also challenged key witnesses. Lynn Ellingson became one of the most important and complicated figures in the courtroom. She had been connected to one of the earlier claims about seeing something disturbing at the farm, but her credibility was attacked because of her drug use, her changing statements, and her own connection to Pickton's world. The defense also raised questions about Pickton himself. They pointed to his low intelligence. They questioned whether his recorded statements in the jail cell were real admissions or whether he had been exaggerating to impress someone he thought was another inmate. They tried to show the jury that the farm was chaotic, the people around Pickton were unreliable, and the evidence did not answer every question clearly enough for first-degree murder. And that was where the trial became more complicated than many families expected. During deliberations, the jury asked whether Pickton could still be found guilty if he was not the only person involved. That question mattered because it showed that the jurors were thinking carefully about the possibility of other people, other actions, and different routes to responsibility. And for the family sitting through the trial, that must have been difficult to hear. Then on December 9th, 2007, the jury returned. Robert Pickton was found not guilty of first-degree murder on all 6 counts, but he was found guilty of 6 counts of second-degree murder. The verdict meant the jury believed he was criminally responsible for the deaths of Marnie Frey, Serena Abbotsway, Georgina Faith Papin, Andrea Josbury, Brenda Wolfe, and Mona Wilson. But it also meant the jury had not accepted the full first-degree murder case as charged. For some families, there was relief because there was finally a conviction. For others, there was pain because the verdict still left unanswered questions. And for many people watching the case, the second-degree conviction created a difficult feeling. Pickton had been held responsible, but the trial had not fully explained everything. 2 days later, on December 11th, 2007, Justice Williams sentenced him. Pickton received life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years, the maximum parole ineligibility period available for second-degree murder. And when Justice Williams addressed the court, he did not pretend the trial had revealed every detail. He said, "Mr. Pickton's conduct was murderous and repeatedly so. I cannot know the details, but I know this. What happened to them was senseless and despicable." That sentence captured the strange weight of the case. But even as Pickton was led into a life sentence, the larger case was still unfinished because 20 other charges remained, and many families were still waiting to know whether their loved ones would ever have their day in court. After the sentence, Robert Pickton's legal fight did not end. His lawyers appealed the convictions, and the case moved from the trial court to the British Columbia Court of Appeal. The defense argued that mistakes had been made during the trial, especially around the judge's instructions to the jury, the way certain evidence was handled, and how the jury was allowed to think about Pickton's role if other people had also been involved. Then prosecutors had wanted the first-degree murder acquittals reviewed, and they also challenged some of the trial decisions that had limited how the case was presented. So even after Pickton had been convicted, the legal arguments continued on both sides. And for the families, that meant the case still had no clean ending. Then the case reached the Supreme Court of Canada. In 2010, the Supreme Court upheld Picton's convictions. The court rejected the argument that he should receive a new trial, and the 6 second-degree murder convictions remained in place. For the 6 families tied to those convictions, that ruling meant the verdicts were secure. But almost immediately, another decision brought the pain back for many others. The remaining 20 murder charges were stayed. That meant they would not go to trial. The Crown's reasoning was practical in a legal sense. Picton was already serving life in prison with no parole eligibility for 25 years, which was the maximum parole ineligibility period he could receive. Even if he was convicted on more counts, prosecutors said it would not add more time to his sentence. But for many families, that answer did not feel like justice, because for them, the second trial was never only about adding years to Picton's sentence. It was about having their loved one's name spoken in court. It was about a public record. It was about evidence being heard, witnesses being questioned, and a jury being asked to make a decision. It was about the chance to stand in a courtroom and say what that loss had done to their family. Without a second trial, there would be no verdict for those women. There would be no full public telling of their cases. There would be no victim impact statements in the same way the first 6 families had been allowed to speak. And for some families, their loved ones remained trapped in the legal system as names attached to charges that were filed, delayed, and then quietly stopped. Some relatives were relieved because they did not want to sit through another long and painful trial. After everything they had already endured, another trial would have forced families to hear difficult evidence again and live through years of court delays. That was one of the strongest criticisms raised by legal scholar Elaine Craig. She argued that the Picton trial punished the accused, but it did not produce a full truth account. It did not fully show who the women were beyond the labels often attached to them, and it did not give all families the same chance to have their loved one's story heard in court. After the convictions were upheld and the remaining charges were stayed, the legal case had reached the point where the courts could not give families much more. But the public questions were still there. How had so many women disappeared from the same community? Why had families and advocates struggled for years to be heard? Why had the 1997 case involving Wendy Lynn Eistetter been dropped, even though it later became one of the clearest missed warnings in the entire story? And why had police forces working across Vancouver and Port Coquitlam failed to move quickly enough when Robert Picton's name had already appeared in tips and reports? So in 2010, British Columbia created the Missing Women Commission of Inquiry, led by Wally Opal. The inquiry was not a second trial, and it was not there to decide again whether Picton was guilty. Its job was to look at the system around the case, the police decisions, the Crown decision in 1998, the missing person investigations, and the way different agencies handled information while women continued to vanish. In 2012, the final report came out. It was called Forsaken, and its findings were painful. The inquiry described blatant failures in the way the cases had been handled, and it called the result a tragedy of epic proportions. Those were words from an official public inquiry looking back at years of missed warnings, poor coordination, weak urgency, and bias against women who were already living on the margins. The report made 63 recommendations. It called for better missing person investigations, stronger police cooperation, improved support for vulnerable women, and more attention to the families who had spent years asking for answers. But even the inquiry itself was criticized because some families and community groups felt the process had not fully included the people most affected. Still, one thing could no longer be denied. The women had not only been failed by one man, they had been failed by systems that should have responded sooner. The Vancouver Police Department later apologized. Deputy Chief Constable Doug Lepard said he wished, from the bottom of his heart, that police had caught Picton sooner. He said he wished the agencies involved had done better, that the mistakes could be undone, and that more lives could have been saved. But those words came after the damage had already been done. Robert Picton spent the rest of his life in prison. In 2024, he was attacked by another inmate, and he later died in hospital.
This is what's left of Robert Picton's notorious pig farm. remnants of the pain he caused, tributes to the women he killed. The serial killer was attacked by another inmate in prison earlier this month. The Vancouver Sun reports Pickton was stabbed in the head with a broken broom handle. For some victims' families, there is now closure, even joy.
A relief and just happy. To be honest, I jumped up and down.
Tammy Lynn Papin's sister Georgina's DNA was found on Pickton's pig farm, along with the remains or DNA of 32 other women.
It was only her left hand, the bones of her left hand.
In 2007, Pickton was convicted of 6 counts of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Official justice likely for only some of his victims. He had bragged to an undercover police officer he had killed 49 women.
Those families are reliving that now, and they're the ones who should be remembered, not the serial killer who committed those crimes.
Justice took too long. The conviction came a full decade after reports workers, many Indigenous, were disappearing from Vancouver's downtown east side. Investigations were botched. A commission later blamed systemic bias and fragmented policing.
Obviously, his legacy is one of horrible notoriety and the innocent suffering, the devastation that he caused so many innocent people.
Pickton's brutality and the failure to stop it sooner forced Canadians to reflect on how our institutions treat the vulnerable, especially Indigenous women, a reckoning still unfolding.
Now, if any vulnerable person goes missing, the police have an obligation, a legal obligation, to do an investigation and to report back to the families.
Police and prison officials are investigating the attack on Pickton, a brutal end for a man with a brutal legacy. Lindsay Duncombe, CBC News, Vancouver.
But that was not where this story should end, because the case never truly belonged to Robert Pickton. It was about the women whose lives were cut short, the families who kept asking questions, and the community that knew something was wrong long before the country was forced to look. Pickton was convicted for 6 women: Serena Abbotsway, Mona Wilson, Andrea Joesbury, Brenda Ann Wolfe, Georgina Faith Papin, and Marnie Frey. But there were other names tied to charges that never went to trial. Jacqueline Michelle McDonnell, Diane Rosemary Rock, Heather Kathleen Bottomley, Jennifer Lynn Firminger, Helen May Hallmark, Patricia Rose Johnson, Heather Gabrielle Chinnock, Tanya Hullock, Sherry Lee Irving, Inga Monique Hall, Tiffany Louise Drew, Sarah John DeVries, Cynthia Cindy Felix, Angela Rebecca Jardine, Diana Melnick, Deborah Lynn Jones, Wendy Crawford, Carrie Lynn Koski, Andrea Faye Boerhaven, Kara Louise Ellis, and Mission Jane Doe. There were also women whose names appeared around the wider investigation, even though Pickton was not convicted in their cases: Marianne Clark, Stephanie Lane, Dawn, Teresa Cray, Yvonne Marie Bowen. Behind every name was a life, a family, a history, a person who should not have had to be perfect to be protected. And that is what made this case so painful. And it belonged to the question Canada was forced to face after years of looking away. How many lives could have been saved if the warnings had mattered sooner?
So I started getting the trash out, and then when I did that, I seen that there was in there.
What? 9 months? Something was crying. Lexi, have you watched the news of the girls, that what they do to their babies and what they go to jail? I was crying.
At 2:08 a.m. on January 27, 2023, a hospital housekeeper walked into a bathroom at Artesia General Hospital expecting to clean up a medical mess. Instead, she found a discovery that would change everything. The emergency room bathroom was covered in. It was on the floor, around the toilet, and on the walls.
And all I saw was like everywhere, like on the walls, on the toilet. It just looked like a horror film.
Staff members believed a patient had suffered some kind of medical emergency, but the patient who had just left the bathroom did not ask for help. And when hospital workers checked on her, she gave them one explanation. She said she was on her. But when the housekeeper reached for the trash can, it was heavier than it should have been. Inside was a baby. The discovery immediately turned a hospital visit into a criminal investigation.
When I went in there, it was a mess.
The patient was 19-year-old Alexi Trevizo, a high school senior and cheerleader from Artesia, New Mexico. But what happened inside that bathroom would lead to a first-degree charge, a lawsuit against the hospital, and a legal battle that would decide whether some of the most important evidence in the case could ever reach a jury. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. Alexi Joy Trevizo was born on November 25, 2004 in Seminole, Texas, to Guadalupe and Rosa Trevizo. Her early family life was not always easy. According to reports, her parents separated after her father was accused of being toward her mother during the pregnancy. Rosa later faced her own legal troubles, including arrests related to theft by check and assault between 2004 and 2009. Eventually, Rosa and Alexi relocated to Artesia, New Mexico, where Alexi would spend most of her teenage years. By the time she reached her senior year of high school, Alexi appeared to have the kind of life many teenagers around her could recognize. She was 19 years old, only months away from graduation, and she was known around Artesia High School. She was a cheerleader, yet able to maintain a 3.86 GPA. She was also in a long-term relationship with Devin Fierro. The two had been together for about 2 years, and Devin was also active in school sports, playing both football and baseball. Like many young couples approaching graduation, they had talked about what came next. Both Alexi and Devin had plans to attend New Mexico State University in the fall of 2023. But during the second half of her senior year, people around her began noticing changes. Alexi started gaining weight, but she explained the change by saying it was connected to birth control. She told friends that she believed the medication was causing her body to change. She also reportedly began taking phentermine, a prescription weight loss medication often used to help patients with obesity lose weight. But on the night of January 26, 2023, Alexi Trevizo's life changed in a way that nobody around her expected. Shortly before midnight, Alexi and her mother, Rosa Trevizo, arrived at Artesia General Hospital in Artesia, New Mexico. The reason for the visit seemed straightforward. Alexi was in severe pain. She was experiencing intense back, hip, and abdominal discomfort, and according to Rosa, this was not completely unusual for her daughter. Rosa later explained that Alexi had struggled with back and hip issues before and had visited a chiropractor regularly because of those problems. So when Alexi told her mother that the pain had become much worse, Rosa believed she needed medical attention. She later said she initially thought the problem was related to Alexi's back and that perhaps she needed to see a chiropractor again. But the pain had become severe enough that she decided taking her daughter to the emergency room was the safest option. The two arrived at Artesia General Hospital at approximately 11:47 p.m., and Alexi was admitted shortly afterward. At the time, hospital staff were treating the situation like a typical emergency room visit. As part of the normal process, staff asked Alexi questions about her medical history, including questions that are routinely asked to women of childbearing age. They asked whether there was any possibility that she could be pregnant and when her last had occurred, but Alexi told them there was no chance she was pregnant. She said she was having regular, and she also said she was taking control, and she denied being sexually active. Her mother was present during at least part of this conversation, and according to later statements, Rosa also believed there was no possibility that Alexi was pregnant. So, at around 12:18 a.m., medical workers started an IV and began administering medication to help manage her pain. They also collected samples and for testing so they could investigate what was causing her condition. The doctors were still trying to determine what was happening. Then, at approximately 12:51 a.m., the urine test results came back. The test showed that Alexi was pregnant. The result changed the direction of the entire hospital visit, but there was one important detail. Alexi had not been told yet. At this point, the hospital staff were preparing to have that conversation with her. They needed to explain the result, assess her condition, and determine what medical care she needed. But before that conversation happened, Alexi got up from her hospital bed and walked toward the bathroom. And the next few minutes would become the most important part of the entire investigation. At approximately 1:39 a.m. on January 27, 2023, Alexi Trevizo got up from her hospital bed and walked out of the room. At that moment, the medical staff still had not told her about the positive pregnancy test. Some hospital workers later recalled seeing her with one hand positioned between her legs as she walked, which raised questions about what she may have already been experiencing. She entered the bathroom and closed the door behind her. A nurse and other hospital workers later described hearing repeated sounds coming from inside the bathroom. They heard the toilet flushing multiple times, the water running, and the paper towel dispenser being used repeatedly. Because Alexi had been inside for longer than expected, staff began checking on her. They knocked on the bathroom door and asked if she was okay. Then Alexi responded that she was fine. A staff member eventually decided that they needed to get access to the room. They told Alexei that if she did not open the door, they would have to unlock it. A hospital employee was asked to bring a spare key, but before the door could be opened, Alexi opened it herself. She stepped out of the bathroom and walked back toward her hospital room. She did not appear panicked, and she did not ask anyone for medical assistance. Instead, she returned to the room where she had been receiving treatment. But when hospital workers looked inside the bathroom, they realized something serious had happened. The condition of the room immediately raised concerns. There were large amounts of visible on the floor, around the toilet area, and on parts of the bathroom walls. She had attempted to clean parts of the room using paper towels, but significant evidence of what had happened remained. Some initially believed Alexi may have experienced or another medical emergency. Others were concerned that something more serious had occurred. And when a hospital worker asked Alexi what happened inside the bathroom, she gave a short explanation. She said, "I'm on my..." By the time hospital housekeeper Lila Lewis entered the restroom, staff believed they were dealing with the aftermath of a serious medical emergency. One nurse had called her and explained that a patient may have experienced a... So Lila arrived expecting to clean the room, remove the waste, and prepare the bathroom for the next person. But the moment she stepped inside, she understood why the staff had sounded concerned. There was across parts of the floor, around the toilet, and on sections of the nearby walls. Some areas appeared smeared as though someone had tried to wipe them with paper towels, and there were also marks leading out of the restroom toward the hallway. Once the visible cleaning was finished, Lila turned to the trash. From above, the bin did not immediately look unusual because the visible liner appeared mostly empty. But when Lila began removing the waste, she noticed the weight. It was far heavier than a restroom bin containing paper towels and ordinary rubbish should have been, so she looked deeper and began moving the liners. Beneath the visible material, she found another plastic bag that had been tied and positioned low inside the container. And through that bag, she saw the shape of a... Lila immediately stopped what she was doing and called for the nurses at the front desk. Her voice and reaction made it clear that this was no longer a routine cleaning call. Nurse Hilliard Halliday then carried the container across the hallway into Trauma Room 2, where the medical team could examine what had been found away from the restroom. Halliday removed the liners and found a full-term inside the tied bag. The baby's skin felt cool, his body showed no visible movement, and staff could not detect breathing, a heartbeat, or any other sign that he was responsive. There were no obvious external that explained his condition, but he had remained inside the enclosed bag for an unknown amount of time. Hospital staff later recorded his temperature at approximately 95 degrees, which showed that his body had already begun cooling before he was discovered. At approximately 2:28 that morning, Dr. Vasquez pronounced the newborn dead. Alexi had not simply experienced unexplained or a possible inside the restroom. She had delivered a full-term, returned to her room, and said nothing about the birth, while the remained hidden inside the trash container. And by the time officers arrived at Artesia General Hospital, the scene had already split into two separate emergencies.
I'm sorry, there's a fire. We discovered it in the bathroom. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. He came out at me and I didn't know what to do.
Lexi, I told you about this. I just asked you to tell me the truth.
Scared. It was not crying or nothing.
What did you do to it?
Okay, stop right here.
I
Stop.
just
Stop.
couldn't-
Number one priority, guys. Number one priority is she just had a baby. I don't know if she's delivered the she's significantly.
Yeah.
I've spoken to the obstetrician at Loveless. They want her out there as soon as possible.
Okay.
I just need your permission to transfer her from medicals to she needs to
She's
be
19.
Oh, you're right.
But she is a student too.
She's
No,
still
no,
19
you're
years
right.
old.
You're right. She needs to. I'm sorry, I forgot she's 19.
Keep out of me.
But you need to make sure that you're safe. I need to send you to Loveless to labor and delivery. Will you please agree to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm gonna work on that. In terms, I'm sorry about this, but in terms of delivering a baby and it looked like you tried to hide it, we do have to have the police involved.
And nothing was crying. It came out with nothing.
I know. But the baby's gonna have to be taken for autopsy and there'll be an investigator and everything. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But we need to do this correctly. And I want to be transparent with you about what our steps are going to be.
Do you guys have, I'm the charge nurse here, do you guys have any questions for me?
Then what the investigator revealed next was so disturbing.
How big is the baby?
It's full term.
What?
9 months?
Nothing was crying.
Lexi, have you watched the news of the girls that what they do to their babies and what they go to jail?
Nothing was crying.
Any other questions? Okay.
I don't know everything yet, okay? So I'm not gonna tell you, I can't tell you nothing honestly, okay? All I can
But
say
she's
is,
not going to go to jail.
right now,
No?
right now, she's being detained. So she's not gonna leave from here at all, period, okay? So one of us will
She's
be
in your custody?
yeah, she's detained. Yeah, she's not under arrest, but she is
Okay.
detained, okay? She's not free to leave. So while this whole thing is coming up, you're not free to leave, okay? One of us will be in here the whole time with you, because you're not gonna try to leave or nothing like that.
She
All right.
won't. Where did you put the baby at? Tell me the truth.
When we got in there.
517-836-460.
That came out in the toilet bag? You put it in the bag?
Yes.
In what bag? Why did you say anything to us? Do you want to get in trouble for this now? You could get in trouble for this. Baby.
Mom, just give it time, okay? Let her speak to detectives whenever she's ready, okay?
And as investigators dug into the case, doctors flagged something strange. The was missing, nowhere to be found. And a isn't small. You can't just flush it down a toilet in one go. So investigators developed a theory that Alexei was in the bathroom, tearing the into smaller pieces and flushing it piece by piece. Remember all those toilet flushes reported earlier? This is where they come back into play. And then there's the detaching it isn't clean, it releases a which could explain something else investigators found. Red spatter on the bathroom wall.
Okay. Is this your family?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Detective Gonzalez, Chief of Police Department. What questions do you have for me right now?
What's gonna go on? Like, what, can I be with her?
She's getting life flighted out right now.
Okay,
So they're taking her right now.
okay,
I haven't spoke to her at all.
okay, so what's gonna go on? Like, what's gonna happen with her? Like,
So she's gonna get treatment before we even talk to her because she needs to be stabilized. So
Mhm.
that's why she's getting life flighted out.
okay,
Once she gets stabilized, we'll try and talk to her. The baby's gonna go up north for autopsy.
mhm.
More likely it will be done within the next day.
Is she gonna get detained after, like, she's released? How?
Get what?
Like, are y'all gonna take her to custody or anything like that? Like,
That depends
what?
on what the DA finds. We have to wait for the autopsy to come back to see what happened.
So they already took her out.
No, she's getting life flighted. She's right now being set up to go to the...
Okay.
What happened?
What do you mean?
Before the DA decision or that?
It should be pretty soon they make a decision. Because with the age of the decedent, they usually expedite autopsy reports and such. With normal people that pass naturally at home, it takes a couple months for us to get reports back. Stuff like this, we'll get it back pretty soon.
Okay.
So,
Still moving, they don't know.
we don't know. That's why he'll be going up north. Has y'all's information been taken yet?
He took my driver's license. He took her driver's license.
Okay.
My phone number. My phone number. Yeah.
So, even though she's of age, if she's not available to be contacted, can we put you down as next of kin for all my? Okay. And you'd be grandmother?
I'm mom.
So you'd be
I'm
the
her mom.
you'd be the decedent's grandmother.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
So she.
And it was at this point that Rosa revealed how she thought the back all started, which was even more disturbing.
That's her boyfriend.
Would y'all mind talking to me later when y'all are okay?
Yeah, I was with her. I know she talked to him for a while on the phone, and then she came to me, so I've been with her the rest of the time.
Today? Mm-hmm. Okay. So what did she come here for that she told you?
She told me she had back pain.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Has she been having back pain before?
Yeah, pain for her and her hips is no, I mean, she was born with like her, I don't know, it's like.
Her spine?
Okay, because my ex-husband, he hit me whenever I was pregnant with her. Mm-hmm. So she was early. So, she had some problems with her hips. Like I always had to take her to the chiropractor to get adjusted because she couldn't use it, like, she was always getting constipated, like she had to get lined up, whatever. So, I mean, I've been taking her to chiropractor because I always thought, this time, I didn't know. I honestly didn't know she was pregnant. I didn't know. I just thought, like she said, I have back pain while my hips are hurting me. I think I need to go to the chiropractor. I said, okay, let's go tomorrow. But she was like in really a lot of pain,
When did it start?
Like the pain?
Yes.
Yesterday she said it was really bad, that her hips were hurting and her back. And then last night we were on the phone together and she said her hips were hurting bad, and asked her if anything else was hurting, and she said just everything. And she went to sleep.
So I'm not trying to be rude, but you are more than likely would be the father? Okay.
Yes. No, we get it. We get it.
While Alexi Treviso was transferred to another hospital for emergency care, the newborn was placed in the custody of the New Mexico office of the medical investigator, and that examination would determine whether investigators were looking at a medical complication or a case in which the child had lived after delivery. The baby was later identified in the wrongful death court filings as Alex Ray Fierro.
She ran to the bathroom. I did see her pass me because I remember I told the girls, because she had her hand on her crotch and one on her butt, and she was running to the bathroom, and I was like, damn, I guess when you gotta go. And because one of the lab tech, Erica, was sitting there and we were talking, and she was like, dang. She was like, really? And that's when we noticed she was in there for quite some time. So I don't know if maybe the baby was already coming out and she just ran to the bathroom as fast as she could, or what. Like a few more flushes had gone by, and then that's when Chris was like, I don't know, because I told him, what if she's having a in there and, flushing stuff down the toilet? So he knocked on the door and he's like, you gotta unlock this door. And then she wouldn't reply, and he's like, if you don't reply, he goes, and then that's when she heard him call for me. And he was like, Laura, you got the spare key to this bathroom? And I was like, yeah. Because we keep like a ring of keys by the desk where I sit. So I went and I got the key, and just as we were getting ready to open the door, she opened it, and all I saw was like everywhere, like on the walls, on the toilet. It just looked like a horror film.
And you say where it is also on the floor too?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
Now, was it covering the floor or was it like splotches?
You could tell she was wiping it up with paper towels because it was like smeared.
Okay.
I noticed she had footprints that she was leaving going back to the room that we had put her in. So I had called housekeeping, which was Leela, and I was like, hey Leela, I'm sorry to bother you. I said, but I think this patient just had a in her bathroom and she left like a mess. If you could come and clean it. And she said, okay.
So when I went in there, it was a glory massacre mess.
Could you describe it if possible?
Yeah, there was everywhere.
But then the health workers would reveal even more disturbing details.
She essentially was scared. She was worried that she was going to get in trouble. She did have the back and forth with her mother that was just about like, they had said, oh, the mom was upset because she had sex and hadn't told her. So they were going back and forth on that. And then she was just denying it, which was a little out of the, wasn't really deniable at that point in time.
Right.
So the patient was denying having sex at this point to her mom.
Yeah, she was trying to state that she was still a virgin.
After she came in from the bathroom and all the and all that. Okay.
So did the pelvic, and then I think shortly after that the mom was in the waiting room after that. And then she was just worried. She was asking me like what was going to happen. I told her obviously I did not know.
Is this when you found out she was worried about getting in trouble? Did she tell you anything like?
She didn't say anything about what had happened. She was just essentially worried that she was just going to get in trouble.
So that's what I mean. Were those the questions she was asking?
Like so, what's going to happen to me? Like that kind of thing.
Did she ever ask about the baby?
No.
Not once.
Is there anything we haven't asked you think we should know?
I'm just going to tell you this. I've never, ever seen a reaction like that girl. I don't even know what to say about it. There was zero emotion. I don't even know what to say. I've never seen anything like it. I've seen women that are only married, or not married, but pregnant for 6 weeks and they lose their baby and they're a mess. You know what I mean? That girl went into that bathroom, made no sounds at all, and the baby came out of her. And I don't even know how she functioned that way to do what she did and with no emotion. I've never seen anything like it.
When hospital staff found inside the tied plastic bag, he was unresponsive, his body felt cool, and they could not detect breathing, movement, a heartbeat, or any other visible sign of life. His temperature was recorded at approximately 95 degrees, which indicated that his body had already begun cooling before the housekeeper discovered him. However, the condition in which Alex was found could not answer the most important question by itself. Investigators still needed to know whether he had been born alive. The examination estimated that Alex had reached approximately 38 weeks of gestation, which placed him at or very close to full term. He appeared physically developed enough to survive outside the womb, and the examination did not identify a major birth defect or anatomical condition that would have prevented him from living after delivery. There were also no obvious external injuries that explained his passing, so the medical examiner turned to the internal findings and the circumstances surrounding the discovery. The examination found air inside Alex's lungs, and air was also found inside his stomach. In simple terms, those findings suggested that he had taken breaths and swallowed air after leaving the womb. That did not prove how strong or sustained those breaths had been. However, it directly challenged Alexi's statement that she had seen no indication the baby was alive. The medical examiner also reported microscopic changes associated with a lack of oxygen, and when those findings were considered alongside the tied plastic bag, the examiner concluded that Alex had been alive after delivery, but had been unable to continue breathing inside the enclosed space. The official cause of death was listed as entrapment. That meant Alex had been enclosed inside a container where the available oxygen became too limited for him to survive. The container, according to investigators, was the tied plastic bag found beneath the visible material in the restroom trash can. The manner of death was then classified as. That classification was important, but it did not mean a court had found Alexei guilty of. A medical examiner uses the word when one person's actions contributed to another person's. But questions about criminal intent, state of mind, and legal responsibility still had to be decided through the justice system. Prosecutors believed the findings showed that Alex had been born alive and that his condition was caused by being placed inside the tied bag. They argued that medical help had been only a short distance away, but Alexei did not call for a doctor, press the restroom assistance button, open the door, or tell the nurses what had happened after she returned to her room. But the defense rejected that interpretation. Alexei's attorneys maintained that she had not known she was pregnant, that the delivery happened suddenly, and that she believed the baby had been because she did not hear crying or notice movement. They also argued that her loss, fear, and the medication administered by the hospital affected her ability to understand and respond to what had happened. The defense later raised another issue. Toxicology testing reportedly detected in Alex's system, which was consistent with medication the hospital had given Alexei before the delivery. Her attorneys argued that the medication may have affected the baby's ability to breathe and questioned whether the hospital's treatment played a role in the outcome. By March 28, 2023, Detective Barnabas Gonzalez had received the medical examiner's report and toxicology findings, and the investigation was no longer centered only on what hospital employees had seen inside the restroom. But Alexei had still not been arrested. For more than a month, investigators continued gathering records, reviewing surveillance, studying the body camera footage, and comparing the medical findings with what Alexei and the hospital staff had said that night. Then, on May 10th, police arrived at her family's home with a warrant.
I will bring her out. Just tell me what's going on.
For her arrest.
Okay.
I will give it to her whenever.
Can I see her?
She can see the warrant when she gets arrested.
This is my house. I
Right.
have a right to see the warrant.
I'm letting you know she has a warrant for her arrest. We don't have a search warrant for your house. We have a warrant for her arrest.
Okay, can we see the warrant?
Yeah, once we
She gets a copy of it.
Can I go up there when you take her up there?
You can go to the detention. Do you know where it is?
Everything?
It's
Okay,
nowhere.
so what is she under arrest for?
She's over 18. She's got a copy.
I understand that,
Right.
Detective Gonzalez.
Right.
What is she under arrest for?
She has a warrant for arrest. Okay?
For what?
That's all I'm going to tell you. Okay?
What do you mean that's all you're going to tell me?
She's over the age of 18.
I understand that, but I have a right to know as well.
We'll tell you that, but we
Okay,
need
then let
the
me know
cooperation.
now.
We need the cooperation.
Let me know now. I'm giving you the cooperation. I told you everything. Answer my question.
Well,
What is she under arrest for?
like I said, she's over the age of 18. Like, that we can't really put that information, but bring her out here, we'll tell you.
What is she under arrest
Bring her out here,
for?
we'll tell you right now.
No, I'm not bringing her out here yet. Let me know what she's under
She's
arrest
gonna
for.
get arrested regardless. I mean, I don't know why.
For what? For what? For what?
Are you okay with telling me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tell me.
Homicide. Open count and tampering with evidence.
Tampering with evidence?
Yes.
At the hospital?
Yes.
So, can we see her now?
Give me a minute.
Okay.
Can I see the warrant?
It's an arrest warrant for her. It's
Okay,
not a
can I
search
see
warrant
the
for your
arrest warrant?
house.
I want to see the arrest warrant.
And what will that prove? What's your name?
Lexi.
Okay. What's the last 4 years social?
She don't even know it.
You don't know it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Alexia, do you know your date of birth?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
11/25/03.
Yeah.
Do you have to walk her all the way over there? Can you bring the car up there? Please.
It's up to you.
That's all. Just please.
I'll go get it.
3300 West Main Street, the Public Safety Complex. If you just go through the front door, you know where we first spoke in the records?
Yeah.
If you just go over there. Is there any four?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll meet her in the front.
Okay. I'll get with him and do all stuff, go to dispatch.
Okay. We'll meet you in the front, okay?
The arrest immediately pushed the case back into national headlines because the public had already seen portions of the hospital footage and heard pieces of the body camera conversation. But now, Alexei was formally facing one of the most serious accusations possible. But Alexei's attorney said she had not known she was pregnant.
Not a single one of them told her that she was. Not a single one of them told her that we need to examine you. She went to the hospital thinking that she was suffering from low back and severe abdominal. So she is shocked whenever she delivers a baby. And then the issue of what caused the baby is going to be one that's going to be litigated. I already have a real good idea what caused the baby's death. It had nothing to do with my client. She was not at fault. They gave her major medication. Some of that medication certainly dangerous to a unborn child or fetus, and contraindicated if you're going to breastfeed later on. This is a classic instance. The female feels the need to go to the restroom. Maybe we better check and make sure she's not delivering a baby. I mean, you just don't allow that kind of thing if you know what you're doing. So this is a situation in which the hospital failed her, the nurses and doctors failed her, the office of the medical investigator has failed her. But let me put it this way. People would be very pleased with the actions that she took and the way she handled the situation, despite the fact she's on major medication, is in total shock and in a state of panic. She still tried to do the right thing by her baby, I'll tell you that much. And that baby wasn't put in the right away.
On May 16th, 6 days after her arrest, Alexei was released under a reported $100,000 unsecured bond. But her release came just as the school year was ending, and that created another controversy. Alexei had been preparing to graduate from Artesia High School, but reports said officials were concerned that her presence at the ceremony could draw protesters, media attention, and disruption away from the other students. Some reports said the school asked her not to attend, while others suggested that her lawyers agreed that staying away would prevent the ceremony from turning into a public spectacle. Whatever arrangement was made, Alexei did not experience graduation in the ordinary way she had expected only months earlier. But photographs from her senior prom had already spread online. The images showed Alexei attending with her boyfriend, Devin Fierro, who was identified as Alex Ray Fierro's father. People began comparing the prom pictures with older photographs of Alexei in her cheerleading uniform, and many argued that her pregnancy had been obvious. And that controversy followed Alexei into college as well. While the criminal case remained pending, she was reportedly allowed to attend New Mexico State University, and that decision led to another wave of public criticism. An online petition called for the university to prevent her from attending campus, and the campaign gained attention from people who believed someone facing a murder charge should not be allowed to continue college as though nothing had happened. However, on September 4th, 2025, the New Mexico Supreme Court heard arguments over whether Alexei's hospital room statements were protected by physician-patient privilege and could be used at trial. Physician-patient privilege generally protects confidential medical conversations from being disclosed or used in court without the patient's consent. The state argued first.
The state believes there's no interrogation here, Your Honor, is when you look at the video, just so we're all starting from a baseline, the police do not ask her any questions at all. The police do at one point ask the mother, does she have a driver's license? They hand that over. Of course, they're going to run everyone for warrants, like showing up at a car accident scene. But as I cited in the briefs, we all are familiar with cases that say they're asking for a driver's license, and that's procedural. That doesn't count as interrogation. So then the question would be, did the police say anything that would be, as Ines says, reasonably likely to elicit.
Well, it's not saying it can be actions as well. And that's what I want to focus on is actions. Because I get that the police didn't say anything, they didn't ask questions. But here my concern is that if we only review the video and that's out of context to what the police have been told prior to going into the room. There's been a report. They've heard from the nurse. Probably things maybe the nurse shouldn't have told them. And then they're invited to go in. And so there's action as a result of that that's different than like they just pop their head in, or if the report had just been made without healthcare folks tying the report to this young lady. That might be different if they were just going room to room saying we'd like everybody's name and information. But here they had this body of knowledge before they walk in the room, and that's what troubles me.
But the defense argued otherwise.
The ramifications of this case that are extraordinary for Ms. Treviso and for every vulnerable patient in New Mexico, and for the state's commitment to safe, confidential reproductive health care. And even more importantly, to maintaining the line that separates medical care from police investigations. Physicians and medical personnel take on the role of caregiver. Police take on the role of investigator. If we accept the state's position in this case, that line completely disappears. And it's to the detriment of New Mexico patients at their most vulnerable moment. Police are in the emergency department every single day. This is something real live doctors have to navigate every single day, and the people who are there are inherently at their most vulnerable moment. There are guidelines here. The state's position is essentially there is no.
But the state fired back.
She did not know she was immediately upon giving birth. The natural thing you would think anybody would do is, help, help, I just had a baby, help, help, I need help. She did not tell anybody for 30 minutes. It was 30 minutes later that the cleaning lady found the baby, and obviously another 5-10 minutes till the police showed up. I think one can make a good argument that she did not even from the beginning avail herself of the physician-patient privilege.
The case is still ongoing, and there's no conclusion yet.
No decision was made today. According to the courts, a decision will be made later.
Now, the real question is, should statements made by a patient while she was receiving treatment and surrounded by medical staff and police be protected by physician-patient privilege, or should those statements be heard by a jury when they may explain what happened to another person? Protecting confidential medical care matters, but so does preserving evidence in a serious criminal investigation, and this case forced the court to decide where that line should be drawn. So where do you stand? Do you believe Alexi knew she was pregnant? Should the hospital room statements be allowed at trial, or should they remain protected because they were made during medical care? Could prosecutors still prove their case without that footage? And if the hospital failed to respond properly, how much responsibility should it carry? Alexi had not been convicted, and the hospital had not been found legally responsible. And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
I can't say that for sure is your grandmother. More than likely it probably is. Who else would be chopped up, in the basement. So that's where we found the pieces of her body at. That's what, at this point, that's what we're investigating a murder at this point.
A jury found a Maryland woman guilty of murdering her 71-year-old mother. Now, the details of the case are disturbing. Candace Craig has been convicted of killing and dismembering her mother with a chainsaw and burning her remains on a backyard grill.
On May 27th, 2023, someone in a quiet Maryland neighborhood noticed black smoke coming from behind a house on Hill Road. At first, it looked like a small backyard fire that had gotten out of control. The fire department came, the smoke cleared, and everyone moved on. But no one knew what had really happened behind that house. No one knew that a 71-year-old grandmother named Margaret Craig had not been seen for days. and no one knew that police would soon return to that same home for a welfare check. When they got there, Margaret's daughter, Candace Craig, opened the door and let them in. She told them her mother was missing, but when officers walked toward the basement, they noticed something that did not match her story. And soon, everyone would learn that the fire behind the house had not been an ordinary backyard fire. Prosecutors would later say it was part of an attempt to destroy evidence and hide what had happened to Margaret Craig. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. Before anyone knew what the smoke behind the house meant, Margaret Craig was already missing from the life she had built around that home. She was 71 years old, and to some of her relatives, she was not just Margaret. She was Auntie Joyce, the older woman they expected to hear from, check on, and worry about when she suddenly went quiet. Margaret lived in the Hill Road home near the Hyattsville and Landover area of Prince George's County, Maryland, and by 2023, she was not in the kind of condition where silence could be brushed aside. She had suffered multiple strokes, she had diabetes, and she needed help with regular daily tasks. She did not drive, so if she needed to go somewhere, someone usually had to know about it or take her there. That was why her disappearance did not feel normal to the people who cared about her. Candace Craig, Margaret's daughter, was the person closest to her daily routine. She lived in the same house, and she was supposed to be the one helping Margaret through the health problems that had made her more dependent on the people around her. She knew when Margaret needed something. She knew how Margaret called for help. She knew her habits, her movements, and her health issues. From the outside, it could have looked like a common family arrangement. An aging mother needed support, and her adult daughter was there in the home with her. But inside that same home, the relationship was more complicated. Margaret was not only being cared for, she was also helping to hold the household together. She collected Social Security and pension income, and prosecutors later said she had worked hard all her life. She was helping support Candace, her grandchildren, and even Candace's boyfriend, who was also allowed to live in the home. So when Margaret stopped answering calls, it was not just unusual, it was worrying. Candace would later tell investigators that Margaret had been quiet, that she had seemed depressed, and that she may have been showing signs of early dementia, although that claim was not clearly confirmed by a formal diagnosis. Candace also said Margaret had left home before and returned after a few days without explaining where she had been. But that explanation did not sit right with everyone. And by May 31st, 2023, Margaret's silence had gone on long enough that one of her nephews, David Wilson, decided he could not just keep calling and hoping she would answer. He knew Margaret's health was fragile, and he knew she was not the kind of person who could be unreachable for days without someone checking on her. So he went to the Hill Road home himself, expecting to either see her, hear from her, or at least get a clear explanation from the people inside. But when David got there, no one answered the door. That made the situation feel even more serious, so he called the police and asked for a welfare check. At the same time, he messaged Candace, because if anyone should have known where Margaret was, it was the daughter who lived with her and cared for her. David wrote, "I'm on the phone with the police. They are doing a wellness check. Sorry to scare you, but this is not normal." But Candace's response was not a worried call asking what had happened. She just replied with a thumbs up. And that small response would later feel strange because, at that point, Margaret had not been returning calls. Her family was worried, and a relative was standing outside the house calling the police. But Candace still did not sound alarmed, and when Candace eventually came to the door, she gave the family and the officer a simple explanation. She said Margaret had gone to a friend's house. She also said she would wait 72 hours before filing a report herself, because in her version of events, Margaret had left before and come back after a few days. For the responding officer, there was not enough in that moment to push further. Margaret was an adult, Candace said she had left the home, and there was no clear proof yet that something had happened inside the house. So the first welfare check ended without a discovery, But for Margaret's relatives, the explanation did not settle anything. It only gave them another reason to keep worrying, because Margaret was elderly, she had serious health problems, she did not drive, and the idea that she had simply gone off to a friend's house without telling the family did not feel right. Candace's explanation bought her time, but it did not stop the concern. And 2 days later, police came back to the same house. On June 2nd, 2023, the concern around Margaret Craig had not gone away, and by early afternoon, police were called back to the Hill Road home. This time, officers from the Division 3 Landover Station responded at about 1:35 p.m. for another welfare check. Another family member had not been able to reach Margaret for several days, and with her age and health problems, that silence still did not feel safe. Candace Craig answered the door again, and just like before, she did not block the officers from coming in. She allowed them inside the home to search for her mother, which could have made her look cooperative at first. If Margaret had really gone somewhere, then letting police walk through the house should not have been a problem. But that was where Candace's story began to collide with what was inside the home. So investigators separated Candace Craig from her daughter, Salia Hardy, and they began with the basic questions that would show whether both stories matched. Salia was 19 years old at the time. She lived in the same house with her mother, her grandmother, her sisters, and Candace's boyfriend. So if Margaret had really walked out of that house, or if something had happened to her inside it, Salia was one of the people who should have noticed.
She lived within that house. My grandmother, my mother, and my mother's boyfriend. What's his name? How long has she been living in the house with y'all? 2 years. 2 years.
At first, Salia gave an answer that seemed to support Candace's version of events. She said she had last seen her grandmother on Tuesday before she left for work. Margaret was in her room, and from Salia's first answer, it sounded like Margaret was still alive at that point.
So I know that your mother's missing. What is, kind of fill me into what's going on?
My daughter saw her on Tuesday. She said she was in the bathroom dumping her colostomy bag, and her grandma come out her room, and then she went out the front door. And then when she went out the bathroom, she realized the front door was open, so she knew she had to leave. But she didn't see her leave, but she knew she heard her.
So I saw her Tuesday, May 29th.
Yeah, she said she...
Candace's story also tried to keep Margaret alive after the day prosecutors would later say she had already died. Candace told investigators Margaret had been quiet. She said her mother had suffered strokes, had diabetes, and might have been showing signs of early dementia.
She had a couple strokes, diabetic. She was showing signs of early dementia, but not really diagnosed. The doctor never diagnosed her. She didn't want to go.
She also said Margaret had left the house before and returned days later without explaining where she had been.
Condition when you saw her mother?
She was quiet all day on Monday. She basically stayed in the room. She didn't really do anything. That was it. She was in the bed. It was quiet. Like the last couple of days, she was just quiet. It was like you can hear her on the phone talking, and then she would just start crying when she gets off the phone, like she was depressed. And I kept on telling her, you need to tell your family how you're feeling. And she didn't want them to know certain things, and she was like quiet.
So where do you think she don't drive, right?
No.
Well, she didn't drive. Where do you think she went?
I have no idea. Normally if she needs to go somewhere, she'll ask me. But I went to the ER the first week of May, so got my spine, so I haven't been driving that much. But normally she'll call her brother-in-law, but they didn't pick her up that day. And my dad is really not concerned. He's thinking that she's with some man. I said, no, if she was with some man, she would have told me. So I don't think that's the case. But he's like, oh, she'll pop up.
But while Candace was building that explanation in one room, Salia was sitting in another room, and her answers were not fitting neatly into the same story.
For you, if you came home and didn't see your grandmother for 3 or 4 days, would you think that was normal or was that abnormal? No, that's not normal. My mother, she been telling me how she did it before, but I never did that. She did it before. Okay, but normally you're seeing her every day when you come home from work or when you're leaving the house? Yeah. So you didn't? Mostly in her room all the time. Where did your mom say she went? Oh, she don't know. So she didn't say she went to a friend's house or anything.
So who reported her missing?
Today, I don't know. I know she went missing twice last year, and then January she did the same thing. And
was there a report for that?
No, she came back the third day, but she never said where she was or anything. And I kept on asking, she didn't want to tell me. But she came back the third day. I don't know who made the report today. So me and my cousin were supposed to go to the police station today to file a report. So Wednesday the police came to the house. I think one of my cousins called, so they came to the house and they looked around, and I told them about the history of her being gone, and they was like, well, I will wait out 72 hours to see if she came back. And that's the reason why I was going to file today.
When was the last time you spoke to your mom over the phone?
She texted me Monday to come down and open a bottle of water, but that was about it. And usually when I text her, she never responds, hardly. And when she needs me, she'll come by the step and she'll call my name, and she'll bang on the wall.
Text you on Monday?
No, that's the cell phone I text. That's the house phone. She'll call me from the house phone if she needs me.
Candace was trying to make Margaret sound like someone who might have wandered off, stayed away, and come back when she was ready. But Salia's answers pointed to something different. Margaret was vulnerable and needed help. And Margaret being unseen for days was not something the people in that house could easily explain away. At that stage, investigators still needed more, so they kept asking.
You guys get here today. Tell me what happened today.
Today, I was in the basement cleaning up my daughter's colostomy bag, Soraya, because she had a mess over the place. And there was a knock on the door. And then the officer, someone reported her missing. And he came in and he looked around the place, and that was it. So they had me upstairs in the living room. They didn't allow anybody to come in the house or to leave the house. And I'm here. When I talked to the police officer, he just said they was going to ask me questions about the last time I've seen my mom.
And the more they asked, the more Candace's story didn't make sense. Because if she left of her own accord, at least she would take some very necessary things with her.
So, do you have access to your mom's account or anything like that?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So have you noticed in the last 4 or 5 days any normal transactions?
She has not made nothing. She doesn't have a credit card, so it's nothing. And she can't remember her passwords. Her book where she has all her passwords was on the bed.
Like what kind of account?
Capital One.
So she got Capital One.
Yeah.
And you haven't noticed any transactions on her Capital One card from?
The only transactions that was made, that I made them, she didn't make any.
So Candace had not heard from her very dependent mother for days, but during that same time, money was still being taken from Margaret's account for personal expenses. That was a red flag investigators could not ignore.
How would you describe your relationship with your mom?
We're close. She calls on me for everything. She probably is not happy with the career choice that I made. Like, she wanted me to continue school. She probably had disappointments about that. But other than that, she calls on me every day. Anytime she needs something, it's me. I guess my mother and daughter relationship, I should say. You mean like my mother and her relationship? Mm-hmm. How is it? It's okay. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, outside of the regular family argument, we just, I've been hearing my mother been taking her money too. Is she unemployed? Yeah. How long has she been unemployed? She stopped working, I say, some years now. Okay. More than 3 years. She said she gets paychecks, but I don't know how. Okay.
At this point, investigators needed to know whether there had been tension between Margaret and Candace, and what they found would be a very important clue.
You ever been violent with her or anything, or? No, never. Okay. I don't have her yelling or they don't yell at us or nothing. Mm-hmm. I know, my grandmother, she calls my mother name, every day. She gets irritated and stuff. Why should be calling me and stuff, but that's about it. Okay.
Could Candace's unemployment have been one of the major issues between her and Margaret? And could that tension have eventually turned violent?
And you're not, so she calls you every day, and at this point you're not concerned, even though you typically talk to her daily. And here it is, it's been 4 days, 5 days, and
That's what said the 72 hours I was going to report. So I said if I didn't hear from her by the 72 hours, yes, I'll file. That's when my concern will kick in.
so, okay, so we have some investigators that are at the house now. They conducted they got a court-ordered search warrant to search the house. So they're doing that now.
And as soon as investigators mentioned that her house would be searched thoroughly, Candace's body language changed. She started shaking, and for the first time, she looked like she was losing control.
Right now, what we're investigating, we found a dismembered body. Do you know what dismembered means? Okay, so we found pieces of a body. Pieces like chopped up, like somebody's body was chopped up in bags in the house. I can't say for sure that it's your grandmother. I don't know whose body it is. I don't know who else's body would be in the house, but she's obviously missing at this point. We'll get her. We'll get whoever it is identified, but more than likely, based off of saying that, everybody says that they haven't seen her, it probably is her. So that's what I'm a homicide detective. So that's what I'm investigating. So that's why I'm asking you the questions along the lines of would it if it got to a point where it got so to the point where it got so violent, you know what I'm saying? So because the thing is that it wouldn't make any sense for us to find pieces in bags.
During the second welfare check, officers moved through the house and made their way toward the basement. They noticed a strong odor. Then they saw the first signs that something serious had happened there. There were white plastic trash bags in the basement. There was blood evidence near them. There were cleaning materials, cutting utensils, and a knife. Officers also found chainsaw-related items, and later investigators would recover the chainsaw itself. At that point, the house no longer looked like the home of an elderly woman who had simply walked away. It looked like someone had tried to clean up after something, and that changed everything. The officers were no longer dealing with only a worried family and a missing grandmother. They were standing inside a possible crime scene, and the details in the basement did not match the calm explanation Candace had given days earlier. So the homicide unit and the evidence unit were called in. After what officers found inside the Hill Road home, the investigation could not stay at the level of a simple welfare check.
I can't say that for sure is her grandmother. More than likely it probably is. Because, who else would be chopped up, in the basement? So that's where we found the pieces of her body at. That's what, at this point, that's what we're investigating, a murder at this point.
After the sudden revelation of how much investigators had found in the house, Salia's first version started to weaken.
So you can think of anything, let me know. I know I heard my grandmother scream, but when was this? This was Monday. Now I know I heard her scream, but she always screamed. Like when she was to fall and stuff, she would always scream. So I asked my mother, what is that? She said that the boyfriend knocked something over, but all I heard was a scream. So I really don't know why. So you heard her scream on Monday night, and then you woke up, or was you in your room? I was already up. Oh, so you was already up in your room? Yeah. And then you came out of your room, actually? No, my mom, she came in my room. I was like, who's that screaming? She was like, Benny knocked something over, but it didn't sound like Benny knocked over something, because he was in the basement. I couldn't really hear anything. So you heard her scream basically from her room, and then your mother came in your room, and shortly after, and she said that it was Benny had knocked over something. Yeah. You just didn't think twice about it. Yeah, because she always, when she falls, she screams like that.
She had not really seen Margaret the way her first answer made it sound. She had gone near the room, she had heard a sound, and she had assumed her grandmother was sleeping or snoring. But when detectives pressed her, that assumption became important because it meant Salia may not have seen Margaret alive at all. But first, investigators offered her food to calm her down and prepare her for more talking.
Do you need any water or anything like that? You ate anything like that? Yeah. We have snacks and stuff. Yeah. What do you eat? Like, are you allergic to anything? Okay. I'll be right back.
That one shift changed the whole timeline. Candace's story needed Margaret to still be alive after the scream. It needed Margaret to be able to leave the house on her own. It needed the family to believe that Margaret had simply gone somewhere, just like Candace said she had done before.
So you said that you heard your grandmother scream on Monday night, but you still saw her on Tuesday morning? And you're sure that she was snoring and not like, and you just didn't like, you know? I heard a noise, so I guess she was snoring. Okay, so you're sure? I told her that I was leaving out. I didn't hear. But she didn't respond back to you. No. So she very well could have not been alive at that point. Okay, were y'all close?
So Celia had only heard a sound and assumed it was snoring. Then Margaret may have already been dead by the time Celia thought she was sleeping.
Because, you know, like, I mean, it's one thing for a loved one to die from cancer or old age or whatever, but to have someone die, like, you know, where they're, like, chopped up, that's completely, you know what I mean, that's different, like, that's a different kind of suffering, you know what I'm saying, like, there's nothing natural about that. So that's why we're just trying to get to the bottom of this story, because it just, like, you know, like, the smell of a dead body is very, very memorable. So, like, you know what I mean, you come in the house, like, in how we found her, or wherever this body is, how we found the body had this, like, was dead for at least 2, 3, 4 days, because it was kind of decomposed. So it had been there for a little bit. And, you know, it would match up for what you heard on Monday, because, you know, it's now Friday. So a body, like, you know, chopped up or whatever in that state, it would make sense. Like, in what you heard on Monday, it could have been, like, whatever was going on down there. So that would make sense. But if you're saying that you saw her on Tuesday, and seen her sleeping, that part wouldn't, like I said, it wouldn't go with how long that body would have been, like, in the bag, you know what I'm saying? We're just investigating this at this point, so we're looking for you to know anything that you know, like, it's important. And even if it's something small that you might think, like, it might not matter, it would matter to us. I was going through my Amazon orders. I saw she ordered a chainsaw. On what day was this? I gotta look back on the order. Was it this week though? Yeah, it was this week. Okay. I know she ordered a chainsaw, and I was asking, like, what is it for? She didn't want to tell me.
The body found inside the house had not looked like someone who had died that same morning. Investigators believed it had been there for days, and that timing started to line up with the screams Celia had heard earlier in the week. So the detective kept the pressure on the timeline, not by yelling, but by making Celia think through what she had actually seen and what she had only assumed. If Margaret had been alive on Tuesday, then Celia's first story helped Candace. But if Margaret had not been alive on Tuesday, then Candace's explanation about Margaret walking away started to fall apart.
Is she, like, normal? Does she have, like, rage fits? Is she violent any time? I know my mother and Billy, they argue and stuff, so she would, like, throw stuff at him, like, throw, like, hard stuff. Like, last time she threw something at him, I made her hole in the wall. So he just pretty much have, like fights between them, but never with your grandmother. Has Benny ever had any issues with her?
So Celia started opening even more, and then began to move away from the version that protected her mother. But Celia was still holding back. She worried investigators would repeat her words to her mother, but once they assured her they wouldn't, she finally started telling the full story.
We don't go back and forth about, like, you know, oh, we'll go to your mom and be like, okay, well, your daughter said this, but that doesn't make sense. We would let your mom tell her story, and then after she's finished telling us, like, we'll ask questions, and like, hey, so you didn't smell a body in the basement, and then we leave it at that. And then we just talk at the table, and that's it. Yesterday when I was washing clothes, I did smell something, but I don't know what type of smell that was. You never smelled it before? No, just a bad smell. It just stunk? Yeah, it's like the whole basement living room. It just stunk. And I realized the carpet was gone. Did you have carpet there before? Okay, and it just disappeared.
According to Salia's later testimony, the next day she went into her grandmother's room because she had not seen Margaret since that sound.
So this whole, whole thing, between your mother telling you not to go to, not to go in your grandmother's room, to seeing the carpet gone, to, you didn't think, anything was going, where it was going on, because, so did, your mother never at any point said, hey, this is what happened, this whole time. This seemed weird, but I was trying to ask her questions. What did you ask her? Have you heard from Grandma? And stuff like that. She said, she was texting her and stuff, texting back and stuff, going back and forth with Grandma. And I know she went grilling. She tried to grill. Like when you make barbecue? I know she tried to grill. Did y'all eat any of that food, or she just grilled and didn't bring nothing in? No, she just grilled. Okay, but I smelled it, but I just didn't see no. But you didn't see no food and not like that from her. Okay. So when your cousins, I guess, came over and they were suspicious of the whole thing, because they're the ones who kind of initiated this whole thing anyway. Because then I guess they couldn't get a hold of her. And then they came in, you said they went to the house, police came, they found nothing. Did you never see those trash bags in the basement at all? No. Did you smell it? I just smelled something bad.
Margaret was dismembered and put into a trash bag, and there was blood on the carpet.
I'm asking, what do you think could have went wrong between your mom and your grandmother to the point where it could have got, to the point where your grandmother ended up in a position where they might have been in either a physical altercation or altercation that just went bad and she got to this point? I think altercation that went bad because I heard her scream. You hear your grandmother, but you didn't hear anybody else scream that night, nobody argued or nothing, just heard her scream. I just heard her scream, then after that, nothing at all. That next morning, you saw her before you went to work. Yeah. You think you heard her snoring though. Yeah. Did you smell anything when you went in the room? I smelled pee. Okay, so it kind of stuck in the room. Yeah, it just smelled like pee. Did they mention in the police report that you and your mom were acting kind of weird that day? Kind of trying to get them out? No. I was trying to get them to stay. To stay? And your mom was trying to get them to stay? Yeah, I was trying to figure out where she was at too. Okay. I don't know if she was keeping playing her own things.
But piece by piece, the version that protected Candace was falling apart. According to Salia, it started in the early hours of May 23rd, when she heard Margaret scream from inside the home. At first, she did not fully understand what the sound meant, because Margaret had health problems and sometimes screamed when she fell. But this time, when Salia asked Candace what had happened, Candace gave her an explanation that did not feel right. She said her boyfriend had knocked something over. But Salia knew what she heard. Then, the next day, Salia went into her grandmother's room because she had not seen Margaret since that scream, and that was when she found Margaret in a blue bin. From that moment, according to Salia, the story stopped being about finding Margaret and became about hiding what had happened to her. Candace was angry that Salia had gone into the room, but instead of calling for help or explaining what happened, she allegedly pulled Salia into the cover-up. Then came the Amazon order. Salia told investigators she saw that Candace had ordered a chainsaw that same week, and by the time police later searched the home, they would find chainsaw-related evidence, cleaning materials, cutting tools, and signs that someone had tried to clean up the basement. And that brought the story back to May 27th, the day black smoke rose behind the house. According to Salia's testimony, Candace wanted to burn what was left of the evidence behind the home. So she and Salia bought items that could help start a fire, including charcoal, a lighter, and gasoline. At first, Candace may have thought the back of the house would give them enough cover. It was away from the front door, it was away from the street, and if anyone saw smoke, it could be explained as grilling or yard burning. But the fire spread, and once it spread, people around the house noticed. Neighbors came over, some helped put the fire out, and the fire department eventually became involved. But they did not know that the smoke rising from behind that home would later become part of a murder trial. There was also another detail that made the scene even harder to ignore. Salia said Candace had been grilling part of the dismembered body, and pieces of chicken were grilled nearby to disguise the smell. And by the time police walked through the door on June 2nd, The missing person story Candace had been telling everyone was already collapsing under the weight of what had been left inside the home. So the question was no longer only about where Margaret was, but why anyone would want her gone. And according to prosecutors, the answer was money. Margaret had not just been an elderly woman living quietly in the home. She had Social Security income, she had pension money, she had worked hard for what she had, and by 2023, that money was helping support the same household where she lived with Candace, her grandchildren, and Candace's boyfriend. But prosecutors said Candace had been taking advantage of that access. Before Margaret disappeared, she had started noticing strange activity on her accounts. She had called her bank because money was missing, and some transactions did not make sense to her. These were not just small misunderstandings inside a family. They were the kind of charges that made Margaret worried about whether she could even cover her own needs. In one call played in court, Margaret said, "I don't have money to pay my bills." This was an elderly woman trying to understand why money she needed was no longer there. And then the bank calls became even more important. Prosecutors played recordings where a woman sounded like she was pretending to be Margaret so she could approve purchases or move money. In other calls, a different, older-sounding woman, believed to be the real Margaret, was asking the bank for help because she was seeing charges she did not recognize. Some of those charges were connected to services Margaret did not use, including DoorDash and Lyft. Also, a $211 purchase for collectible sneakers, and whether it was one charge or many, the pattern was what mattered. Margaret was seeing money leave her account, and prosecutors said the person behind it was her own daughter, and that made the final days before Margaret disappeared much clearer. According to the prosecution, Margaret had discovered Candace was stealing from her. She had confronted her about it, and she had threatened to report her to the police. Then there was another part that made the theory even stronger. Margaret's account was allegedly still active after her death. Investigators looked at purchases made after May 23rd, and some of those purchases were not random household items. They were items connected to the cover-up, including bags, paper towels, a plastic drop cloth, and the chainsaw purchase was also connected to Margaret's name or account. If that was true, then the same money Margaret had been trying to protect may have been used after her death to help hide what had happened to her. That was the part prosecutors wanted the jury to understand. By the time Candace Craig's case reached trial in October 2024, Salia had already pleaded guilty to accessory after the fact. As part of her plea agreement, she had to testify truthfully against her mother.
A grandmother was killed in her own home, that her body was kept, and then that her daughter, who allegedly did the murder, cut the body up, tried to burn it on a grill. So now that woman is on trial. Her name is Candace Craig. Her mother's name was Margaret Craig. Her daughter, we should say, Candace Craig's daughter, Salia Hardy, was charged with accessory after the fact, and she has pleaded guilty. And in exchange for a potentially lighter sentence, she agreed to testify, and she said to tell the truth.
And that became one of the biggest conflicts in the trial. Was Salia a frightened daughter who finally told the truth, or was she shifting blame to save herself? Then came the question that cut through all of the explanations.
But what the jury heard was really horrible, that this young woman came home and her mom said, "Don't go in Grandma's room." And so she didn't. But the next day she did, and says she found her grandmother in a storage bin, the kind that you would put your summer clothes in for winter storage. And she said the grandmother had a plastic bag over her head. And then she said her mother did it because Grandma found out that the mother was stealing from Grandma's bank account. And so this young woman on the stand today describing their efforts to dispose of the body. She says that they kept it in this plastic bin for a couple of days and then dragged it out to the woods out back, poured gasoline over the woman to try to dispose of the body, but the fire spread and all of the neighbors came running out with buckets of water to put it out. The fire department came. Somehow they were able to conceal the fact that it was the grandmother that they were trying to burn. And then they say that they waited for her to cool off, brought her back into the house for storage, and that Candace Craig actually went on Amazon, ordered an electric chainsaw that was delivered overnight, The daughter says she woke up the next morning and saw that the mother was already cutting up the grandmother, and that is where they ended for the day.
When Salia was asked why she helped her mother, her answer was simple: because my mother asked me.
The medical examiner also testifying today as well. What did they say about the case?
So the medical examiner really called this a, quote, unique case simply because the victim in this case, her body was not intact by the time it arrived to the medical examiner's office. In fact, the medical examiner testified that the body was in 9 bags, to be specific, and she said that there was 67 fragments of remains that were examined. Bottom line, as you know, with these medical examiners and these autopsies, you typically find out whether it was blunt force trauma, a shooting, a stabbing, something that led to this death. She says that she did not determine any of that. There was no evidence of natural disease that caused his death. So ultimately, it was ruled a homicide by undetermined causes.
On November 1st, 2024, after days of testimony, the jury returned to the courtroom with a verdict. They found Candace Craig guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and improper disposal of a body. After the verdict, Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy spoke about Margaret, and she did not describe her only as a victim.
This is a giving, caring, loving, compassionate, and understanding woman who was killed, who was asphyxiated by her daughter. And make no mistake, Miss Candace Craig absolutely committed this crime, and she is now being held accountable.
The state's attorney's office will be pushing for life. And
on February 19th, 2025, Candace Craig was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Then Salia Hardy's case ended differently. She had pleaded guilty to accessory after the fact, and after spending more than 500 days in jail, she was sentenced to 5 years of supervised probation. But this was not only a murder case, it was a family destroyed across 3 generations. And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Ariana's bones were literally broken from head to toe. One day, Chris opened the closet. He wanted to check on the kids. He took Ariana out and he realized she was dead. He placed her body back in the closet, with Tyler, who was still barely alive. Chris and his girlfriend immediately left all their stuff and moved out of the apartment. They returned a few weeks later to find that Tyler was also.
There are some cases where you can point to a single moment and say that's when everything went wrong. This wasn't one of them. By the time the truth finally surfaced, it had already been unfolding behind closed doors for months, hidden so completely that almost no one realized 2 small children were disappearing while the rest of the world carried on as if nothing had changed. In February of 2007, police officers arrived at the home of a mother named Jamie Hallam with news that would shatter what little hope she still had left. They told her that her 3-year-old daughter, Ariana Payne, had been found dead. Her tiny body had been discovered sealed inside a duffel bag, hidden in a plastic storage tub that had been abandoned inside a rented storage unit until unpaid rent forced it open. But Jamie didn't have just one child. She immediately asked about her 4-year-old son, Tyler. According to Jamie's later account, the officer looked at her and said, "We think he's also dead, but we haven't found his body yet." He was right. More than 18 years later, Tyler Payne has still never been found. What made the case even more devastating was that Jamie had spent months trying to prevent exactly this outcome. She held a signed court order giving her legal custody of both children. She had gone to the police asking them to help bring them home. She believed the law was on her side. Yet somehow, Ariana and Tyler remained with the father who refused to return them. A roommate later admitted she heard strange noises coming from behind a closet door, never realizing that 2 frightened children were hidden just a few feet away. And by the time a storage facility manager noticed foul-smelling liquid leaking from a blue plastic container, it was already far too late. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. Christopher Matthew Payne's story did not begin with Ariana and Tyler. Long before he became the father at the center of one of Arizona's most disturbing child abuse cases, his own life had already been marked by instability, loss, and years of addiction. Those facts would later become a major part of the defense's effort to save him from execution, but they would never answer the question that mattered most: how two young children ended up behind the walls of their own home while the adults around them continued living their daily lives. Christopher was born into a family that experienced tragedy almost immediately. His mother, Socorro Payne, was diagnosed with brain cancer shortly after he was born and died when Christopher was only about 14 months old. He grew up with almost no memory of her, and family members later described his father, Forrest Payne, as being emotionally absent for much of Christopher's childhood while also struggling with heavy drinking. When Christopher was around 6 years old, Forrest remarried. His new wife, Patricia Payne, brought 2 daughters into the family, creating a blended household that did not come together overnight. Patricia would later tell the court that Christopher initially resisted having a stepmother. Like many young children coping with loss, he struggled to accept someone new stepping into a place that could never truly be replaced. But over time, that relationship changed. Patricia recalled taking Christopher fishing on weekends, driving him to the movies, and encouraging him in sports. He played soccer, participated in Little League Baseball, and, for a while at least, looked like a child with every opportunity to build a normal future. One memory stood out to Patricia more than any other. Christopher had volunteered at a nursing home as part of a school assignment, reading books to elderly residents. When the assignment officially ended, he kept going back anyway. According to Patricia, he genuinely enjoyed sitting with the residents, talking to them, and reading aloud long after he no longer had to. It was the kind of story that painted a very different picture from the man jurors would eventually see sitting in a capital murder trial. But those positive moments slowly became overshadowed by another pattern that had already begun taking hold. During his teenage years, Christopher started experimenting with drugs, and what may have begun as experimentation quickly developed into something much more destructive. Forrest and Patricia repeatedly tried to intervene. They reportedly enrolled him in rehabilitation programs, arranged counseling, and searched for professional help wherever they could find it. According to testimony from family members, they became so desperate to pull him away from addiction that they even took out a second mortgage on their home to help pay for treatment. But it wasn't enough. By 1994, while still only in his mid-teens, Christopher had already accumulated a series of misdemeanor offenses involving drugs, alcohol, and incidents of family violence. Jamie Hallam met Christopher Payne in Arizona in 2000, and at first there was every reason to believe they were building an ordinary future together. Their relationship moved quickly, and before long, Jamie discovered she was pregnant with their first child. But according to Jamie's later account, it was during that pregnancy that Christopher began showing a side of himself she had never seen before. His temper became more unpredictable, arguments escalated, and the relationship became increasingly frightening. Fearing for both herself and her unborn baby, Jamie left Arizona and returned to New Jersey, hoping that putting thousands of miles between herself and Christopher would finally bring some peace. It was there, in Long Branch, New Jersey, that she gave birth to their son, Tyler Christopher Payne, on November 15, 2001. After Tyler was born, Jamie contacted Christopher to tell him he had a son. Instead of accepting that the relationship was over, Christopher told her he had changed. He promised that he wanted to be a better partner and a better father, and he painted a picture of a fresh start waiting for them back in Arizona. Jamie wanted Tyler to know his father, and she wanted to believe that people could change, so she accepted his promises and returned to Arizona with their infant son. For a brief time, it appeared she had made the right decision. On January 25th, 2002, Christopher and Jamie were married, and not long afterward, Jamie became pregnant again. Their daughter, Ariana Sakuro Payne, would be born later that year. But the promises Christopher had made began falling apart almost as soon as she returned. She later said his violent behavior resurfaced, and this time it became even more frequent. He threw lamps and books during arguments, and on at least one occasion left her with a black eye. When someone noticed the injury and asked what had happened, Jamie said Christopher interrupted before she could answer, telling the person she had simply walked into a door. It was a familiar explanation in abusive relationships, one that shifted attention away from the person responsible and placed pressure on the victim to remain silent. Then came the incident Jamie would later describe as the moment she knew she could no longer stay. On October 18th, 2002, Ariana was born in Tucson, Arizona. Only a short time after bringing their newborn daughter home, Jamie was holding Ariana in her arms while trying to settle her to sleep. At the same time, Tyler, who was still a toddler himself, began crying in another room. According to Jamie's recollection, Christopher became angry almost immediately. He yelled at her, demanding, "Do something with him!" Jamie answered that she would, but first she wanted to lay the newborn down safely before picking Tyler up. Christopher wasn't willing to wait. "No!" he shouted. Jamie later said Christopher suddenly drove his head into her face with tremendous force while she was still cradling Ariana in her arms. The impact broke Jamie's nose. Blood poured down her face and onto the tiny baby she was desperately trying to protect. Ariana was left covered in her mother's blood, and despite the force of the attack, Jamie managed not to lose her grip on her newborn daughter. For Jamie, however, the decision had already been made. After that incident, she contacted the police, obtained a restraining order against Christopher, filed for divorce, and eventually received full legal custody of both Tyler and Ariana. She left the marriage determined that her children would grow up somewhere safe, somewhere free from the violence that had become part of their daily lives. For approximately the next 3 years, that is exactly what happened. Jamie raised Tyler and Ariana on her own. Life wasn't always easy, and being a single mother came with constant financial and emotional challenges. But by every account, she treasured those years with her children. Tyler loved helping his mother cook, watching Scooby-Doo, and spending time with his little sister. Ariana was cheerful, affectionate, and rarely went anywhere without the small bag that held her drawings and art projects. The two children had been born less than a year apart, and their bond reflected that. They played together, laughed together, and according to those who knew them, were rarely seen apart. As for Christopher, he had largely disappeared from their lives. He wasn't exercising custody. He wasn't meaningfully involved in raising the children, and according to multiple accounts, he had fallen thousands of dollars behind in child support. For years, Ariana and Tyler hardly knew him. Then, just a few weeks before Christmas in 2005, the phone rang. Jamie answered it and heard Christopher's voice for the first time in years. Jamie was in the kitchen baking Christmas cookies when the telephone rang. When she answered, she immediately recognized the voice on the other end. It was Christopher. Years had passed since they had divorced, and during that time, he had played almost no role in Tyler and Ariana's lives. In fact, he had also fallen thousands of dollars behind in child support, reported to be around $19,000. Jamie had every reason to end the conversation immediately. Instead, she listened. Christopher sounded different, calm, reasonable. He told her he had changed his life. He said he was no longer using drugs and was trying to become the father he should have been all along. He explained that he was now living with a woman named Reina Gonzalez, and together they had a young son named Christopher Jr. He also said he had steady employment driving clients to medical appointments for a transportation company, and according to people who worked with him, he had developed a reputation as someone who treated passengers with kindness and patience. Then he made a request that was difficult for Jamie to ignore. He wanted Tyler and Ariana to meet their little brother. Jamie had spent years protecting her children from Christopher, but she also believed that children deserved the chance to know their father if it could be done safely. More than anything, she wanted Tyler and Ariana to have the opportunity to build relationships instead of growing up wondering why their father had never tried, so she agreed to meet him. They They chose a local park. When Christopher arrived, Jamie stood beside Tyler and Ariana and introduced the man they barely remembered with 4 simple words. "This is Daddy." According to later accounts, Christopher immediately crouched down and stretched out his arms. Without hesitation, Tyler and Ariana ran straight toward him. For Jamie, it was an emotional moment. She had worried that the children might be frightened or confused, but instead they embraced the father they hardly knew, and within minutes, they were laughing together and playing like any other family at the park. As the visit came to an end and everyone prepared to leave, Christopher quietly thanked Jamie. "Thanks for today," he told her. It seemed sincere. Over the following weeks, communication slowly became more frequent. Christopher called to speak with Tyler and Ariana. Supervised visits continued without incident, and each successful visit made Jamie feel a little more confident that perhaps his promises had been genuine after all. Eventually, she agreed to let the children spend a single night at Christopher's home, and that visit appeared to go well. The children came home happy, excited, and eager to talk about spending time with their father and meeting their younger brother. Seeing that, Jamie felt herself relaxing. She believed she was witnessing something positive, a father rebuilding the relationship he had abandoned years earlier. Then Christopher asked whether the children could come back for an entire weekend. Jamie thought carefully before agreeing. She had every legal right to refuse. Christopher did not have custody, and he had not been part of their daily lives for years. But nothing during the recent visits had suggested the children were in danger, and Jamie wanted to believe they could finally have the father they deserved. Before leaving for what would become that final weekend, Tyler excitedly packed one special item. According to Jamie, he smiled and said, "I want to take my Scooby-Doo DVD to show my brother." It was exactly the kind of thing a 4-year-old would be excited about, not knowing that this ordinary weekend would become the last time his mother would ever watch him walk out her front door. When the weekend came, Jamie drove Tyler and Ariana back to Christopher's apartment, believing she would be picking them up just a couple of days later. Nothing about that morning suggested it would become the last normal moment she would ever share with her children. According to later accounts, Christopher wasn't home when they arrived. Instead, his girlfriend, Reina Gonzalez, answered the door and welcomed the children inside. Jamie hugged Tyler and Ariana tightly, told them she loved them, reminded them to behave, and promised she would see them very soon. For Jamie, it was simply another visit. For Tyler and Ariana, it was the last time they would ever see their mother. The following day, Jamie called to check on them, just as any parent would. The conversation immediately reassured her. Both children sounded genuinely excited. They talked over each other, each desperate to tell their mother everything they had been doing. Ariana happily described some new clothes her father had bought for her, and Tyler could hardly wait for his turn on the phone. Hearing their laughter, Jamie felt her worries disappear. Then, as the weekend was coming to an end, Christopher called with what sounded like a perfectly ordinary request. He explained that one of his co-workers' children was having a birthday party and asked if Tyler and Ariana could stay just one more night so they wouldn't miss it. Jamie hesitated. The visit had already been longer than originally planned, and she missed her children. But she also didn't want to be the reason they missed something they were looking forward to, so after thinking it over, she agreed. One more night didn't seem unreasonable. Except one more night quietly became another, then another. When Jamie called asking when she should come get Tyler and Ariana, Christopher always seemed to have another explanation ready. Sometimes there was another reason they should stay. Other times, he simply asked for a little more time. At first, Jamie tried to be patient, believing she was dealing with a father who was finally making an effort after years of absence. But as the days turned into weeks, the excuses stopped making sense. She became increasingly uneasy, and every conversation left her with more questions than answers. Then the phone calls themselves began to change. Christopher became harder to reach. He stopped answering consistently, avoided giving direct answers, and by the middle of February, meaningful communication had almost completely broken down. Jamie realized something was terribly wrong. What she didn't know was that while she was desperately trying to get her children back, Christopher had already begun taking steps to keep them. Christopher contacted Arizona Child Protective Services and told them that Jamie had voluntarily left Tyler and Ariana with him, but was now trying to take them back. During that contact, a CPS caseworker identified as Cindy Groutman allegedly advised Christopher to seek temporary custody of the children. The recommendation came despite the fact that the caseworker had never met Christopher in person. She had not conducted a background investigation into his history, had not required him to submit to drug testing, and had not evaluated the home where the children were now living. But to understand how that conversation became possible, it's necessary to go back several months. In 2005, before Christopher had re-entered the children's lives, Child Protective Services had received an anonymous report alleging that Jamie was using and neglecting Tyler and Ariana. A CPS worker made 2 unannounced visits to Jamie's home. Each time, according to testimony and later reporting, Tyler and Ariana appeared healthy. They were appropriately dressed, showed no obvious signs of neglect, and the allegations themselves were never substantiated during those visits. Jamie acknowledged that she had struggled with substance earlier in her life, but she consistently maintained that she had been sober since 2003. She agreed to take a drug test, and the result came back negative. However, because it took Jamie 3 days to provide the sample, the caseworker later viewed that delay as suspicious and treated the result as though it indicated drug use. The handling of that investigation would later become one of the most heavily criticized aspects of the entire case. Meanwhile, Christopher now had paperwork showing he had applied for temporary custody. But there was one enormous problem. Applying for custody did not mean he had been granted custody. Jamie still possessed a signed court order giving her full legal custody of Tyler and Ariana. So when she finally went to Christopher's apartment with police officers standing beside her, carrying the documents that legally established her parental rights, the question wasn't whether she had the authority to take her children home. The question was why the children were allowed to stay behind. Jamie met 2 Tucson police officers outside Christopher's apartment on March 9th, 2006. She showed the officers the signed court order establishing that she had legal custody of both Tyler and Ariana, along with paperwork indicating that Christopher did not have legal custody or court-ordered visitation rights. From Jamie's perspective, the situation appeared straightforward. She believed the officers would review the documents, confirm her legal custody, and return her children to her. Instead, the situation became far more complicated. The officers went inside Christopher's apartment to assess what was happening for themselves. According to later testimony, what they observed did not immediately suggest that the children were in obvious danger. The apartment appeared reasonably tidy. There was food in the refrigerator. Tyler and Ariana appeared outwardly healthy during that brief encounter, and the officers did not identify an immediate emergency requiring them to remove the children from the home that day. But because there were questions about custody, the officers contacted Child Protective Services before making a decision. What happened during those conversations would later become one of the most disputed aspects of the entire case. According to the officers' later accounts, they were informed that Jamie was the subject of an active CPS investigation, and that the children were better off remaining with Christopher while those issues were being resolved. Based on that understanding, they believed there was enough uncertainty surrounding the custody dispute that leaving the children where they were was the appropriate course of action. Then Jamie was also warned that if she returned to the apartment and attempted to remove the children herself, she could risk being arrested. But she refused to stop trying. But despite her repeated efforts, no coordinated system ever appears to have verified one simple question that could have changed everything. Did Christopher actually possess lawful custody of Tyler and Ariana? And within only a matter of weeks, Tyler and Ariana would gradually vanish from everyone else's view. Because inside Christopher Payne's apartment, life continued to look ordinary from the outside. 5 people were living there. Christopher, his girlfriend, Reina Gonzalez, their young son, Christopher Jr., and Tyler and Ariana. To neighbors passing through the complex, it appeared to be just another young family trying to make ends meet. But inside the apartment, according to later testimony and court records, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly unstable as drug use, financial pressure, and escalating violence began consuming the household. At first, Christopher was still employed as a driver for a medical transportation company, taking patients to medical appointments throughout the day. While he worked, Reyna stayed home caring for the children, but that arrangement quickly began falling apart. According to findings later summarized by the Arizona Supreme Court, Reyna repeatedly called Christopher while he was at work, sometimes several times in a single day. The calls were almost never routine. Instead, she complained constantly about Tyler and Ariana. The children frustrated her, overwhelmed her, and, according to the court record, she even threatened to kill them if Christopher did not make them behave. Those threats became part of the investigation. A woman identified as Deborah Reyes, who reportedly sold heroin alongside Christopher, later told investigators she overheard Reyna screaming during some of those phone calls. One of Christopher's co-workers, identified as Jeanette Nix, later testified about the changes she observed at work. When Christopher first joined the transportation company, she remembered him as dependable, clean-cut, and physically healthy. Then, beginning around March of 2006, everything seemed to shift. The phone started ringing constantly. According to Jeanette, many of the calls came from Reyna, and they sounded increasingly angry. Christopher would leave during slower parts of the workday to go back home, apparently trying to deal with whatever was happening inside the apartment. Before long, he was calling in sick more frequently, missing work altogether, and becoming less reliable with each passing week. His appearance changed too. The man who had once arrived at work looking presentable lost a noticeable amount of weight, stopped taking care of himself, and looked increasingly consumed by whatever was happening outside the office. Eventually, Christopher lost that job because of his drug use. Without a steady paycheck, his addiction didn't stop. It simply found another source of income. Christopher eventually turned to selling heroin, a choice that kept him away from the apartment for long stretches of time while simultaneously pulling him deeper into the addiction that prosecutors would later argue had become more important to him than the welfare of his own children. And inside the apartment, the situation for Tyler and Ariana was becoming progressively worse. According to the Arizona Supreme Court's factual findings, Christopher initially began using a bedroom closet as punishment. When he left for work, he would lock the children inside for several hours at a time. The confinement gradually increased. Hours turned into much longer periods. What had begun as punishment slowly evolved into a method of controlling the children whenever Christopher wasn't home. But prosecutors would later argue that the arrangement also served another purpose. With Christopher either working or selling heroin, and Reyna repeatedly complaining that she couldn't manage Tyler and Ariana, locking the children away meant they could no longer interrupt his day with frantic phone calls demanding he come home. It was an unimaginably cruel solution to a problem that should never have existed. And perhaps the most heartbreaking part was that almost nobody outside that apartment realized the children were still there. From the outside, the family simply seemed quieter. Inside, Tyler and Ariana's world was shrinking with every passing day, and by the end of June 2006, the closet was no longer a place where they were sent as punishment. It had become the place where they lived. And by the end of June 2006, the punishment had quietly transformed into something permanent. The closet was only about 6 feet by 5 feet. That tiny space became the entire world of a 3-year-old little girl and her 4-year-old brother. The children weren't taken outside anymore. They weren't allowed to play. Fresh air became almost non-existent. They weren't properly bathed, and they weren't allowed to leave the closet to use a bathroom. Instead, they were forced to relieve themselves where they slept, where they sat, and where they waited for someone, anyone, to open the door. Food became just as scarce. According to the court's findings, Christopher initially gave them 1 sandwich a day. Even that wasn't enough for 2 growing children. Then, after about a month, he stopped feeding them altogether. He still opened the closet occasionally, perhaps once a day according to the evidence, but not to rescue them, only to look inside. Reyna would later admit that she knew exactly what was happening. During her plea proceedings, she testified that Tyler and Ariana were being denied both food and water, and she said she confronted Christopher, telling him that what he was doing wasn't right. According to her testimony, he brushed her off. "Don't worry about it. They're my children." Years later, she tried to explain why she never picked up the phone and called for help. She claimed that whenever Christopher left, she sometimes tried to sneak food to the children. She said she was terrified he would hurt her or take away Christopher Jr. if she disobeyed him. But perhaps her most haunting admission was about herself. "I was getting high on heroin more and more," she said, "so I could block what was happening." While the adults escaped reality through drugs, Tyler and Ariana had no escape at all. What made everything even more chilling was that the apartment never appeared abandoned. Christopher Jr. continued living a normal life. Neighbors saw him outside. Friends knew he existed. He continued receiving food, attention, and care. But Tyler and Ariana slowly vanished without ever leaving the apartment. A roommate even moved into the home during June. She later testified that she never once saw either child. She honestly believed they had gone back to live with Jamie because no one ever mentioned them. The only thing she remembered was hearing strange noises from behind the bedroom closet door one day. She didn't investigate because she had no reason to believe two children were trapped behind it. Around Easter of 2006, Christopher's aunt, Terry White, stopped by the apartment to deliver gifts for the children. It would become one of the last times anyone outside the household saw Ariana alive. Years later, Terry recalled that something immediately felt different. Ariana wasn't the cheerful little girl she remembered. She looked noticeably thinner than before. Her clothes and overall appearance seemed unclean, and the happiness that usually surrounded her was gone. At the time, Terry didn't know what was happening inside the apartment after she left. She simply assumed things would get better. Then, about 2 months later, she visited again. This time, Ariana and Tyler weren't there at all. Christopher offered a simple explanation, and because there was no obvious reason to question it, Terry accepted it. She assumed the children had gone back to live with their mother, Jamie. Looking back, one conversation would haunt her. Christopher had casually mentioned that Ariana sometimes woke up in the middle of the night searching for potato chips. At the time, it sounded like nothing more than an amusing story about a hungry little girl sneaking around the kitchen. He never mentioned that. According to his later claims to police, the children supposedly refused to eat. Another witness offered an equally disturbing glimpse into the children's final months. A woman identified as Carolina Calderon visited the apartment during the summer of 2006. She remembered seeing Tyler sitting quietly on a dirty mattress, and she noticed dark bruises on his right cheek and on both of his arms. More than the injuries themselves, she remembered the expression on his face. He looked profoundly sad, and during cross-examination, she acknowledged something else she had noticed inside the apartment. Reina Gonzalez appeared unable to tolerate Tyler and Ariana. At the same time, she seemed noticeably more affectionate toward Christopher Jr., the son she shared with Christopher. The difference in how the children were treated didn't go unnoticed. According to Reina's own testimony, Christopher physically assaulted the children on multiple occasions. She specifically described one incident in which he struck Tyler in the head with a belt buckle. The injury didn't receive medical attention. The wound remained open and eventually became infected. Ariana's injuries told a similarly disturbing story. She had 12 broken ribs, a broken shoulder, and a fracture to her spine. Some of those injuries showed signs of healing, while others were much more recent, indicating they had not happened all at once, but over an extended period of time. By August of 2006, according to Reina's later testimony, Ariana had become so severely deprived of nourishment that the outlines of her bones could be seen beneath her skin. Then one day, Christopher opened the closet door and found his 3-year-old daughter no longer alive. But Christopher Payne still had a choice. When he opened the closet sometime in August of 2006 and realized that 3-year-old Ariana was no longer alive, the tragedy was not yet complete. Tyler was still there. He was still breathing. But Christopher didn't call 911. He didn't rush Tyler to a hospital. Instead, according to the Arizona Supreme Court's findings, he left Ariana exactly where she had died, inside the same cramped closet where Tyler remained trapped beside her. Imagine what that meant for the little boy who had spent nearly every hour of every day with his younger sister. For years, Tyler had been Ariana's protector, her playmate, and her closest friend. Now, after months of isolation, hunger, and neglect, he was alone with the body of the only familiar person he still had. The following day, Christopher finally moved Ariana, but it wasn't to a funeral home, it wasn't to a hospital, and it wasn't to anyone who could tell her story. Instead, he placed her small body into a Tommy Hilfiger duffel bag. The bag was temporarily moved into an exterior storage closet connected to the apartment, while Tyler remained confined inside the bedroom closet, where he had already spent weeks hidden from the outside world. Even then, the opportunity to save one child still existed. Raina knew Tyler was still alive after Ariana died, yet there was no discussion about taking him for medical care, no attempt to contact emergency services, and no effort to remove him from the closet. Court records also indicated that Christopher wasn't regularly checking on Tyler during those final days. About a week later, the second tragedy unfolded. According to Raina's later testimony, she was the one who discovered Tyler. He too was no longer alive. The untreated injury on his head, the wound she said Christopher had inflicted with a belt buckle weeks earlier, had never received medical attention. By then, there were no children left to rescue. Christopher still didn't report what had happened. Instead, Ariana's duffel bag was brought back inside, and Tyler's body remained in the apartment as well. The home that had once echoed with two small children laughing together had become a place where silence had replaced every sound. By September of 2006, Christopher Payne and Raina Gonzalez were preparing to leave the apartment, but they did not take Ariana and Tyler with them. Christopher and Raina moved out, and for roughly 2 more weeks, the children remained there alone. Then Christopher returned. Ariana was still inside the Tommy Hilfiger duffel bag he had used after her death, while Tyler's body was taken from the closet and placed inside a black garbage bag. Christopher then put both children into a large blue Rubbermaid tub, closing them together inside a container that could be moved without revealing what it held. He had already rented a storage unit on East Prince Road, with the rental beginning around early September, and that unit became the next place where the children were hidden. Raina later admitted that she went with Christopher when he transported the tub. She knew what was inside, and she accompanied him as he carried the children away from the apartment and placed them inside the rented unit. By then, the couple had either been evicted or was in the process of losing the apartment, and the financial pressure around them appeared to be growing. During later testimony, Patricia Payne described another troubling incident from that period. She said Christopher contacted her elderly mother, a woman in her 90s who was living with Alzheimer's disease, and asked her for money. According to Patricia, Christopher claimed someone had broken into his apartment, although the timing suggested the request may have been connected to the eviction and his desperate need for cash. Whatever the real reason for that call, it showed that even as the children remained hidden, Christopher was still reaching out to relatives, still creating explanations, and still trying to manage the collapse of his own life without revealing what had happened inside the apartment. Once the blue tub was placed in the storage unit, the door closed and the children disappeared again. No one came looking inside, no one questioned the odor. For months, the unit remained shut, and the case might have stayed hidden even longer if Christopher had continued paying the rent. For months, the storage unit sat untouched. The blue Rubbermaid tub remained exactly where Christopher had left it, hidden behind a locked metal door on East Prince Road. And as long as the monthly rent was paid, there was little reason for anyone to open the unit or question what was inside. But eventually, the payment stopped. Like countless abandoned storage units before it, this one was scheduled to be cleared out. When the facility's general manager unlocked the door, she found very little inside. The unit appeared to contain almost nothing except a large blue plastic storage tub. But there was one thing she noticed immediately: the smell. An overwhelming odor was coming from the container. Other accounts reported that she may have briefly opened the unit on an earlier occasion, only to close it again because the smell was so overpowering. Those same accounts described flies gathering around what was believed to be a 25-gallon Rubbermaid tub. So she tried to move the container. She lifted it. She realized it was much heavier than she expected. She could hear liquid moving inside the tub as she struggled to carry it, and as she transported it toward the dumpster, some of that liquid leaked from the container. She continued anyway. Then, as she maneuvered the tub into the dumpster, the lid shifted slightly. Inside, she caught sight of a duffel bag, but she didn't open it, and she didn't immediately call the police either. Instead, she went home. Then she mentioned the strange container to a friend that evening and described the odor, the weight, and the duffel bag she had briefly seen inside. Her friend responded with a chilling possibility. What if there was a body inside? That thought stayed with her. For the next 2 days, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Finally, she picked up the phone and contacted the Tucson Police Department. When officers arrived, they went directly to the dumpster and located the blue Rubbermaid tub. Inside, they found the Tommy Hilfiger duffel bag. When they unzipped it, they discovered the remains of a small child. The little girl was later identified as 3-year-old Ariana Payne. Her body had been wrapped inside black trash bags and sealed inside the duffel bag for months. The discovery of Ariana Payne answered one devastating question, but it immediately created another. Where was Tyler? Because as investigators began examining Ariana's remains, they quickly realized they were looking at a child who had endured far more than anyone could have imagined. The medical examination documented 12 broken ribs, a fractured shoulder, and a fracture in her spine. Some of those injuries showed signs of healing, while others were far more recent, indicating they had occurred over an extended period rather than during a single incident. However, because Ariana had remained inside the sealed container for months before she was discovered, the condition of her body prevented the medical examiner from determining the precise cause of her death or the exact time she had died. Even so, there was no question that she had suffered extensively before her life ended. It took investigators several days to positively identify the little girl. Once they did, the investigation moved quickly. The trail led directly to Christopher Payne and Reina Gonzalez, the last 2 adults known to have been responsible for Ariana and her older brother. But while detectives were working to identify Ariana, another opportunity had already slipped away. After recovering her body, officers searched through the immediate evidence inside the blue Rubbermaid tub, but they did not empty or thoroughly search the rest of the dumpster where the container had been discarded. Later, Tucson police explained why. The officers who opened the duffel bag were confronted with a scene that deeply affected everyone present. At that moment, investigators had no reason to believe there had been a second child inside the container. A detective recovered evidence from the dumpster, but because no one suspected Tyler might also be there, the dumpster itself was never completely emptied. That decision would haunt the investigation. As detectives reconstructed the timeline, they concluded that Tyler's body may have either remained elsewhere inside the dumpster after Ariana was removed, or fallen from the container during the disposal process. If that had happened, the routine trash collection that followed would likely have carried his remains to Tucson's Los Reales landfill. Police launched an extensive search. For days, investigators combed through enormous sections of the landfill, hoping to find some trace of 4-year-old Tyler Payne. Nothing was found. Despite repeated searches and years of investigation, Tyler's body has never been recovered. While detectives were piecing together the evidence, Jamie Hallam was living a nightmare she hadn't yet fully understood. She had spent more than a year trying to get answers about her children. Then one day she saw a news report about the discovery of a little girl's body inside a storage unit. Something about it immediately unsettled her. The location, the circumstances, and even the storage unit itself. According to Jamie's later account, she recognized it as the same storage facility she and Christopher had once used during their marriage, and a terrible feeling settled over her. She called her mother, Linda, desperately hoping she was wrong. Linda tried to reassure her, telling her not to jump to conclusions and encouraging her to believe that Tyler and Ariana were still alive. But the following day, there was a knock at Jamie's door. Police officers were standing outside. According to Jamie, they began with an apology. They told her that her case had slipped through the cracks. Then they delivered the news she had feared more than anything. Her daughter Ariana had been found. She was no longer alive. Jamie struggled to process what she had just heard, but almost immediately another thought broke through the shock. She asked the only question that mattered. What about Tyler? The officer's answer offered almost no comfort. They told her they believed Tyler was also dead. They just hadn't found him yet. With Ariana identified and Tyler still missing, investigators turned their full attention to the 2 people who had last been responsible for both children. And their search led them to a local motel where Christopher Payne and Reina Gonzalez were waiting to be questioned. When officers approached Christopher, they told him they were investigating a serious crime and asked whether he would come to the police station voluntarily to answer some questions. Christopher didn't agree. Instead, he made it clear that he wasn't going anywhere without speaking to an attorney first. At that moment, investigators couldn't question him about the children's disappearance. However, they already knew Christopher had an unrelated misdemeanor warrant outstanding. So instead of taking him in for questioning on the homicide investigation, they arrested him on that existing warrant and transported him to the station. Inside an interview room, Christopher sat alone for roughly half an hour. According to court records, he shouted repeatedly, kicked the wall, slammed his handcuffs against the table, and demanded to use the restroom. Officers allowed him to do so, and eventually, Detective Walker opened the interview room door simply to check on the disturbance. Walker wasn't there to begin questioning him, but before the detective could say much of anything, Christopher insisted that they start talking immediately. Only then did Detective Walker advise him of his Miranda rights. Christopher stated that he understood them. He agreed to waive those rights, and the interview began. As the hours passed, Christopher showed signs of withdrawal. He complained that he was cold and he felt sick. He repeatedly asked for methadone, explaining that he needed it to manage his withdrawal symptoms. Near the end of the interview, he vomited, prompting officers to request medical assistance. Emergency medical personnel examined him, checked his vital signs, and found them to be normal. Although he was clearly uncomfortable, they determined that he remained alert, understood what was happening around him, and was capable of continuing the interview. Then came the explanations. Christopher insisted that he hadn't his children. Instead, he claimed they had chosen not to eat. At one point, he admitted that watching them waste away terrified him, saying, "They were freaking me out because of how skinny they were getting, and I didn't want anybody to know that because then they were going to take them away from me for good." The detective pressed him. If they were becoming that dangerously thin, why didn't he call 911? Christopher answered, "Sir, it wasn't about medical care, sir. They wanted to be with their mom." It was an explanation investigators found almost impossible to reconcile with the physical evidence they had already collected. Christopher continued describing what he claimed had happened inside the apartment. He said he tried everything he could think of to persuade Tyler and Ariana to eat. He claimed he bought food they liked, made cream of wheat, brought home pizza, and even stole food on occasion because he believed it might tempt them. Then he told detectives, "I would just take them the food, man. They wouldn't want to eat. I'd put it in front of them, and we'd try to sit down and watch TV, and they would throw it. They would get mad, and they'd kick and scream." According to Christopher, it had been a constant battle. He maintained that the children had effectively themselves. He even claimed that after finding Ariana unresponsive, he performed CPR on her for more than an entire day, a statement investigators found difficult to reconcile with the timeline and the surrounding evidence. As the interview continued, Christopher made several admissions that would become central to the prosecution's case. He acknowledged that both children had died while in his care. He admitted that he never sought medical help for either of them. He admitted that he concealed their bodies after their deaths, but he refused to accept responsibility for causing those deaths. He denied ever beating Ariana or Tyler. He denied killing them to avoid paying child support. He denied disposing of Tyler's body anywhere other than where investigators were already looking. By the time the interview ended, investigators believed they finally understood what Christopher claimed had happened. The evidence inside the apartment, however, told a far different story. By the time prosecutors formally charged Christopher Payne and Reina Gonzalez, they faced the same evidence, but they did not face the same future. When detectives first questioned Reina, she attempted to distance herself from what had happened inside the apartment. She claimed that she had gone away for about a week, and when she returned, Tyler and Ariana were gone. She said she assumed Christopher had finally taken them back to their mother, Jamie, and insisted she didn't know anything about their disappearance. But that version of events didn't survive the investigation. As more evidence emerged, and as prosecutors continued building their case, Reina's account changed dramatically. She admitted that she knew the children had been confined inside the closet. She admitted she knew they were being deprived of food and water. She described Ariana's death and Tyler's death. And perhaps most significantly, she admitted that despite knowing what was happening, she never stopped it. In late August 2008, Reyna stood before a judge and pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree murder. In exchange, prosecutors agreed to recommend 2 concurrent prison sentences of 22 years, and in return, she agreed to testify against Christopher at trial. During her plea hearing, she described what she had witnessed inside the apartment. According to the court record, she acknowledged, "I know he wasn't giving them food or water. I told him what he was doing wasn't right, and he told me not to worry about it, that these were his children." It was a statement that directly contradicted Christopher's later claim that Tyler and Ariana had simply refused to eat. Before Reyna was sentenced, a letter she had written was read to the court. She expressed shame for what had happened. She described herself as heartbroken. She wrote that she had dedicated her life to God and hoped someday to find forgiveness. Not everyone in the courtroom believed those words. Speaking as a victim representative, Christopher's stepmother, Patricia Payne, addressed the judge. She made her feelings unmistakably clear. "As far as I'm concerned, the sentence given to Reyna is very light," she said. Then she questioned Reyna's credibility altogether. "I also understand she lies." By early 2009, Christopher Payne faced a jury alone. The defense acknowledged that the children had died, but argued that Christopher's addiction, traumatic upbringing, and dysfunctional relationship with Reyna significantly reduced his moral responsibility. His attorneys portrayed Reyna as openly hostile toward Tyler and Ariana, argued that she favored Christopher Jr., and urged jurors to reject first-degree murder in favor of second-degree murder. They also pleaded for mercy, reminding the jury that Christopher's life still had value despite the horrific facts of the case. Prosecutors saw the evidence very differently. They argued that heroin addiction had never prevented Christopher from doing the things he wanted to do. He continued driving while he still had a job. When he lost that job, he sold heroin. He contacted relatives asking for money. He cared for Christopher Jr. He made daily decisions that kept his own life moving forward. But every single day, prosecutors argued, he also chose not to feed Ariana and Tyler, not to seek medical care, not to let them out of the closet, and not to ask anyone for help. Those, they said, were choices, not consequences of addiction. After hearing weeks of testimony, the jury reached its verdict in March 2009. Christopher Payne was found guilty on all major counts: 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of child, and 2 counts of concealing a dead body. During the penalty phase, jurors found 3 statutory aggravating circumstances. They concluded the case involved multiple homicides, that both victims were under the age of 15, and that the murders had been committed in an especially cruel, heinous, or depraved manner. After weighing those findings against the mitigating evidence presented by the defense, the jury determined that leniency was not warranted. Christopher Payne was sentenced to death for each of the 2 murders. His convictions and sentences were automatically appealed, and in 2013, the Arizona Supreme Court affirmed both the guilty verdicts and the death sentences, leaving the judgment of the trial court in place. The criminal case against Christopher Payne eventually came to an end. The story of Ariana and Tyler never did. After losing both of her children, Jamie Hallam turned to the civil courts, arguing that the tragedy had not been caused by one person alone. She filed lawsuits against Arizona's Child Protective Services and the Tucson Police Department, maintaining that she had repeatedly tried to bring her children home and that the systems designed to protect them had failed to act. The claim involving Child Protective Services was eventually settled for $1 million. The lawsuit against the Tucson Police Department followed a different path. In 2010, Pima County Superior Court Judge Carmine Cornelio dismissed the claim, concluding that based on what officers knew during their March 9, 2006 visit to Christopher's apartment, there was insufficient evidence to establish that they knew, or reasonably should have known, that substantial harm to the children was highly probable. The ruling addressed the legal question of causation under the law, but it did not answer the broader question that many people continued asking afterward about whether the overall institutional response had been adequate. The deaths of Ariana Payne, Tyler Payne, and 5-year-old Brandon Williams would later help drive changes to Arizona's child welfare system, prompting reforms intended to prevent similar failures from happening again. But for Jamie, no lawsuit and no legislative reform could restore what had been taken.
Every 10 seconds, a child is abused or killed in the United States. Up to 5 children a day will die from abuse. In another 13 seconds, another child will be abused. Nationally, over 3 million reports of abuse and neglect are made each year, and 2,000 of those children will die from their injuries. Child abuse kills more children in America than accidental falls, choking on food, suffocation, or fires in the home. And as if these statistics weren't horrifying enough, they are inaccurate in relaying the actual number of children that have fallen a victim to child abuse. The sad reality is child abuse is severely underreported in the United States. Most abused and neglected children will never come to the attention of government officials. Every day across the country, the very people children rely on for protection and comfort subject them to neglect. Parents comprise the largest group of abusers at 80%, with 9 out of the 10 abusers being the children's biological parents. It is tough to think, for any of us to think, how can anybody abuse a child? But it happens more than people think. Many parents are under the stressors of life. The stress can range from anything as unemployment, illness, drug use, poverty, and even the presence of a new baby. Unable to properly handle their stress, they lash out on their children. Child abuse is the physical and emotional maltreatment or neglect of children by parents, guardians, and others responsible for the child's welfare. Physical abuse is characterized by physical injury, usually resulted by beating or inappropriately harsh discipline. Sexual abuse includes molestation, incest, rape, prostitution, or the use of a child for pornographic purposes. It can be physical in nature, characterized by abandonment or failure to seek the needed health care. Educational, failure to see that a child is attending school, or emotional. Inappropriate punishment, verbal abuse, and scapegoating are forms of emotional and psychological child abuse. Many parents think this will never happen to my child, and I thought the same thing.
Months before Christopher Payne went on trial, family, friends, and members of the Tucson community gathered at a sunset memorial service to remember Ariana and Tyler. Christopher Payne was ultimately convicted of murdering both Ariana and Tyler and remains on Arizona's death row. But only Ariana was ever brought home. And somewhere beyond the miles of earth that investigators searched for, Tyler Payne remains missing, leaving behind not only unanswered questions, but an empty place that his family can never fill. So, what do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. It was August 1995 in St. Petersburg, and officers had just entered a one-room flat belonging to a quiet local man named Ilshat Kuzakov. For weeks, human remains had been appearing near the rubbish bins around his building, and investigators already feared the person responsible was living somewhere close. Then they opened his door. Inside the flat, they found bottles filled with blood, jars with preserved human remains, dried skin, severed ears, and a pot of prepared flesh sitting in the kitchen like an ordinary meal. Parts of the latest victim had not even been taken out yet. They were still inside the apartment, waiting for Ilshat to finish what he had started. But Ilshat did not panic. He stayed calm, as if police had only interrupted him during a normal day at home. But his concern was not the arrest, nor the evidence or the victim. It was whether the preserved remains would spoil if they were not kept cool. That was when investigators understood the kind of place they had entered. To them, it was a crime scene. To Ilshat Kuzakov, it was his kitchen. But what made the case even harder to accept was this. The warning signs had been there for years. And when the case finally cracked open, it would become one of the most disturbing cases in Russian history. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. By the time police reached the rubbish bins near house number 22 on Orjonikidze Street, the woman who made the call already knew she had not found ordinary waste. It was August 1995 in the Moskovsky district of St. Petersburg, and she had only been walking her dog when the animal began pulling toward one of the bins. At first, there was nothing strange about that, because bins in warm weather often carried a bad smell, and dogs often followed anything that caught their attention. But then she moved closer. Near the rubbish were glass jars filled with cloudy liquid, and inside those jars were human organs. Then, in the bin itself, she saw the head of a man. It had been left there with the rest of the discarded material, close enough to a residential building that anyone taking out rubbish could have seen it. When police arrived, they secured the area and began identifying what had been found. The man was later confirmed to be 43-year-old Edward Vasilevsky, known as Edek. The condition of Edek's remains told investigators that whoever did this had taken time with him after death. His body had not simply been left in one place. Parts of him had been separated. Some had been placed in jars, and other parts had been dumped near the same building where residents had already been complaining about strange smells and disturbing signs. So this was not only a murder scene, it was a message investigators had been too late to read. And as police began checking the area, one fact made the case even more alarming. Edek was not the first man to be found near those buildings. He was just the one who finally forced everyone to look closer. In November 1992, residents of house number 22 had noticed a strong smell coming from the basement. It was not the kind of smell anyone could easily ignore, so people went down to check. And what they found brought police back to that building years before Edek's name ever entered the case. Inside the basement were human remains that had been separated into parts, including a male torso with the internal organs missing. It was clear that the person had not died there by accident, and it was also clear that whoever left him there had used the basement because it was easy to reach. However, the basement doors were not properly secured, and almost anyone could walk in from the street or from the building. So even though the remains were found under the same building where Ilshat Kuzakov lived, police could not prove that the person responsible was one of the residents. The trail became weak, the victim stayed unidentified, and the case did not lead to an arrest. Then, almost 3 years later, in July 1995, the pattern returned. Residents again found human remains near the same group of buildings. This time, a man's head was found in a rubbish bin, and not long after that, hands and arms were found near a neighboring apartment block. The victim was identified as 37-year-old Mikhail Bochkov, known as Misha. So by August 1995, police were no longer looking at one terrible discovery near one rubbish bin. They were looking at 3 men connected to the same small area, the same kind of disposal, and the same disturbing pattern. The killer was not moving bodies across St. Petersburg, he was leaving them close to home. So investigators began looking beyond the rubbish bins and basement doors because the location alone was not enough. They needed a connection between the men, and when they started tracing where the victims had been, who they knew, and which institutions they had passed through, the same kind of link began to appear. Eduard Vasilevsky had a psychiatric history. Mikhail Bochkov had also spent time in psychiatric treatment. And the earlier victim, Alexander Pechenkin, known as Sasha, had moved through that same world too. These men were not only being found near the same buildings, they had also crossed paths with the same vulnerable circles, the same clinics, the same drinking groups, and the same kind of people who could disappear without anyone pushing too hard for answers. Then one name started coming up, Ilshat Zakirievich Kuzikov. To some people around the building, he introduced himself as Igor, and that was the name many neighbors and drinking companions knew. He lived close to where the remains had been found in house number 22 on Orjonikidze Street, and he was already known to psychiatric services. He had spent time in treatment, and he had kept friendly contact with men he met there. So when investigators learned that victims had links to psychiatric clinics, Ilshat was no longer just another strange man in the area. He became someone who stood in the middle of several lines at once. He lived near the disposal sites, he knew men from the same treatment circles, and people were known to come and go from his flat. But even then, he did not look like the kind of person neighbors immediately feared. Some described him as quiet and polite. Others said he was helpful, calm, and almost harmless in the way he carried himself. He was the kind of man people could see every day without thinking he was capable of anything serious. However, another version of Ilshot existed behind that same door. Other neighbors had seen blood in the stairwell. They had smelled something terrible coming from his flat. They had noticed scratches on doors and missing peepholes. And one elderly neighbor later said they had complained more than once, only to be told it was minor hooliganism. So by then, police had two pictures of the same man. One was Igor, the quiet neighbor who drank, helped people, and seemed harmless. The other was Ilshot Kuzikov, the psychiatric patient whose flat sat near the center of every discovery. And once investigators placed those two pictures side by side, they knew they could not keep watching from outside. They had to get into his apartment. Police could not walk into Ilshot's flat on suspicion alone, so they used a simple cover story, the kind that would not sound strange in an old apartment block. A maintenance problem. An officer came to the door, pretending to be a plumber, and the water was cut first, so the visit would feel routine. They needed to get inside before Ilshot had time to clean, hide, or move anything. So the officer approached the flat as if he was there to check the plumbing. At first, the visit had to look ordinary. It was just another repair call, just another inconvenience in a building where residents were used to broken systems and shared complaints. But once the door opened and the officer stepped inside, the story changed immediately. The smell came first. It was heavy enough to tell him that something was wrong before he even understood what he was looking at. Then, in one part of the flat, wrapped inside a jacket, were human legs that had been separated from the body. That discovery ended the disguise. Within minutes, Ilshot Kuzikov was arrested on suspicion of killing Eduard Vasilevsky, but the officers had only seen the first piece of what was inside that apartment. The full search turned the flat from a suspect's home into the center of the entire case. They found bottles filled with blood, jars with preserved human remains, dried skin, ears, pots, marinated flesh, and human colodettes prepared like food meant to be kept and eaten over time. The kitchen was strangely clean compared with the rest of the flat. The knives were kept in good condition. A book called Man in the Kitchen lay there like something from a normal home. There was also a white cook's coat, which matched the nickname that later followed him, the Cook. But nothing about that kitchen was normal. Ilshot later explained that he had no working refrigerator, so he prepared food in ways that could last for several days. He made colodettes because it could sit longer. He preserved, dried, and marinated because he said he needed the meat to keep. And by the time police finished looking around, they were no longer asking only whether Ilshot had killed Edik. They were asking how many times he had done this before they finally knocked on his door. Eduard Vasilevsky was 43 years old, and to most of St. Petersburg, he was the kind of man who could pass through life without being noticed. He lived on the margins, he had psychiatric problems, and he moved through the same unstable circles where alcohol, poverty, and hospital treatment often overlapped. But to Ilshot Kuzikov, Edik was not a stranger from the street. They knew each other through treatment circles, and some accounts said their relationship may have gone further than friendship. In fact, Edik had painted Ilshot a picture. So when Edik went to Ilshot's flat, he was not walking into the home of a stranger. But at some point during that visit, Edik went into the bathroom. Then Ilshot followed him. Then there was a confrontation inside the flat, and Edik tried to resist, but he could not get away. Ilshot overpowered him, and after Edik was dead, the bathroom became the place where Ilshot continued what police would later describe as his routine. He kept the parts he wanted. Then he began moving the rest out of the apartment piece by piece. But this time, he did not finish quickly enough. Some of Edik's parts were left near the rubbish bins, and other parts were still inside the flat when police finally entered. That was what connected the apartment, the jars, the smell, and the body parts outside into one clear chain. Edik's death exposed Ilshot, but it also revealed something more frightening. Edik was the last proven victim. But he was not the first man who had trusted Ilshot enough to walk through that door. There was another victim whose disappearance had already left clues behind. His name was Mikhail Bokhkov, known as Misha. Misha was 37 years old, and like Edek, he lived a difficult life on the edge of society. He was homeless, he had a history of psychiatric treatment, and he moved through the same groups of people that Ilshot often spent time with. These were people who drank together, shared temporary places to stay, and often went unnoticed when something happened to them. That was what made them vulnerable. People knew them, but fewer people were paying close attention to where they went or who they spent time with. Misha had known Ilshot for some time, and the two men had spent time together drinking. On one of those occasions, they were inside Ilshot's flat when an argument began. What started as a disagreement later became the second confirmed killing connected to Kuzikov. According to Ilshot's later statements, the situation escalated inside the apartment, and he attacked Misha before continuing to deal with his body inside the flat. He later admitted that after killing Misha, he had cut his throat, and that was the first time he tasted human blood while it was still warm. Afterward, he moved the body to the bathroom, where he separated the parts he wanted to keep and removed the rest from the apartment. Were not taken far. Just like the later discovery involving Edek, parts of Misha were left close to the same buildings where Ilshot lived. In July 1995, residents found Misha's head in a rubbish bin near the apartment blocks. Later, additional, including parts of his arms, were discovered nearby. The findings shocked the neighborhood, but investigators still did not have enough information to connect the crime directly to Ilshot. Then, just weeks later, another discovery would force investigators to look at the case differently. Alexander Pachenkin, known as Sasha, had known Ilshot through psychiatric treatment. Like the other victims, he was familiar with him long before the police ever learned his name. There was no reason for Sasha to be suspicious when Ilshot invited him over for drinks. It looked like another ordinary evening between two men who already knew each other. They drank together, they talked, and as the evening went on, Ilshot suggested they become intimate. Sasha refused. Ilshot even told him he could leave, but Sasha had been drinking heavily, remained in the flat, and was reportedly becoming sleepy. Then everything changed. Ilshot had Sasha inside the apartment, using both force and a knife during the encounter. Sasha died there, inside the flat of someone he had trusted enough to visit alone. What happened afterward established a pattern that investigators would later recognize in the other cases. Ilshot removed Sasha's clothing, then removed his own, and took Sasha into the bathroom. There, he separated the body into sections, kept certain soft tissues and internal organs for himself, and prepared to dispose of everything else over time. Some of Sasha's remains were taken to the basement beneath the building, while others were discarded in nearby rubbish bins. Weeks later, residents noticed an unbearable smell coming from the basement. When police searched the area, they found human remains in a condition that made it clear someone had deliberately tried to separate and conceal the body rather than leave it intact. The discovery immediately became a homicide investigation, but the location created a serious problem. The basement was not locked. Residents came and went. Strangers could enter without attracting attention. Anyone could have carried something inside, and anyone could have walked back out again. So investigators had no direct path to one particular apartment or one particular resident. They searched, they questioned people, and they examined what evidence they had, but the investigation stalled before it ever reached Ilshot's door. Looking back, that moment became one of the most significant missed opportunities in the entire case. But the story of Ilshot Kuzikov did not begin in that flat on Ordzhonikidze Street. It began decades earlier, on February 27, 1960, in Leninabad, in the Tajik Soviet Socialist Republic. Ilshot was born into a home where violence was already part of daily life. His father, Zakirya Kuzikov, drank heavily, and when he drank, he turned on his wife and children. By the early 1970s, when Ilshot was around 11 years old, that violence reached the point that shaped the rest of his life. Zakirya killed Ilshot's mother, or beat her so badly that she died, and Ilshot and his brother witnessed it. After that, Zakirya was imprisoned, and the two boys were sent to Leningrad, where their aunt took them in and became their guardian. But by then, something had already changed in Ilshot. He was still a child, but people around him began noticing signs of serious mental illness, so he was placed on psychiatric registration. But that's not all. He said the sight of blood and surgical procedures began to affect him in a sexual way, and instead of being horrified by the human body being opened in medical programs on television, he became fixated on it. So he wanted to become a surgeon, and his interest in bodies, anatomy, control, and death stayed with him for years. But he couldn't pursue that dream because he struggled academically. Ilshot also made claims about his teenage years that were deeply disturbing. He said he had an incestuous relationship with his brother. He also told investigators about a large turtle he had kept as a child. When asked what happened to it, he said he had smashed it with a hammer, and when they asked him why he did it, he gave one answer: "I don't know." That answer revealed something important, because long before the rubbish bins in St. Petersburg, there had already been signs that Ilshot's relationship with violence, bodies, and suffering was not normal. And the warning signs had been building for more than 20 years. Ilshot's interest in medicine never became a career, so after school he moved into a very different trade. He trained as a reinforcement worker and electric welder, and for a while, that seemed to be the path his life would follow. It was ordinary work, practical work, and it gave him a place in society, even if his mental health was already unstable. Then, in 1980, he was drafted into the Soviet Army. That was where his violence moved from private warning signs into an official record. In 1982, Ilshot attacked a fellow soldier with a wrench and hit him on the head. The incident was serious enough to bring him before psychiatric examiners, but instead of going to prison, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and sent for treatment. After that, he was discharged from military service and returned to Leningrad. Because of his psychiatric disability, Ilshot received a social pension and a separate apartment with a telephone at house number 22 on Ordzhonikidze Street. At the time, that was not a small thing. Many families in Leningrad were still living in communal flats, and many people waited years for a private phone, but Ilshot had both. For a short time, it looked like the system had given him a chance to live quietly. He had a place to stay, he had a pension, and he later married a woman he met during psychiatric treatment. She understood hospital life because she had also been connected to that same world, and for a brief period, Ilshot seemed to be building something close to normal. But that stability did not last. His drinking became worse, his behavior became harder to live with, and during one conflict, he attacked his wife. She left him and filed for divorce, ending the one relationship that might have kept him connected to ordinary life. Later, when investigators asked why all of his proven victims were men, Ilshot tried to present himself as someone who cared deeply for women. He said he loved women and could not raise his hand against them, even when homeless women stayed in his flat and, in his words, sometimes did things that upset him. But that claim did not fit the record. His wife had already left because he had attacked her. But after the Soviet Union collapsed, Ilshot's life became even more unstable, and the small structure he still had began to fall apart. His disability pension lost its value, his savings disappeared, and the money that once helped him survive could no longer cover the basics. For a while, humanitarian aid kept him going. Food was distributed to people who had little, and Ilshot depended on it because he had almost nothing else. But when that aid stopped, the hunger returned. He tried to earn small amounts wherever he could. He worked as a cleaner at a local market, and he collected empty bottles to sell for money. After Ilshot was arrested, investigators already had enough evidence to connect him to Eduard Vasilevsky, but they still needed to understand the full scale of what had happened inside that apartment. So they questioned him for 2 days, but he won't say anything. So the investigator realized that Ilshot would not speak openly to people who looked at him with disgust. So the approach changed. The investigator made Ilshot believe he understood him, even presenting himself as someone who shared his interest in cannabis. And that was when Ilshot began to talk. At first, he gave the explanation he wanted everyone to hear. He said he had been hungry and that his pension was too small. He said he could not afford enough food, and he tried to make the killing sound like something poverty had pushed him into. He also tried to make himself appear merciful. He claimed he gave his visitors a chance to leave before anything happened. If they walked out, he said, he let them go. But if they stayed, then they became victims. Then came the detail that explained the case in a colder way than hunger ever could. Ilshot said, "I've always wanted to be a surgeon, but it's better to be a cannibal. If you're a surgeon, you have to put the body back together. But a cannibal kills and then he can do whatever he wants with the body." This was no longer only about a starving man in a collapsing city. It was about obsession and control. By the time the case reached court, investigators had linked Ilshot Kuzikov to 3 murders. They believed there may have been more, but the charges had to follow what could be proven. The evidence from the apartment, the remains found near the building, and Ilshot's own statements tied him to Alexander Pachenkin, Mikhail Boshkov, and Eduard Vasilevsky. But the court still had to answer another question. Could Ilshot be held criminally responsible in the ordinary way? His defense requested a forensic psychiatric examination, and that examination became the turning point. Dr. Valery Ivanov, who tested and studied Ilshot, concluded that he had schizophrenia. He also concluded that Ilshot had necrophilia. That finding changed the path of the case. On March 20th, 1997, the St. Petersburg City Court found Ilshot legally insane. The court released him from criminal liability, which meant he would not serve a normal prison sentence for the 3 proven murders. Instead, he was sent to compulsory treatment at the St. Petersburg Psychiatric Hospital of specialized type, with intensive supervision on Arsenal Naya embankment. Before that decision, Ilshot had reportedly been held in Kresty, the famous St. Petersburg detention center. And even there, among other detainees, his reputation created fear. The prisoners were so disturbed by who had been placed near them that they took turns staying awake at night. But after Ilshot Kuzikov was sent to compulsory psychiatric treatment, the public story around him became harder to follow. Some reports later claimed he had died in the hospital in the early 2000s, but that version did not hold. In 2017, hospital sources reportedly confirmed that Ilshot was still alive and still receiving treatment. Then, according to a later source, he tried to seek release through the court in 2020, but the request was refused. So the case did not simply end in 1997. It disappeared behind hospital walls. But this case was never only about Ilshot Kuzikov. It was also about the men no one searched for quickly enough. It was about neighbors who complained and were dismissed. It was about a psychiatric system that already knew he was unstable and violent, but still failed to stop him before 3 men were dead. And by the time police finally opened the door to that one-room flat on Ordzhonikidze Street, the question was no longer whether Ilshot had killed. The question was how many chances had already been missed. And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
A sweet, soft-spoken 3-year-old who was tragically discovered in a deep freezer at his mother's home in Detroit.
Say, baby Tay! Baby Tay! We love you! We love you!
He did not deserve to go through what he went through.
Tyshana France was Chase's aunt. She says Azradi France, who was Chase's mother, has a history of children.
That's not my daughter. I brought a monster into the world, didn't even know it.
On June 24th, 2022, at about 12:45 in the morning, Detroit police knocked on the door of a worn-down home on Monte Vista Street. They were looking for a 3-year-old boy named Chase Allen. His mother, Azradi France, opened the door and told them Chase was not there. She said he was with a woman named Mrs. Robinson, but she could not give them Mrs. Robinson's first name, phone number, or an address. And when officers came back to search the house, Azurity stopped lying. She told them Chase was in the basement. 5 other children were still inside that home, and underneath them, inside a broken freezer, Police found the answer relatives had been demanding for months. But Chase's story did not begin in that basement. It ended there. Chase Allen was born in Detroit on September 1st, 2018, and for the people who loved him, he was more than the child at the center of a police investigation. His family described him as sweet, shy, soft-spoken, and gentle, and relatives said he had already been through more than a little boy his age should have ever faced. By the last part of his life, they said Chase was blind, and he needed care, patience, and protection from the adults around him. But in the months before police came to the Monte Vista home, people started asking where he was. Neighbors asked, relatives asked, family members wanted to see him, and each time Azuradi seemed to have another explanation. At one point, she said Chase was in the hospital. Then the story changed, and she said she had given him away. Another time, she said a couple had him, and to someone else, she claimed relatives in Alabama were caring for him. There was also a story about Chase staying with his paternal grandfather's girlfriend, but that explanation did not hold either. Then, when police finally stood at her door and asked the same question everyone else had been asking, Azuradi gave them one more name, Mrs. Robinson. But there was no clear address, there was no phone number, and eventually there was no Mrs. Robinson. So every version of the story led back to the same question. Where was Chase really? To understand how Chase reached that point, the story had to go back to November 17, 2018, when he was only a little over 2 months old. At that time, CPS records described allegations of neglect involving Azuradi France, her own children, and her 2-year-old nephew, Logan, who had been staying with her for about 2 months. The situation came to a head when Logan's mother arrived to take him home, but Azuradi refused to release him, so police were called to the house. When officers saw Logan, they found a child who was and wearing clothes that smelled of. He also had a cut on his forehead and several marks across different parts of his body. When Azuradi was questioned, she admitted that she had him with a belt more than once, and she also said she used the same form of punishment on her own children. That admission immediately raised concern for every child living in the home, including Chase.
New tonight, another family comes forward saying their child was also by that mother, Azuradi France. It happened when he visited her home, and authorities made some huge mistakes in handling their case. So let's bring in Local 4 investigator Karen Drew, because she has the exclusive, Karen.
Yeah, Kim and Devin, this is all about accountability. Why wasn't more done? Tonight, we tracked down another victim of Azuradi France. Police and prosecutors and family confirmed this child was by the Detroit mother back in 2018 when he was just 2 years old and was visiting France's home. The reason why this story is so important is if authorities would have handled that case the right way, there's a chance France's son Chase would not be dead.
He was beat up pretty bad, like black eyes, wounds all on his private area, and he was hurting.
That's how Patricia Davis remembers what her grandson looked like when she picked him up back in 2018 after he spent some time at the home of Azuradi France. She says he was soaked in urine.
So I had picked him up to put him in her mom's tub to wash him, but when I went to pick him up, he started screaming and crying, like, like you gasping for air.
The boy was brought to the hospital. Sources telling me CPS as well as Detroit police were involved, and the case eventually ended up in court.
I remember the lawyer stating to us that she was going to lose her children and that she will be getting locked up for her crimes.
We've learned France was charged with 3rd-degree child, later reduced to 4th-degree child, and only served 2 years probation. Her children were returned to her.
And I just feel like if they would have followed through with what they said they were going to do, I feel my personal opinion that Chase would be alive today. I blame them because they had the upper hand. Many protective services, because the judge is going to react off the notes.
Then CPS workers looked at the conditions inside the house, and what they found added another layer to the case. The children did not have proper beds, rats had entered the home, and some had even chewed through a child's pack and play. One of Azuradi's daughters was old enough to be in kindergarten, but she was not attending school, and the home was considered unsafe for the children who were living there. Azurady was arrested, and CPS specialist Tressa Simmons filed a petition asking the family court to remove the children and terminate Azurady's parental rights. On December 6, 2018, the court removed Chase and his siblings from her care, and Azurady's name was placed on Michigan's Child and Neglect Central Registry. However, the court did not terminate her parental rights, which meant the removal was not permanent. Chase was first placed with a maternal uncle, and then in January 2019, he was moved to a licensed foster home. For nearly 2 years, he remained outside his mother's care. But on November 17, 2020, the court ended its supervision and returned Chase and his siblings to Azurady. And less than 2 months after they went back, CPS received another report. This time, the concerns centered on Chase's hand. He had suffered second and third degree burns, and the explanation was that he had come into contact with hot noodles. By the time CPS became involved, however, the injury had worsened and the skin had started to peel. On January 11, 2021, CPS investigator Randall Fields Davis visited the house and saw the burn himself. He also noted that 4 children were sharing one bunk bed, the home was heavily cluttered, and an open bottle of bleach was sitting on the floor where the children could reach it. Azurady told him she had already taken Chase to urgent care, but after Fields Davis left, she called him and admitted that was not true. She said she had lied because she was afraid CPS would remove the children again. Only after that visit did Chase receive proper medical attention, and when doctors examined him, they found more than the burn. He also had an abscess on his ankle that required immediate surgery and several days in the hospital. The warning signs had returned almost as soon as the children came home, and this time one of them had needed urgent treatment. However, Chase and his siblings were not removed. They stayed with Azurady. By September 1st, 2021, another complaint had reached CPS, and this time the concern was not only about the condition of the home, but about what had happened directly to Chase. According to the report, Azurady admitted that she had spanked him excessively about a week earlier. Relatives who saw him afterward said he had a black eye, a cut near the top of his eyebrow, and around his ribs. They also said he appeared underfed and kept vomiting after he tried to eat, so the concern was no longer limited to one visible injury. The next day, CPS specialist Dominic Fox interviewed Azurady at a hotel where she was staying with 4 of her children. Chase was not there, and although the report described the hotel as unsuitable for the family, it did not clearly explain why they were staying there. Azurady told Fox that Chase was with her father in Coldwater, Michigan, so CPS specialist Stephen Brott went there to confirm it. When Brott arrived, he found Chase clean and properly dressed. He did not see the black eye or fresh facial injuries described in the complaint, although he noted old marks and areas of skin discoloration on Chase's chest. He then advised the family that Chase should be examined by a doctor to confirm that he was physically well. Chase was taken to a hospital that same day, and the examination reportedly found no immediate serious concerns. Doctors noted that he was small for his age, but not to the point of severe malnourishment, and they did not identify any fresh injuries beyond old marks and scars. CPS continued making contact with Azurady, and by September 15th, Chase had returned to her home, reported no visible bruises or fresh marks, so the investigation began moving toward closure. However, while CPS was preparing to close the case, another set of medical records was about to raise much more serious questions about what Chase had already been through. In October 2021, the concerns around Chase became much more serious because he was taken to hospital after problems with his vision and possible head trauma. Doctors found that his eyes themselves did not explain why he could no longer see, so they looked deeper. A CT scan showed fluid on both sides of his skull and swelling around the front of his scalp, while an MRI later showed bilateral subdural hematomas. A full-body survey also found a healing injury to his left femur. Chase remained in the hospital until October 13th, and by the time he was discharged, the records described a child with blindness, head-related findings, and evidence of an older leg injury. However, the CPS investigation that had started in September was closed the very next day. On October 14, 2021, the agency concluded there was not enough evidence to support the allegations of or neglect. Their report stated that Chase had not suffered injuries from the alleged incident, and after several contacts with Azurity, the case was closed. And after that, Chase slowly disappeared from view. By early 2022, Chase had almost disappeared from the lives of the people who knew him, and relatives and neighbors began asking the same question more often. Where was he? Azurity always seemed to have an answer, but the answer kept changing depending on who was asking. She told neighbor Lynette Hardy that Chase was staying with relatives in Alabama, so Lynette believed he was somewhere safe and adjusting to a new home. Other family members heard something different. Some were told he was in the hospital, while others were told he had been given away or was staying with another family. There was also a story that he was with his paternal grandfather's girlfriend, but that explanation did not hold up either. As the weeks passed, the stories became harder to follow, and the people around Azurity became more suspicious because no one could actually confirm that Chase was where she claimed he was. His grandmother, Toni Haynes, and other relatives contacted CPS again and again. Family members also said they had offered to take Chase themselves because they knew he needed more care and attention than he was receiving. One relative later explained their position in the simplest possible way. If Azurity could not cope with caring for him, then she should give him to someone who could. But she did not. Instead, Chase remained out of sight, and every new explanation only created another gap in the story. Then on June 23, 2022, CPS received another complaint, but this one was more urgent than the reports that had come before it. The caller said Chase had not been seen for a long time, possibly for most of the past year, and Azurity had given too many different explanations about where he was. People were beginning to fear that he might not still be alive. So, in the early hours of June 24th, Detroit police went to the home on Monte Vista Street to check on him. When officers asked where Chase was, Azurity gave them another explanation and said he was staying with a woman named Mrs. Robinson. However, she could not provide the woman's first name, phone number, or address, and the officers quickly realized there was no way to verify what she was telling them. Then the story broke apart completely. Azurity admitted that Mrs. Robinson did not exist and that she had made the name up. When officers insisted on searching the house, she stopped trying to send them somewhere else and finally told them the truth about where Chase was.
Little Chase Allen, 3 years old, had his remains, had a skull fracture. It was believed that he was malnourished. Police got there to check on him, and the officer said, "Mom," immediately blurted out, "I confess."
It was last June 24th, Detroit Police Sergeant Karen Boudreau was doing a welfare check on Azurity France's 3-year-old son Chase, when the sergeant says the mom suddenly said, "I confess."
He was in the basement, inside the refrigerator.
He was the sweetest one. Sweet. He was so sweet.
That's the voice of a grieving family member hours after learning 3-year-old Chase, who is blind, was found dead inside of a freezer.
We loved him and we miss him, and she need to pay for what she did.
Chase's mom, who goes by Dee Dee, is under arrest in connection to the toddler's death. We're told by family 6 children, including Chase and a newborn, were living in unlivable conditions inside this home off Monte Vista on Detroit's west side.
They didn't have anything. In the winter, I saw them with summer clothes.
Neighbors say they tried to help, but the child's mom, Dee Dee, wouldn't let anyone in, including family, who say they haven't seen Chase since last September.
First, she said she gave him, he was in the hospital when she gave him away. Then she said a couple had him. It was just too many stories not making sense.
Detroit police say Children's Protective Services, CPS, contacted DPD Friday morning to do a welfare check at the home. Police say Dee Dee's answers to their questions did not add up. When they went inside, they found Chase's body decomposing in a basement freezer that was not working. Sources say he's been inside the freezer since at least March, but police have not confirmed.
The other kids that were in the home, just imagine what they must have gone through and what they must have endured.
Family tells Fox 2 they've been trying to intervene for years and get the kids out of there, calling CPS more than a dozen times.
She couldn't deal with it, and everybody asked, if you don't want to be bothered, give them to us.
Court records show Dee Dee was convicted of child in 2018 for beating her nephew and has a long history with CPS.
She had her kids taken away from her.
Before, yes, and got them back. Yes, and got them back.
At the police station, detectives asked Azurity to explain what had happened that night, and she began with the moment officers arrived at her home.
He explained to me everything that took place, and you know, the whole story. Okay. So let's start with what happened tonight. Okay, like how it all began.
I was laying down watching TV and I saw the flashlights like in the window.
What time do you think that was?
I'm not sure. I didn't look at the time.
Well, how long do you think it's been since like that point to right now? A little bit over an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I opened the door and I said yes, and they said they were here to do a well-being check.
You said so? You opened the door and you saw it was the police.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he said they're here to do a well-being check, and I said okay.
For what?
Chase Allen, my son.
For Chase?
Mm-hmm.
Allen?
My son.
Okay.
And they asked me where was he, and okay, I did lie. I said he was with someone. He wasn't.
Who'd you say he was with?
A lady, a friend.
A friend. Do you remember the name he told them?
Miss Robertson.
Miss Robinson?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there such a person, or you just made that up?
I just made that up.
Okay. So they didn't believe you, or?
I guess not, because they came back.
Oh, so they left? So you told them he was with Mrs. Robinson,
Mm-hmm.
and how long before they came back?
Like 10, 20 minutes.
Okay, so when they came back, then what happened?
They said they needed to check the house.
And make sure he wasn't there?
Yeah. So that's when I opened the door and said, okay, I confess.
You said, I confess?
Yes. I said he's in the basement, in the refrigerator.
However, Azurity still denied that she had caused his death.
And then they handcuffed me, put me back to the car. But I did not beat my son. I didn't. He was malnourished.
Okay, look, hold on. We'll get there. So they handcuffed you and they took you into custody and put you in the back of the police car.
Yes.
And then they brought you down here.
Yes.
Okay. So you said you didn't beat your son.
No, I didn't.
So can you tell me how he passed?
He wasn't eating. Okay, he's blind and he's medical issue. So
He's blind, and what else?
He like wouldn't eat or anything. Like he needed special attention. And okay, so I tried to wake him up that morning and he didn't wake up. He wasn't breathing or anything. So I laid him on the hallway floor and I thought to myself, I said, what am I gonna do? I picked up my phone and I was finna call I was scared. So I just took an immunization.
So how long ago was that?
The end of March.
The end of March.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you woke up one morning and he was already dead?
Yes.
He died in his sleep?
Yes, he had to because he wasn't breathing. I was about to wake him up.
Where did he sleep?
And along with the kids.
In a bed by himself, or?
Yes. The kids was in my room and he was in the
by himself?
Yep.
And he's how old?
3.
And when you say he wasn't eating, were you trying to feed him?
Yes, I was. I went and bought the powder from GNC, the weight powder.
Protein
and
powder.
I brought the insurance. I did everything I could. He wasn't eating, and I was.
They were trying to take him to the doctor.
I was scared. I was scared that they was going to take my other kids. I was so scared.
So how long had he not been eating?
Like a couple weeks.
And you never took him to the doctor or anything to try to figure out what was going on, because you were afraid they were going to take your other kids.
Yes.
But if it's
he was malnutrition.
Right, but if it's a medical condition.
I shouldn't take him. Did the right thing.
But okay, so at the end of March, you're saying you woke up one morning.
Because I made the kid breakfast and I went in there to get him up and I gave him some water and he fell back down. So I'm like, he's not breathing.
What do you mean he fell back down? So he was up?
No, he wasn't up. Like, I set him up, but he wasn't responding.
Was he cold? I mean...
Yeah, he was.
Azurity claimed she went to wake Chase one morning, sat him up, and realized he was not responding.
I did not touch him or anything. I put that in my dead brother. I didn't.
You were able to move him around?
Yes. I was scared. I didn't know who to call.
So you woke him up You sat him up. You tried to wake him up. He wasn't awake.
No.
You
And
tried
then I
to,
felt his heart. He wasn't breathing.
so you tried to sit him up. He fell back down.
Yes.
You laid him in the hallway. And then you decided you were going to call, but you were scared that they would take your other kids.
Yes. My feet, I dialed 911 on my phone, but I didn't. It didn't know the.
So you put him in the basement.
Yes.
So explain to me at that point what, like, exactly what you did.
Okay, I found one of the pad bags and I put him in.
Like a laundry bag?
Yep. And then I walked him downstairs and put him in the basement one. But I was.
So you put him in the bag first?
Yes.
Upstairs?
In the hallway.
You put him in the bag, then you carried the bag down into the basement?
Yes.
And you have a refrigerator in the basement?
A freezer.
Is it like a?
It was there when I moved there. It's like
Well, describe it to me. Does it look like a refrigerator, or does it look like one of those like deep freezers that's kind of like this big?
No, it's an old back in the day refrigerator. Like it doesn't have a freezer.
Just one big refrigerator?
Yeah.
Like one big, like a door?
Yep.
Is it plugged in? Was it working?
It was working, but I don't know what happened. And I swear I was going to turn myself in everything. I was.
So at the end of March, so you put him in there, and then that was it?
Yes.
You never checked? You never tried to move the body? You never tried to do anything with it?
Well, I went down there like a couple of weeks ago, and I just got on my knees and prayed.
When did you discover that the refrigerator wasn't working?
Last week.
Last week?
Yes.
So when you initially put him in there, the refrigerator was working?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
I did not beat him or anything. He just little eat. He wasn't eating. Like, I did call my dad and say, Dad, he's not eating. I don't know what to do. And they did tell me to take him to the hospital, and I didn't listen.
So since March, none of your family members or anybody have asked, like, where he's at or anybody? And what?
I kept lying and said he was at his home. And I wanted to open up to him, but I was so scared.
Okay. Before we write all that down, I just want to get a few things from you. Your deceased son, his name is Chance?
Chase.
Chase? C-H?
A-Y-C-E.
A-Y-C-E? Last name is what?
Allie.
And what's his date of birth?
9/18.
So he's almost going to be 4.
Yes.
And you have how many other children?
5.
And while he was hidden in the basement, Azurity continued living upstairs with the 5 other children, answering questions from relatives and giving them different stories about where he had gone.
Who all was home when that happened?
Just me and the kids.
Nobody else lives there? None of your baby daddies? No boyfriend? They're not going to find... Because, they're searching the house right now. So there's no male clothing or somebody's stuff there that lives there?
He wasn't there at the time.
Who's he?
My baby daddy.
What's his...
I lied and told him he was with... Because he did ask him. I told him he was with a lady, but he don't know he was in the basement.
And where's he right now?
At work, I think.
Where's he work at?
Landscaping.
At night? They don't cut grass at night.
Well, he was at work earlier. I'm sorry. I don't know where he is now.
What's his phone number?
He sleeps in the driveway.
He doesn't sleep in the house?
No. No, he doesn't. Because me and him are not together. But he asked to just stay there until he get himself together.
But his stuff's in the house?
Yep.
What kind of car does he drive?
A black Tahoe.
Black Tahoe?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what year?
No. I'm not sure.
Is it newer, older?
Older.
Anything descriptive about you can tell me about it that stands out? Is it tinted, big wheels, anything?
Just the old Tahoe.
Is it rusted up, banged up, accident damage, anything?
Yeah. My kids can also tell you that he sleeps in the car too.
I understand if you're trying to protect somebody.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. Okay. Like, I just want to make sure. And I'm not accusing you of lying to me or trying to be an a-hole or anything like that, okay? Just hear me out, okay? I understand this is your baby daddy. That's the father of some of your kids. You know, if something happened and you're trying to cover up for him, you need to think about your other kids.
No,
and you need to be there for them.
No,
so if he did something to that child, and you're trying to cover up for him, you should just, you need to tell me.
No, I swear on my kids, I swear.
So you tell me for the last 4 months.
You can call my dad too, because me and him got into it, and my dad made him move out. And ever since then, he been sleeping in the driveway.
I understand that he's been sleeping in the driveway, but what I'm saying is, so for 4 months, he didn't ask.
Yes, he asked, and
he never didn't. I mean, 4 months is a long time for a kid to be away.
Yeah.
And for him not to wonder where this child is. He's not the father of that child?
No, he was wondering where he was. He kept asking, and I kept lying and saying he was with someone.
So
he kept saying that didn't sound right to him.
Where's Chase's dad?
Incarcerated.
He's in jail. None of his family members ever came and visited the child or anything like that? Grandma or nothing?
Yeah.
Throughout the interview, Azurity insisted that she had not harmed Chase. She said he had stopped eating, that he had several medical problems, and that he had passed away in his sleep before she panicked and hid what had happened. But the medical examiner's findings told a different story. Chase's death was ruled a homicide, and the cause was blunt force trauma to the head. That single finding changed the meaning of everything Azurity had told detectives, because this was no longer only a story about fear, poor judgment, or a mother who claimed she did not know what to do after finding her son unresponsive. It was now a murder investigation.
Today, baby Chase's death was ruled a homicide, and Azurity France is now facing murder, first-degree child torture, and concealing a death charges.
I can't even sleep. I can't sleep. I cannot.
France's mother, mourning the loss of her grandson, is sickened and outraged that he could have died at the hands of her own child.
No, that's not my daughter. I brought a monster into the world and didn't even know it.
Azurity France is due back in court on July 8th for a probable cause conference, and she will be before a judge on the 15th. As for the other 5 children, they're now with family.
And once investigators looked beyond the basement and started examining the years before Chase died, the case became even harder to explain because the warning signs had not appeared once or twice. They had been building almost from the beginning of his life.
They have no idea how long this child was potentially in that freezer or what led to this happening to begin with. But as you guys can see from this glowing memorial behind me, this is something that the community is definitely broken up for. And we know that it's heartbreaking news for one woman in particular who is actually trying to take care of this little boy.
It's a hurting thing because I've asked her, if he was too much to give him to me.
Lynette Hardy could never have children of her own, so she was downright devastated, learning the 3-year-old boy next door was found dead in a basement freezer.
We had been praying that the little boy would be found, but I had no idea he would be found dead. He was blind.
Lynette says the child had been missing since January. 5 other kids were in the house when the heartbreaking discovery was made following a welfare check and CPS investigation. Lynette had seen them all except the little boy that was discovered.
I did help clothe them and feed them. They were very loving children.
Prior to her being told he was missing, she was led to believe he was sent to go live with family.
She had said that her aunt and uncle in Alabama had him.
The mother has been taken into custody. Lynette, however, never saw anything out of the ordinary.
And as a matter of fact, the mother was loving.
Detroit Police Chief James White says the department is looking at all possibilities. The sad thing is what happens to the other children now that were inside the home.
And we're looking to see what other incidents she's had with CPS as well as the police department. That'll be part of our overall investigation.
I had tears, but then again, I was kind of consoled by him not being able to endure any more hardship.
Azurity was taken into custody on the same day officers found Chase in the basement, and the 5 surviving children were removed from the home so they could be examined and interviewed away from the scene. The children were taken for medical checks, forensic interviews, and psychological support because investigators needed to understand what they had seen, what they had been told, and how long they had been living under those conditions.
Certainly we started our morning hearing about this case. DPD officers responded to a home on this street. There are other children at the home, so I am not giving the address out, but it's located in this intersection on this street. The child, who is estimated to be 3 years old, was found in this home deceased. They were here on a welfare check. Upon making this location with Child Protective Services and interviewing the occupant of the home, it was determined that the 3-year-old child was deceased in this home in the basement and sadly found in a freezer. This case has shocked me, shocked our investigators, but the discovery would not have been possible without the officers' intuition. When they talked to the occupant of the home, they recognized that there was something not right about the conversation and the way this occupant was communicating with them. I want to acknowledge Officer Belay, Grishaber, and Bedrol. All three difficult names, but I think it bears repeating. Officer Belay, Gifhaber, and Bedrol. Those three officers responded early this morning to this location, talked to the occupant of the home, and again, initially the conversation was to just push the officers away as if there was nothing going on, but their intuition, their experience led them to know that something was wrong, something just wasn't right. They called for a supervisor. Upon the supervisor's arrival and additional conversation, this tragic and sad discovery happened, and we're certainly getting support for the officers. That is something that no one should have to see. And as I indicated, the other kids that were in the home, just imagine what they must have gone through and what they must have endured being inside of that home. And yes, the child was decomposing, and yes, the child was found in the freezer. So with that, I'd like to bring up Captain Blackwell to talk a little bit about the case. We can't get into too much of it. I hope you can respect that. The prosecutor will have to chime in on this case. It's wide open, and I don't want to compromise her work by talking too much about specifics, but we will give you an overview, a high-level overview on where we are with the case. Captain?
2 days later, on June 26, 2022, prosecutors formally charged Azuradi with felony murder, first-degree child and concealing the death of an individual. She was arraigned in 36th District Court before Magistrate Laura Echartia, and she was remanded to jail while the case moved forward. From that point, the investigation widened beyond the discovery in the freezer. Detectives, prosecutors, medical experts, and child welfare officials began reviewing the condition of the home, Chase's medical history, Azuradi's statements, the accounts of the surviving children, and the long record of earlier CPS involvement. However, the case did not reach its final outcome quickly. For the next 2 years, Azuradi remained in custody as the charges moved through court, and the central question was no longer whether Chase had been hidden in the basement. It was how much of what happened before his death could be proven in court. On July 12, 2024, more than 2 years after Chase was found, Azuradi France pleaded guilty to second-degree murder as part of a sentencing agreement. Then, on July 29th, she returned to court to hear the punishment that would follow. Azuradi sat quietly with her hands covering her face while members of her family spoke about what had happened, and her sister, Azuant Sauls, addressed her directly. She told Azuradi that Chase had depended on her for protection, but instead, he had been hurt beyond recovery.
Inside the 3rd District Court in Detroit, 33-year-old Azuradi France covered her face as she listened to her sister read a victim impact statement.
I pray that you find healing, that you actually one day regret what you did to your children, especially Chase, because he didn't deserve it.
However, the most painful detail came from Assistant Prosecutor Aaron Wilmoth, who told the court that 2 of Chase's siblings had witnessed Azuradi place their brother in the freezer.
Not only did 2 of the siblings of Chase Allen witness Ms. France putting their deceased brother in a freezer, One of the children, who was 9 years old at the time, at Miss Francis' direction, went and got the laundry bag that she eventually put him in.
The prosecutor also said Chase's mother was not alone in failing to keep him safe during his short life.
He was failed by so many during his short life. CPS. There was at least 7 rejected complaints by CPS, as well as at least 6 CPS investigations.
An argument even the defense attorney could support.
The one thing we can agree upon is this child was failed from every single adult that could have helped him.
One of those children was 9 years old at the time, and according to the prosecution, Azuradi told that child to bring her the laundry bag that was later used to carry him downstairs. That meant the surviving children had not only lived above the basement where Chase was hidden, but some of them had also seen part of what happened after his death.
If authorities would have handled that case the right way, there's a chance Francis' son Chase would not be dead.
He was beat up pretty bad, like black eyes, wounds all on his private area, and he was hurting.
That's how Patricia Davis remembers what her grandson looked like when she picked him up back in 2018 after he spent some time at the home of Azurday France. She says he was soaked in urine.
So I had picked him up to put him in her mom's tub to wash him, but when I went to pick him up, he started screaming and crying, like, like you gasping for air.
The boy was brought to the hospital. Sources telling me CPS as well as Detroit police were involved, and the case eventually ended up in court.
I remember the lawyer stating to us that she was going to lose her children and that she will begin locked up for her crimes.
We've learned France was charged with third-degree child, later reduced to fourth-degree child, and only served 2 years probation. Her children were returned to her.
And I just feel like if they would have followed through with what they said they were going to do, I feel my personal opinion that Chase would be alive today. I blame them because they had the upper hand. Meaning protective services, because the judge is going to react off the notes.
Now, I did reach out to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office on how could this mother only get 2 years probation.
Wilmoth told the court that Chase had been failed by many people during his short life, and then even the defense agreed with that point. Azuradi's attorney, Lillian Diallo, said the one thing everyone could agree on was that Chase had been failed by every adult who had the chance to help him. Judge Tracy Green then sentenced Azuradi to 35 to 60 years in prison, which matched the plea agreement she had accepted earlier that month. As part of that agreement, the original charges of felony murder, first-degree child abuse, torture, and concealing the death of an individual were dismissed. The criminal case had now reached its end, but the questions about how Chase had been left in danger for so long were far from over. In 2025, Chase's father, Juwan Allen, took the case into federal court and filed a lawsuit against 13 people connected to Michigan's child protection system. The lawsuit accused CPS and MDHHS-linked workers of gross negligence and deliberate indifference, and it argued that they had repeated chances to step in before Chase died. It pointed back to the first reports when he was only a few months old, then to the years that followed when the children were removed, returned, and placed back under investigation. It also focused on the burn to his hand, the delayed medical care, the ankle surgery, the later reports of bruising and vomiting, and the medical records that described blindness, head-related findings, and a healing injury to his leg. The lawsuit said relatives had kept calling, concerns had kept returning, and Chase's name had appeared again and again in reports that were supposed to protect him. But despite all of that, he remained in the same environment. The complaint described the final part of his life in one of its most painful lines, saying that Chase spent his last days of suffering in complete darkness. Then, in 2026, Judge Terrence G. Berg dismissed the claims against the state defendants. That ruling ended the case against those defendants, but it did not erase the timeline that had been laid out in the court record. And that timeline showed something difficult to ignore. Long before police found Chase in the basement, his name had already appeared before the system many times. In the end, the people who loved Chase tried to bring the focus back to who he had been before his name became tied to a police investigation, a courtroom, and a federal lawsuit. His family gathered in Detroit and released green and white balloons into the sky, and they described him as sweet, shy, soft-spoken, and gentle.
Neighbors in disbelief after a mother is accused of and her 3-year-old son, his found in a basement freezer.
I just wish I could have done more. I wish that I could have saved him. I just wish.
Tonight, they gather to remember the young life taken too soon.
My little cousin, he was a funny little boy. He was the youngest best friend I had.
Heartbreaking words coming from 11-year-old Zaire Anderson reacting to the death of his little cousin Chase, that's only 8 years younger.
I'm hurting, but God knows how I'm feeling. I know Chase in a better place, but it still don't make me stop crying. It hurt real bad. He only 3. You're not supposed to do that to a kid.
It's just a little bit too hard to bear for the family and not only the family but the friends, the neighbor, everyone who knew them.
Next door neighbor Cheryl Hardy, however, wishes she could have helped, being so close.
I just wish I could have done more. I wish that I could have saved him. I just wish.
A candlelight vigil and balloon release taking place right in front of the very same house where the horrible discovery was made. Pastor Mo did his best to console Chase's loved ones.
Rest in peace!
Rest in peace!
This one hurts deep within. You don't even have words to fathom the egregious act toward this child.
As of now, the investigation continues into finding out how little Chase died and how long his body had been in the basement of the house while he was believed to be missing for so long.
I feel like no kid in this world should be deceased.
Outside the Monte Vista home, toys and stuffed animals began to collect on the steps, turning the place where so much had gone wrong into a quiet memorial for a child who had lived only 3 years.
Today, green and white balloons were released into the sky, remembering Chase Allen, a sweet, soft-spoken 3-year-old who was tragically discovered in a deep freezer at his mother's home in Detroit.
Say, baby Chase! Baby Chase! We love you!
We love you!
He did not deserve to go through what he went through.
Tyshana France was Chase's aunt. She says Azra France, who was Chase's mother, has a history of children, and she and her husband received custody of Chase when he was just 2 months old, when the mom of 6 got all her children taken away.
She should have never got her kids back after that.
Azanti Sauls is France's sister. She says the last time she saw Chase in person was last summer, and his head was bigger than his body. She says she fought with her sister to take the child, and when she refused, she says the family called CPS and DPD for months, but were told there was nothing they could do.
Even when we tried our hardest, in this moment right now, it makes us feel like that we didn't try hard enough.
Last month, Saw says Chase, who went blind about a year ago, was burned. His mother claimed it was because he touched a cup of hot noodles, but CPS got involved. And she says the state was supposed to be doing checkups every 3 months.
CPS, they failed us. They failed his family. They failed Chase.
And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Did CPS do its job?
I don't think they did. I think that girl would be alive if they hadn't done it. Because when I saw, I don't see how anybody could miss it.
At 5:10 p.m. on August 22nd, 2022, first responders were sent to a house on Avenue C in Brownwood, Texas, after someone inside reported that a 9-year-old girl was unresponsive. Her name was Hardy Quinn Hill. By that afternoon, the people around Hardy's family had already raised concern after concern. A neighbor had reported the smell coming from the property and the fact that the children were rarely seen outside. In another incident, Hardy was found alone near a rural cemetery around midnight, frightened, dirty, and desperately hungry. But what kind of mother drove roughly 20 miles, left her 8-year-old child in a cemetery after dark, and then went home without her?
He has told us that she's lost, that her mother left her at the cemetery in Trickham.
Police had been involved. Child welfare workers had opened cases, relatives had tried to reach the children. And only weeks before the emergency call, authorities had been shown a video that appeared to prove the home was clean, safe, and suitable for them. But no child welfare worker had properly inspected the rooms where Hardy and her brother were actually living. So when investigators finally walked through the front door on August 22nd, the house they entered was not the house they had been shown. But to understand how so many warnings had been raised, yet no one had entered that home, the story had to return to Hardy's early life in Abilene. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. Before Hardy Quinn Hill became the center of a criminal investigation, she had been a lively little girl from Abilene, Texas, with a strong personality and a long list of things she loved. Hardy Quinn Raina Hill was born on October 11, 2012, to Dawn Faith Hill, who later became known as Dawn Faith Hill Flessner. She also had an older brother, Timothy, who was about 2 years ahead of her. Because he was still a minor, we will mostly refer to him as Hardy's brother. By the summer of 2022, Hardy was 9 years old and would normally have been around 4th grade age. According to her obituary, Hardy loved animals and often wanted to bring them home. She liked unicorns, drawing, writing, and coloring, but she also had a strong interest in things many children found frightening. She loved scary movies, skulls, and Halloween, and while most children counted down to Christmas, Hardy waited for October. She enjoyed trying to frighten the people around her, but she was not always very good at hiding what she was about to do. She would often start laughing before the prank was complete, so everyone knew she was preparing to jump out or make a scary face. That playful side of her also came out in the way her family described her movements. The obituary said there were many times when Hardy might trip on air, fall unexpectedly, then immediately jump back up and announce, "I'm okay," before carrying on as though nothing had happened. It became one of those small family stories that captured her personality because Hardy was always moving, always playing, and rarely embarrassed when something went wrong. She was also especially close to her brother. The two of them built forts together, played Minecraft, and spent time playing hide and seek. Because Hardy was small, she could squeeze herself into hiding places that were difficult to find, and that made the game even more entertaining for her. Night fishing became another family activity she loved. She went with her brother, her grandmother Jamie, and Dawn, and she found humor even in the small things that happened during those trips. If someone's fishing line broke, Hardy laughed. The family also took annual trips, including visits to Padre Island and San Antonio, but Luckenbach was said to be Hardy's favorite place. Hardy also had a close relationship with her maternal grandmother, Susie Wilson, who lived in Abilene. When Hardy stayed at Susie's house, they watched television, ordered pizza, and followed a simple bedtime routine. Before Hardy went to sleep, she and her grandmother sang, "Jesus loves all the children of the world." But the family life described in Hardy's obituary began to change after Dawn's marriage ended, and another woman entered the children's lives. Hardy would later be found dangerously underweight and unresponsive inside the Brownwood house. But the changes that led to that moment did not happen all at once. They began gradually. Dawn Faith Hill Flessner had previously been married to a woman named Sarah Flessner, and the two had been together for several years. During that time, Sarah helped raise Hardy and her older brother.
She was, most of the time, very happy. She loved getting her hair done and makeup. I think her cousin Mariah, she loved spending time with her and doing all that.
Sarah Hill Flessner was married to Hardy Quinn's mother and helped raise the girl for years.
If I'd have known it was as bad as it was, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I would have figured out how to get the kids out of the house. Legally or not.
When the two split up, she says Hardy's mother cut her off from the children and started dating a new woman, Jamie Anderson. Jamie Anderson and Hardy's mother, Dawn Hill, are now serving life sentences for the capital murder of Hardy Quinn. Susie says everything changed when her daughter met Jamie. She moved Dawn with their kids into a rundown home in Brownwood, Texas. There, Jamie, Dawn, and the kids grew increasingly isolated, and Wilson says her daughter's whole personality changed. She said they stopped allowing her to take the kids for sleepovers, and finally they stopped letting her come by at all. Tim Corley, pictured here next to the remains of the house the family lived in, called DFPS multiple times about bags of feces he was finding at the dumpster near his house, just down the street.
Did CPS do its job?
I don't think they did. I think that girl would be alive if they hadn't done it. Because when I saw, I don't see how anybody could miss it.
They informed him that everything was fine at the house, despite still never entering it. TPR confirmed that investigators for DFPS never entered the home despite multiple calls.
So tell me about why else this might not be an appropriate place for your...
This is where they left her. They left her here several times. But finally, August of 21, she left here and walked that direction to a house down there.
Just a month after Corley reported the family to DFPS, Don Hill abandoned Hardy at the Trickham Cemetery in the summer of 2021. According to a police report, it was a little past midnight in the pitch black. Wilson says it wasn't the only time this happened. This time, though, Hardy was scared enough to walk towards the only source of light in the vast, rural Texas darkness.
You can tell there's absolutely no lighting out here, as far as I've ever seen, and I've been here after dark, and there's really nothing to amount to light.
We asked Susie to ride with us to where Hardy was finally found.
And at the time, this road was not cliched like this. It was just like that one back there, just dirt, with everything grown up on it, and night, so animals are out, stuff like that. And from what I understand, I'm not quite sure if it was this house.
However, around 2020, Dawn and Sarah separated, and Dawn left with both children. For a short period, Dawn, Hardy, and her brother stayed with Dawn's mother, Susie Wilson, in Abilene. Hardy knew Susie's home, and she was comfortable there, but that arrangement did not last. Dawn soon began dating Jamie Faye Anderson, and after they had been together for about 6 months, Dawn moved both children into Jamie's property in Brownwood, a central Texas town with a population of roughly 20,000 people. The move created more than physical distance between the children and their grandmother because, according to Susie, Jamie began controlling how and when Dawn communicated with relatives. Whenever Dawn spoke to members of her family, Jamie remained in the room, so private conversations became difficult. Susie still tried to arrange visits with Hardy and her brother, but those plans were repeatedly canceled. At first, the children simply seemed harder to reach, and then the distance became more deliberate. Eventually, Jamie prevented Susie from seeing them all together. Sarah also lost access to the children she had helped raise, and as the months passed, the circle of adults who could see Hardy and her brother became smaller, and the isolation was not limited to family members. A neighbor named Abby Wallace later described how rarely the children appeared outside the Brownwood house. She said, "You would not even believe they had kids because you never saw them." That observation was important because Hardy and her brother were not simply living farther away from relatives. They were becoming almost invisible to the people around them. The growing isolation worried Susie, but when she finally saw the house where her grandchildren were living, the condition of the property worried her even more. The property Dawn moved the children into stood in the 700 block of Avenue C in Brownwood, and from the outside, it already gave people reasons to worry. It was a 2-story building designed in a Western false front style, so the front rose higher than the roof behind it and made the structure resemble a small building from an old frontier town. However, by the time Hardy and her brother lived there, it looked less like a home and more like a deteriorating property that needed major repairs. When Susie Wilson first visited, she immediately noticed that the building was uneven and visibly damaged. The foundation was cracked, the floors did not feel level, and several of the basic services a family needed were either missing or not working properly. The house had no running water and no electricity throughout much of the property. It had no central heating, the stove did not work, and there was no functioning refrigerator. The indoor plumbing was also unusable, and a toilet had been placed outside on the front porch. Dawn told her mother that Jamie was renovating the building, so the conditions were presented as temporary problems that would eventually be repaired. But as time passed, the work did not appear to solve the most serious issues, and the children continued living there. One of the people who saw the problems from outside was a nearby neighbor named Tim Corley. He lived close enough to notice that the plumbing still was not working, and he later reported that the household was disposing of human waste in a dumpster beside his property. The smell did not remain contained inside the house or even within the boundaries of the yard. According to Corley, it traveled well beyond the front entrance and became impossible for nearby residents to ignore. He described it as so bad it would knock you down. But the smell was not the only thing that concerned him. Corley rarely saw Hardy or her brother outside, and on the few occasions when he did, he said the children appeared deeply unhappy. They were living in the middle of a neighborhood, yet they remained largely hidden from the people around them. Corley also tried to take food to the house, but instead of welcoming the help, Dawn and Jamie reacted aggressively toward him. That response only increased his concern because the children were rarely seen. The house had no proper plumbing, and the adults appeared hostile when a neighbor tried to provide something as basic as food. So, in 2021, Corley contacted the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. Then he contacted them again. He reported the plumbing problems, the waste disposal, and the conditions surrounding the children. But he later said the department told him the family was fine. But Corley was not the only person who contacted the state, and when officials first responded to concerns about the home, they did not begin with a full investigation. When someone first reported concerns about the Avenue C property, the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services did not assign the case to a traditional abuse and neglect investigation. Instead, it was placed in a system known as alternative response, which was designed for families believed to need cooperation, support, or basic services, rather than an immediate and intrusive investigation. Under alternative response, workers could speak with parents, assess the family's needs, and recommend assistance, but they did not automatically make formal findings of abuse or neglect. The system was intended for situations considered less dangerous, where children were believed to be able to remain safely at home, while the family worked with the department. The assigned worker arranged to meet Hardy and her brother at a park near the home, but Dawn was present throughout the conversation. Neither child directly disclosed that anything was wrong while their mother sat nearby, so the meeting ended without an outcry of abuse or neglect. And instead of entering the house, the worker spoke with the person who had been presented as the landlord. That person was Jamie Anderson. Jamie assured the worker that the problems reported at the property had been corrected, and the worker accepted that explanation without walking through the home to confirm it. The case was then closed. Years later, DFPS Communications Director Marissa Gonzalez explained that policy would require seeing the home to assess safety. But in Hardy's case, the worker had not seen it. Family law attorney Lindsay Dion, who had previously worked as an attorney for DFPS, later said the decision to use alternative response told her something important about how seriously the department had treated the report. She explained, "The first thing I do as a defense attorney is ask the department, is this an alternative response case? Because what that tells me is they don't care, and they're not going to do anything to my clients." She believed it had been searching for a way to finish the case, but the next warning would not come from a neighbor, a relative, or another complaint. It would come from Hardy herself after she was left alone in a rural cemetery in the middle of the night. During the summer of 2021, Dawn took 8-year-old Hardy to Trickham Cemetery in Coleman County, roughly 20 miles from Brownwood. Trickham was barely a town, with a population last recorded at around 12 people, and there was no post office, no streetlights, and very little around it beyond a highway, a church, a historic marker, the cemetery, and a handful of houses scattered through the darkness. At around midnight, Hardy was left there alone. According to what Susie Wilson later learned from Hardy's brother, this may not have been the first time Dawn had done it, but on this occasion, Hardy did not remain in the cemetery and wait for someone to return. Instead, she started walking. She left the graves behind, moved through the darkness, and walked approximately half a mile in search of help. There were no streetlights to guide her, so she relied on whatever she could see from the surrounding properties. At some point, she crossed a highway and reached a small road where only a few houses were visible. Hardy first noticed one home, but dogs near the property frightened her, so she kept moving. Then she saw another light in the distance and followed it. That light belonged to a home connected to Vicki Rice.
We have a night light that lights up a lot of the yard, and she said she saw the night light from the cemetery, that she went to this house first, but they have a lot of dogs, and she was afraid. And she came down, saw the light. We had a light on the front porch like we do every night, and that's why she came to the house, is what she said. She has told us that she's lost, that her mother left her at the cemetery in Trickham. The mother came into the house after we had already called the police, and so we clearly told her, I mean, she's not leaving until they get here. We've already called the sheriff's department, and we're not going to allow her to leave because we've already called. She said she had wandered off from them in the cemetery. That's not what the little girl told us. I mean, we never saw any of that night. We saw a very frightened, very young child that was very hungry and dirty. She ate everything that we had. We had made her a sandwich and she ate it and said she was still hungry, and we made her hot dogs and she ate those, and she drank milk, about 3 glasses of milk. But she said she was hungry, and we fed her. Yeah.
I appreciate what you did for her.
I can't imagine. Wished it would have ended differently.
We all do.
So. But you know what? She's at peace. We know where she is. She's at peace. She went home way too early, but...
The Coleman County Sheriff's Office responded to the house that night, and unlike the Child Welfare Department, deputies treated what Hardy had described as a criminal matter. An 8-year-old girl had been found alone near a remote cemetery around midnight, and she had told the adults who helped her that her mother had left her there because she had been bad. The sheriff's office pushed for Dawn to be prosecuted, and the case eventually resulted in her pleading guilty to a felony child abandonment or endangerment offense. Dawn was convicted and placed on probation beginning in 2021, which meant a court had formally recognized that what happened at Trickham Cemetery was serious enough to warrant criminal consequences. However, the criminal case did not lead to Hardy and her brother being removed from Dawn and Jamie's care. The Texas Department of Family and Protective Services conducted its own assessment and determined that Dawn had neglectfully supervised her daughter. But even with that information, the department closed its case before Dawn's criminal proceedings had been completed. There was no continuing supervision of the family, no long-term safety plan, and no ongoing service that placed someone inside the household regularly enough to see how the children were living. Hardy and her brother remained with Dawn and Jamie, and the people responsible for monitoring their safety once again stepped away. Family law attorney Lindsay Dion, who had previously worked as an attorney for DFPS, later reviewed the way the case had been handled, and she said, "The department dropped the ball in a way I was not expecting to see at this level." And Susie would later return to one simple question: why had no one simply walked through the front door? That opportunity had already been missed more than once, but in June 2022, police were called to the household again, and this time, the report involved Dawn and Jamie themselves. So, in June 2022, only 2 months before Hardy died, police were called back to the household after a reported family violence incident involving Dawn and Jamie. It was serious enough to trigger another child welfare investigation and give authorities one more opportunity to see how the children were living. However, when caseworkers tried to assess the home, Dawn and Jamie refused to let them inside. They said they were worried about being exposed to COVID-19. So instead of walking through the property, checking the children's rooms, and confirming whether the earlier problems had been corrected, workers met the couple outside the house or in a public place. That meant the most important part of the investigation remained hidden. No one saw the interior that relatives and neighbors had been warning the state about for more than a year. Dawn and Jamie then offered another way to prove that the children were living in acceptable conditions. They submitted a video that appeared to show the inside of a clean and habitable home, with rooms that looked orderly and safe enough for a family. On the surface, the recording seemed to answer the questions the caseworkers had been asking, because it gave them what looked like visual evidence without requiring anyone to enter the property. So the video was accepted as a representation of the Avenue C house. But the rooms in that recording did not belong to the home where Hardy and her brother were living. According to court records and later reporting, Dawn and Jamie had filmed the video inside an adjacent property and presented it as though it showed their own home. Police later described the recording as false and misleading, with the intent to affect the outcome of the CPS investigation. So the video appeared to resolve the investigation, and the case was closed once again. About 2 months later, someone inside the Avenue C house called 911. It was Monday, August 22nd, 2022, and at approximately 5:10 p.m., City of Brownwood first responders were dispatched to the property in the 700 block of Avenue C. The caller reported that a juvenile inside the home was unresponsive. When paramedics arrived, they found 9-year-old Hardy Quinn Hill in an extremely serious condition. She was unresponsive, dangerously underweight, and showing no vital signs. Her body had become so thin from a prolonged lack of proper nutrition that the physical effects were immediately visible, and there were also bruises on her skin that raised further concern about what she had experienced inside the home. Paramedics reportedly transported Hardy to a local hospital, where emergency measures were attempted, but she never regained consciousness. Later that evening, Justice of the Peace Harold Hogan pronounced her dead. Police later traveled to Susie Wilson's home in Abilene during the night and told her that her granddaughter had died. Susie had spent months being denied access to Hardy, and now officers were standing at her door with the news that she would never see her alive again. Back in Brownwood, detectives from the police department's Criminal Investigations Division began examining the Avenue C property. For years, the adults inside had managed to keep child welfare workers outside through assurances, canceled access, meetings in public places, COVID-related concerns, and finally a video of a different home. But after Hardy was found unresponsive, investigators finally walked through the front door. And what they discovered downstairs immediately showed why Dawn and Jamie had worked so hard to prevent anyone from inspecting the property. The area where Hardy and her brother lived had no running water, and investigators reportedly found human and animal waste inside the home, along with urine and large amounts of trash. The children shared a single mattress, but it was not a clean or safe place to sleep because trash and urine covered it. The food inside the house was also kept beyond the children's reach. Cabinets had been locked, and padlocks had been placed on both the refrigerator and the freezer. Hardy and her brother could not simply get something to eat when they were hungry because access to food was controlled by the adults upstairs. However, the entire house was not in the same condition. When investigators went upstairs, they found the area where Dawn and Jamie lived, and the contrast was immediate. Their rooms were clean, the space was air-conditioned, and there was food available. One investigator later said, "The upstairs looked like a completely different house than the downstairs." But Hardy was not the only child they found downstairs. Hardy's brother was still inside the downstairs area when investigators entered, and his condition showed that the deprivation in the home had not affected Hardy alone. A caseworker later described him as extremely thin, dirty, and visibly malnourished, with a face that appeared sunken after an extended lack of proper care. He was also so weak that he could not walk without assistance, So within hours of Hardy being found, authorities removed him from the property. He was initially placed in temporary foster care while officials searched for a suitable relative or another safe family placement. Hardy's death was treated as a homicide, but when police finally made their first arrests 5 weeks later, the charges were not yet for murder. On September 27, 2022, Brownwood police arrested 47-year-old Dawn Faith Hill Flesner and her 42-year-old partner, Jamie Faye Anderson. Both were charged with tampering with or fabricating physical evidence with intent to impair. Police were not only examining what had happened to Hardy inside the house, they were also examining the steps Dawn and Jamie had allegedly taken to prevent authorities from discovering the children's real living conditions. And one part of that evidence involved the video submitted during the June child welfare investigation. But as detectives continued gathering evidence, the case moved beyond the initial tampering charges. In December 2022, investigators presented their findings to a Brown County grand jury, and the grand jury returned indictments against both Dawn and Jamie. Each woman was accused of capital murder involving a child younger than 10, and both also faced charges connected to tampering with or fabricating evidence. Additional injury to a child allegations covered what prosecutors said had been done to Hardy and what her surviving brother had experienced inside the same household. The capital murder indictments carried no bond, while the announced tampering and injury to a child charges carried bonds of $250,000 each. Then, on December 17, 2022, at approximately 4:30 p.m., Dawn and Jamie were formally served with the new indictments while they were being held at the Brown County Law Enforcement Center. The charges revealed the full direction of the prosecution's case, but the evidence was never tested before a jury because neither woman ultimately went through a full trial. On June 1, 2023, Dawn Faith Hill Flesner appeared before Judge Mike Smith in the 35th District Court and pleaded guilty to capital murder. Judge Smith sentenced her to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, while the state agreed not to continue pursuing the death penalty. Brown County District Attorney Michael Murray explained that concern directly. The need to protect a young child from suffering more through a trial of his biological mother was a critical factor in reaching this decision. A full capital murder trial could have forced Hardy's brother to describe what happened inside the house, answer questions about his mother, and repeatedly return to the period in which he had lost his sister and been removed from the only home he knew. So the guilty plea secured a permanent sentence while avoiding another process that prosecutors believed could deepen his trauma. However, Jamie Anderson's case was still unresolved, and for several more months, she continued facing the possibility of trial. Then, on November 7th, 2023, Jamie appeared before the same court and also pleaded guilty to capital murder. Judge Smith sentenced her to life imprisonment without parole, and as part of the agreement, Jamie gave up her right to appeal the conviction. By the end of 2023, both women responsible for Hardy's care had admitted guilt and received sentences that ensured they would never leave prison. Although the court cases had ended, the response to Hardy's death had already spread far beyond the courtroom. Her uncle Devin created a Facebook group called Justice for Hardy, and by October 2022, more than 2,000 people had joined to follow the investigation and demand accountability. Community members also left toys, flowers, and other memorial items outside the Avenue C house, turning the property where Hardy had been found dangerously underweight and unresponsive into a place where people came to remember her. Then, on November 12, 2022, riders gathered at a gas station on U.S. Highway 377 South for a memorial motorcycle ride to Trickham Cemetery. But 5 people were injured in a collision connected to the event, with 3 taken to Hendrick Medical Center Brownwood and 2 declining treatment. The Avenue C house remained standing for more than a year after the convictions, but in May 2024, it was finally demolished, leaving behind an empty lot where the building had once hidden the children from relatives, neighbors, and child welfare workers. However, Hardy's family still had another painful issue to resolve. After
the distance, and because of the people who buried her here.
The last name that shows is Anderson. That is not her last name. She was never adopted. She was never anything. Anderson was this family name, which is the family of one of her two murderers.
After her death, Hardy had been buried in Trickham Cemetery, the same isolated place where Dawn had once left her alone after midnight. Her grave was positioned near Anderson family plots, and the headstone carried the name Hardy Quinn Hill Anderson.
Last name that shows is Anderson. That is not her last name. She was never adopted. She was never anything. Anderson was this family name, which is the family of one of her two murderers.
That name deeply upset Susie because Jamie had never adopted Hardy, and Anderson had never legally been part of her granddaughter's name.
So tell me about why else this might not be an appropriate place for your...
This is where they left her. They left her here several times. But finally, August of 21, she left here and walked that direction to a house down there. You can tell there's absolutely no lighting out here, as far as I've ever seen, and I've been here after dark, and there's really nothing to amount to light.
And every few weeks, Susie traveled from Abilene to Trickham to visit the grave, and when she arrived, she rearranged the glass beads and small decorations so they covered the Anderson portion of the headstone. But visiting was not enough because Susie wanted Hardy moved away from the cemetery, away from the Anderson family plots, and closer to the relatives who had been denied the chance to protect her. So for almost 2 years, the family worked through the process required to move her remains, and in late October 2024, Hardy was finally exhumed and taken to another cemetery closer to Abilene.
All a waste, and we look at it that way. This should never ever have happened in the first place, but we accomplished getting her home.
Thank you for getting her home.
You're welcome.
She'll be happier here.
It's the end of a long trial, so to speak. She is now where she should have been, when this happened. In other words, we don't get any do-overs, unfortunately, but at least she's home. She's home.
However, those words, Susie, stood in sharp contrast to the obituary published after Hardy's death. The obituary ended by saying, "She will always be remembered for her curious nature. She will never be forgotten." But the obituary appeared to have been written by Dawn. So the first public account of Hardy's life had been shaped by the same household that concealed how she had really been living. But Hardy's story did not belong to that obituary alone. She was the child who loved animals, Halloween, drawing, fishing, and building forts with her brother. She was the little girl who fell, stood back up, and told everyone she was okay. And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.